8. The 30th day of Goose Moon, 1043 KF, Landrag House, Dan Cruan, to Clayhamat Landrag, Landrag Estate, Namorn. Rizu, Jack, Finn, and Caitlin arrived with the dawn, just as the ostlers were bringing out horses for Sandry and her escorts. They all greeted one another sleepily. No one was inclined to conversation at that hour. Jegors, who had shown a tendency to talk rapidly in bursts the night before, huddled silently in the patched coat they had found for him. He rolled his eyes at the sleepy-eyed cob who had been saddled for his use, but once he was on the sturdy gelding's back, he seemed to do well enough. Ambrose, pulling on his riding gloves, frowned as he looked at their scarecrow.
How shall we explain him? You can't just go around adding strangers to your entourage without questions being asked, cousin, particularly not when you came to us without a single guardsman or maid.
Sandry looked crisp in her blossom-pink riding tunic and wide-legged breeches, but her brain had yet to catch up.
Ambrose, how can you even think of such a thing at this hour?
She demanded, and yawned. He gazed up at her as she sat on her mare, his blue eyes frosty.
Because there are going to be at least 2 spies outside the gates and more on the way. Young women in Namorn do not enjoy the license they appear to do in the south, cousin. There are good reasons for that.
Jack leaned drowsily on his saddle horn.
Can't we just let the spies guess and decide when we're awake?
Ambrose glared at him, his mouth tight.
I think we're probably supposed to be spies too,
said Caitlin, who had been lively enough the afternoon before.
Which is silly, because we'd have to be awake to be spies.
She sipped from a flask that steamed in the chilly spring air.
Tea, anyone? He's my secretary, all right?
Demanded Sandry, out of patience with it all.
I didn't realize what a complicated social life I should be leading in Namorn, so I had to hire a Namornese secretary, cousin. Will that satisfy you? May we get on with our lives?
Ambrose snorted and mounted his gelding. Jegors looked around at his traveling companions and their guards.
Secretary? I don't even have pens, or ink, or—
Briar leaned over and slapped him on the shoulder.
I'll set you up in style. You'll be a king of secretaries.
As a pair of guards opened the gates, their company formed up in pairs to ride through. Leading the way with Ambrose, Sandry heard Jegors complain,
I'm not sure I even know how to write.
And here I thought Triss was the one who was always bringing home strays,
thought Sandry, shaking her head as they rode onto High Street.
Now she's got Daja and Briar and me doing it too.
She glanced sidelong at Ambrose, whose long mouth was tight. She couldn't help it. Her own lips twitched.
I would love to hear Ambrose explain how I can have a social secretary who can't write.
Just as Triss had vaguely warned them the day before, rain began to fall as the servants closed the house gates behind them. Ambrose halted their party, looking at Sandry as Rizu moaned and Caitlin sneezed. Sandry turned in the saddle.
Triss!
Triss, who already had a book in one hand, looked up, startled. Sandry indicated that water was falling from the sky, though surely even Triss would notice when her book got wet, she thought. The redhead glared up at the clouds. Though Sandry saw or felt nothing, the soft rain parted, streaming to either side of their company, just as if they were protected by a glass shield. Triss looked around, making sure that everyone, including their guards and pack horses, was included under her protection. Then she raised her eyebrows to silently ask, "All right?"
That's our Triss,
thought Sandry, resigned to her sister's eccentricities. She nodded and turned to Ambrose, who stared at Triss, unnerved. Sandry nudged him with a booted foot. Remembering where he was, Ambrose set his horse in motion, though his eyes followed the curve of the rain as it rolled away over his head. The others followed, though the guards and the courtiers visibly hesitated. Sandry caught up to Ambrose.
I hope he learns to take odd magics in stride. He'll be seeing them all summer, and they aren't all going to be nice, quiet ones like redirecting the rain.
Given the early hour, there was very little traffic on the streets around the palace. They found more as they wound down into the commercial parts of town. There the big wagons that supplied the city came in to unload their burdens of produce, meat, eggs, and cheese. Their party slowed still more approaching the gates and on the roads that led from them. Once they had traveled some miles from the city, however, the traffic thinned. They made very good time overall. Sandry wondered at the amount of room they were always given on the road, until she realized that anyone who had the time to notice that invisible shield over their heads moved as far from their party as they could while still remaining on the road. At mid-morning they halted at a good-sized inn where Ambrose was recognized and given prompt service. The riders dismounted for hot tea and fresh-baked rolls, while the ostlers rubbed the horses down. Once they were back in the saddle, everyone was awake and feeling more cheerful despite the gloomy weather. Kathleen took Sandry's place next to Ambrose, talking about court news and about Ambrose's 4 lively children. Jack rode with Sandry, pointing out landmarks. Finn and Briar rode together, talking about horses. With Triss absorbed in her book and Jegors inclined to huddle between the pack horses and the rest of their guards, Rizu and Daja soon fell into conversation. Rizu had an endless fund of court stories. It wasn't long before Daja realized many of the stories were also cautionary tales about different figures at court, particularly the Empress. The picture Rizu drew of Berenine was one of a woman who was determined to have her way.
"Are you afraid of her?"
Daja demanded as they reined in at a second inn. It was well past midday by then. Everyone was starved.
"You sound like everyone fears and loves her at the same time."
Because they do. She is a great ruler. Like most great rulers, what she wants, she will have.
Sandry, dismounting nearby, heard this.
But that must be dreadful for her character. No one can have everything they want. It gives rise to overconfidence and arrogance.
Daja looked at Sandry's round chin, which was set at its most mulish angle.
"I don't think she'll appreciate a lesson from us,"
she warned, letting an ostler take her horse.
"I'd as soon not have to leave in a hurry, thank you. It's a long way to any border."
I don't care to leave places in a hurry either.
Briar said as he followed the ladies into the inn.
One of these days, I won't be fast enough on my feet.
A woman bustled forward to guide them to tables.
Remember old Soghad Gurkoi?
Ambrose asked as they took seats in a private room.
Beggared, him and his entire family.
His blue eyes glinted as he looked at Finn.
Your father was the Empress's chosen beneficiary in that matter.
Finn shrugged.
If you want to try to stand between her and what she wants, Soghad Landrig, I wish you well. I promise to burn incense in the temple of your choice when you're gone.
He informed Ambrose, who was not at all offended.
She was going to do as she willed, and if it pleased her after that to give what she had taken to my father, well, she really didn't like it when Gurkoi told her no either.
No one is all-powerful.
Maybe, but you'd be surprised how much damage can be done by someone who thinks he is.
Briar said bitterly, as maids put mushroom and noodle soup and herring salad in front of them.
"What on earth happened to you?"
demanded Triss, glaring at Briar.
"You've done nothing but hint since you came home. Either tell us outright or stop hinting."
Briar glared at her.
What do you care? You don't bother with what's real, only with what's in books.
The Namornese were good at pretending they hadn't heard an outburst from one of their companions.
They must have a lot of family dinners like this,
thought Sandry.
Or maybe even imperial ones.
The rain continued as they took the road again, still mostly dry under Triss's shield. Now the courtiers were truly awake. Soon everyone but Jegors and the guards were playing silly games like I See and 15 questions. The group continued word games as Ambrose led them off the main road at last, onto a smaller, well-kept road paved in stone like the main highway to keep wagons from making ruts. After another hour, Briar demanded,
"So, when do we get to these precious lands of yours?"
Ambrose looked back at him with a smile.
You are on Clayhamat Landreg. The extended estate, at least. Grazing and farming lands. We've been riding over them since we left the highway.
Briar looked at Sandry.
"You never said."
I didn't remember. The last time I was here was 10 years ago. All I remember was that I was bored to tears. Nobody would play with me.
At last they reached a stone wall that stretched as far as the eye could see. Another road led through a framed stone opening in it. This new route was stone-paved as well, but only the center was as well kept as the roads they had followed to get this far. Stones were missing from the edges, and stones in the roadway were cracked and broken. As Ambrose turned onto it, he called back,
Now we are on the Landreg lands that are part of the main estate.
It was another hour before they saw more than isolated houses or fields green with the spring's planting. Eventually they came upon a massive herd of cows at the graze, then shepherds and goatherds with their flocks. They passed apple and pear orchards that already showed small green knobs that would become fruit, and cherry orchards where the fruit was starting to turn orangey red. At one point, Briar reined up and squinted at a distant field where glossy brown animals grazed.
"That's a lot of mules,"
he said to no one in particular. Ambrose replied,
It's only one herd. The entire Landreg family is famed for the mules we breed and sell.
It's been a family specialty for more than 200 years,
Sandry added with pride. Briar, Triss, and Daja exchanged glances. It was Daja who grinned and said it aloud.
That certainly explains more than it doesn't.
I'm not listening to you,
Sandry told them loftily as the courtiers laughed.
Do you notice that I am not listening to you? Mark it well. I ignore you.
"And I feel ignored,"
said Briar, rejoining them.
"I am so ignored and unheard that I know it won't matter if I say, why does it not surprise me that the Landregs breed mules?"
When they came to a river spanned by a bridge, Ambrose led their party onto a small, muddy, rutted track that bore away from the bridge. Sandry drew her mount up.
Wait a moment,
she called, frowning and confused.
I remember this bridge. We ride over that, and we come to the village not long after, and the castle after that.
Ambrose turned his mount.
In better times we would,
he said heavily, something like shame weighing down his shoulders.
But the bridge is not safe. It's old, and it's needed work for some time, replacements on the roadbed and the supports. Then, 2 years ago, we had heavy flooding that weakened the supports more. It's not safe. We must ride 6 miles downstream to the ford.
Sandry didn't like the sound of that.
I don't understand. This is the main castle road. Why hasn't it been repaired?
Finn said,
Are those ripe cherries over there? It's early, but I want to see. I'm a bear for cherries.
He rode toward an orchard nearby, passing out from under Triss's shield and into the rain. Without a word, the other 3 courtiers followed him. The group's men-at-arms drew back out of earshot. Jegors fidgeted, obviously not knowing what to do, while Briar and Daja exchanged glances.
"What's going on here?"
Briar seemed to ask Daja with his eyes. Her shrug said,
I have no idea.
Triss hadn't seemed to be paying attention, but she closed her book, holding her place with a finger. Ambrose rode back to Sandry's side.
"Forgive me. I didn't know what else to do,"
he said, his cheeks slowly turning red.
"I'd put off doing the work, that was first. And then we had so much flood damage everywhere that year, and late that summer the taxes went up. I could not repair the bridge, pay the taxes, and send you the usual amount. Your mother's written orders are clear. She, and then you, must receive that exact sum every year, without fail."
Sandry tightened her fingers on her reins.
I knew Mother's instructions for our income,
she told herself, ashamed.
I knew she didn't leave any room for the steward to exercise his judgment, but I thought he would anyway. I thought.
She suddenly remembered those columns of dry, boring numbers, the ever-increasing tax sums, the estimated costs of the flood damages, and the profits from the estates. If she had done all of the additions, gone over the accounts entry by entry, she would have seen that there wasn't enough money for everything.
"I thought we could manage the bridge repair last year,"
Ambrose continued, his quiet voice strained.
"But Her Imperial Majesty raised the taxes again, to cover fighting on the Lyron border. Again, it was a matter of repairing the bridge, or sending what we are ordered to send to you. Our obligation to you comes first."
What of the taxes?
demanded Sandry, her voice trembling.
You paid them.
Ambrose looked surprised that she had even asked.
"The taxes must be paid. I went to moneylenders last year. This year, the gods willing, I should be able to pay it back, if I raise the mill taxes and the wool taxes on the tenants."
Sandry leaned closer to him.
You should have told me, not relied on me to refigure all of your accounts.
She could feel her cheeks blush hot with shame.
You should have said the problem in so many words. I have more than enough money for my needs. I could have foregone the payments both years and never even noticed.
Slowly, as if he feared to anger her, Ambrose said,
"Your mother, Clayhame Emilion, was most clear in her wishes. Those monies are always due to the Clayhame, whether the year is a good one or not. And I did not know you well enough at all to ask. I still don't know you that well."
Very softly he added,
"Cousin Sandry, the penalty for a steward who shorts his master or mistress is the lopping off of the thieving hand. Not only that, but I would lose the lands I hold in my own right. My family and I would be penniless."
I would never insist on such a thing.
Daja glanced back at the courtiers. If they had heard, they did not so much as turn around in their saddles. Ambrose rubbed his head wearily.
"Clayhame—"
Sandry.
Meeting her eyes steadily, Ambrose said,
"Clayhame. Imperial spies are everywhere. The imperial courts are all too happy to uphold such matters on their own, particularly if there is a chance they may confiscate lands for the crown. It is how Her Imperial Majesty grants titles and incomes to her favorites."
Taking a breath to argue, Sandry thought the better of it, and let the breath go.
Let's just ride on,
she said, feeling weary in her bones.
I should have paid attention. I should have fixed this years ago. Thanks, Mother. You've shamed us both, and I have shamed myself. Tomorrow, if it is safe, Ambrose, please start work on that bridge at once. Repay the moneylenders all that you owe. Don't send me anything for the next 3 years. I'll write a note to that effect and have it witnessed.
This time she led the way down the muddy track to the ford, emerging from Triss's shield to get wet. Briar turned. The moment he put 2 fingers in his mouth, Triss plugged her ears. Shagorsa and Daja both yelped in pain as Briar sounded the piercing whistle that he had once used to summon the dog who had stayed at Winding Circle. The courtiers heard, turned their mounts, and trotted back to the main group, the guards falling in behind. As Daja swore at him in traitor talk, Briar grinned at Triss.
You remembered. How sweet.
She shrugged.
It's not a sound I'm likely to forget. Besides, that's how I could get Little Bear to come to me when he and I traveled together.
She tucked her book in a saddlebag so he couldn't see her face.
It kept me in mind of you while I was away.
Briar rode over to elbow her.
You just reminded yourself how quiet it was without me to pester you when you were away,
he said, joking, actually touched.
You ain't foolin' me.
She actually grinned at him. In time they crossed at the ford and returned to the road on the other side of the unsafe bridge. 15 minutes after that, they crested a slight rise to find a good-sized village below them on both sides of the road. It boasted a mill, an inn, a smithy, a bakery, and a temple, in addition to housing for nearly 500 families, a large place as villages went. On the far side of the village and the river that powered the mill rose the high ground that supported the castle. From here they could see the outer curtain wall built of granite blocks. Behind that wall they could see 4 towers and the upper part of the wall that connected them.
Landreg Castle,
said Ambrose as they rode down toward the village.
Home estate of the Clayhams and Clayhames of Landreg for 400 years.
As they followed him, the rain, which had slackened, began to fall harder. Triss sighed and raised her shield again, just as someone in the village began to ring the temple bell. People came out of their houses to stand on either side of the road. Others ran in from outer buildings and nearby fields. Sandry checked her mare, then caught up with Ambrose.
Cousin, what are they doing? The villagers.
Ambrose looked at her with the tiniest of frowns, as if a bright pupil had given a bad answer to a question.
You are the Clayhame. It is their duty to greet you on your return.
How did they know she was coming?
Ambrose raised his pale brows.
I sent a rider ahead yesterday, of course. It's my duty to send advance word of the Clayhame's return.
Sandry's mare fidgeted. The young woman had too tight a grip on the reins, dragging the bit against the tender corners of her horse's mouth.
Sorry, pet,
Sandry murmured, leaning forward to caress the mare's sodden neck. She eased her grip. Without looking at Ambrose, she said softly,
I didn't want this, cousin. I don't want it. Please ask them to go about their business.
Bad idea,
said Jack. Sandry looked back at him. The dark-haired nobleman shrugged.
It is. They have to show proper recognition of their sovereign lord. You can't let them start thinking casually of us, Lady Sandry. Peasants should always know to whom they owe respect.
I don't need ceremonies for respect,
snapped Sandry, growing cross. Her cheeks were red again as they passed between the outlying groups of villagers. She could feel it like banners telling the world she wanted to crawl under a rock. As she rode by, the men bowed and the women curtsied, keeping their eyes down.
And it's not me they should be bowing to,
she insisted quietly, feeling like the world's biggest lie.
It's my cousin here. He's the one who works for their good. Do they do this for you?
She demanded of Ambrose.
They bow if they're about when I pass, but I'm not the Clayhame,
Ambrose told her, keeping his voice low so the villagers would not hear.
You don't understand, cousin. We have a way of life in Namorn. The commoners tend the land, the artisans make things, the merchants sell them, and the nobles fight and govern. Everyone knows his place. We know the rules that reinforce those places. These are your lands. These people are your servants. If you try to change the rituals for the way in which we live, you undermine all order, not just your small corner of it.
He's right,
said Finn.
Trust me, if they didn't pay you proper respect...
Rizu cut him off.
Lady Sandry, custom isn't just enforced by the landholders. Rebellion in one village is seen as a threat to all nobility. They would have imperial law keepers here in a few days, and then they'd pay with 1 life in 10.
On my own lands?
Whispered Sandry, appalled.
Lords have been ill, or slow in mind, or absent. Order must be kept.
I can't tell them not to do that again?
Only if you want to weed the cabbage patch,
joked Finn. Caedlin poked him in the ribs with a sharp elbow.
Well, that's what we call 'em at home. Cabbage heads, all rooted in dirt, without a noble thought anywhere.
Weed the cabbage patch,
thought Sandry, horrified.
Kill peasants.
She looked at the villagers, trying to glimpse their faces. It took her a few moments to realize that while the rain was falling heavily, the people on the ground were not getting wetter. She looked up. The space covered by Triss's magical umbrella had spread. It was so big she couldn't see the edges, only the flow of water overhead, as if the village were covered by a sheet of glass.
She's still reading,
thought Sandry, looking back at Triss.
She can hold off all this rain and still keep reading.
A smile twitched the corners of Sandry's mouth.
Somebody's been practicing.
They crossed the river, passed through the fringe of houses on the far side, then began the climb up the hill to the castle. Halfway up, they heard the rattle of a great chain. The portcullis that covered the open gate was being raised. The drawbridge was already down, bridging a moat too wide for a horse to jump. On top of the wall, men-at-arms in mail and helmet stood at every notch, watching her. One of them, standing directly over the gate, raised a trumpet to his lips and blew it. As Sandry and Ambrose rode first over the drawbridge, golden notes rang out in the sodden air. Inside, they found the outer bailey, where many of the industries that supported the castle household were placed. Everywhere men and women dropped what they did to line up along the curved road that led to the gate to the inner bailey. As their group passed, they bowed or curtsied.
Uncle Vedris would never allow them to waste time at work on this nonsense,
Sandry thought, outraged, though she hid her true feelings to nod and smile at those who lined the road.
He'd jump on you quick enough if he thought you were disrespectful, but he didn't need all this stupid ceremony to prove it. I'm so glad he can't see me now.
As they clattered through the inner gate, Sandry's jaws began to hurt. She was actually grinding her teeth in frustration. With an effort, she made herself relax, working her jaw to loosen the tight muscles. She glanced back at the others and saw something that made her grin. Little Chime sat on Triss's saddle horn, wings unfurled, chin held high. The glass dragon obviously thought all of this celebration was for her.
And so it is,
Sandry thought with a grin.
It's not for me. It's for her.
With that idea in mind, she was able to smile more naturally at the men-at-arms who waited by the inner gate, and to nod at the groups of people who stood inside in the court in front of the main castle. Her smile widened as 4 little girls, their ages ranging from 5 to 12, broke free of the servants to race toward Ambrose, shrieking, "Papa! Papa!" He laughed and dismounted, kneeling in the mud so he could hug all 4 at once.
"You'd think I'd been gone for years instead of a few days,"
he chided, his eyes glowing with pleasure.
"What is your cousin supposed to think of such hoydens?"
Sandry dismounted before someone could help her to do it.
She thinks they are delightful,
she said, walking over to stand beside Ambrose.
She thinks their father is blessed to have such lovely girls.
"Their father is,"
said Ambrose, getting to his feet.
"Girls, this is your cousin, Clayhame Sandraline Fatoren." Reminded of their manners, the girls all curtsied to Sandry.
The one who looked to be about 10 thrust a bouquet of slightly wilted flowers at Sandry.
I picked them myself.
And I thank you.
Sandry replied, accepting them.
I love to get flowers after a long ride.
Good, because doubtless they were picked in your own garden,
Ambrose said, an arm around the oldest girl's shoulders.
And chances are they were picked when someone should have been at her lessons.
But Papa, I was finished! I was!
Ambrose had just finished introducing his daughters when a tall woman, her hair more silvery than blonde at an early age, came forward, still wiping her hands on a small cloth.
And this is the most beautiful flower in the castle gardens,
said Ambrose, his face alight.
Clayhame Sanderleen Fatoren, may I present my lady wife, Saghada Elaga Fa Landreg.
Sandry and Elaga curtsied to each other gravely. Then the lady smiled at Sandry.
You and your companions must be dying for a hot bath. A dreadful day to ride. You couldn't have waited for better weather?
She asked her husband as ostlers rushed forward to help the riders dismount and to take the horses' reins.
I wished our cousin to have time to thoroughly review the state of things here before she must return for midsummer. The will of our Empress is that Clayhame Sandry bear her company for most of the season. As you can see, my dear, she sent 4 of her young courtiers to bear the Clayhame and her friends company until it was time to return.
Wonderful,
said Elaga with a smile.
Rizu, you're always welcome. And Ambrose, you ought to remember Katie is my mother's own great niece. And Jack and Finn I know quite well.
To Sandry she explained,
He's always positive we are spinning wildly out of control, when he is prepared for everything. Really, what can you do with such a man?
Sandry laughed.
It seems as if you married him.
There was something about Elaga that reminded her very much of Lark, one of the 4's foster mothers. To Sandry, it was enough to make her relax.
You're not supposed to be here,
a thin, short woman informed Triss as the redhead was putting her book in a saddlebag.
Servants around to the side entrance, my lord should have told you. We need you to tell us which luggage belongs to the Clayhame.
Triss looked down her long nose at the speaker.
I've been demoted, seemingly,
she answered, her voice extra dry.
From traveling companion to maid. Do I look like a maid to you?
The woman brushed her own russet brown dress and embroidered apron with one hand. Triss looked down and realized that a sensible navy riding tunic and breeches so wide they might be skirts could resemble a servant's clothes.
Ah, well, I'm not. Sandry doesn't have a maid.
The woman's eyebrows went up. Her jaw dropped.
No maid? But how does she dress?
Triss bit her lip to stop herself from saying,
One piece of clothing at a time.
Instead, she rethought her answer, then said,
The Clayhame is accustomed to looking after herself.
But that's indecent. Who presses her gowns? Who stitches up any rents in her clothes?
She does it,
Triss replied, unbuckling her saddlebags with a glare for the ostler who had come to do the chore. Slinging the bags over her shoulder, Triss told the woman,
No one mentioned your Clayhame is a stitch witch? Trust me, if you handled her clothes, you'd only mess them up. They never wrinkle or tear.
Helpfully, enjoying the sheer bafflement on the proper servant's face, Triss added,
She weaves her own cloth, you see.
A blunt-fingered hand rested lightly on Triss's sleeve.
Vimese Triss, I just wanted to thank you for keeping us dry in all the wet today,
Rizu said. Her large dark eyes danced with amusement.
I've never known anyone, Vimese or Vinane, who could hold protection like that and still read.
Vimese!
Exclaimed the servant woman. Her voice squeaked a little on the last syllable.
Forgive me, Vimese. I didn't mean to intrude. I must assign a maid to the Clayhame, and to yourself, of course, and—
Vimese, Daja, and I don't require maids,
Triss said, pointing to Daja, who was grinning at Rizu.
And I think you'll find Clayhame Sandry will only be grumpy if you give her one.
The woman must be a housekeeper.
Surely you have someone who would be happy to attend Saghada Rizuka Fa Dalak and Saghada Caedlin Fa Sarajane.
The servant dipped a rushed curtsy and scuttled away.
You looked like you needed rescuing,
Rizu commented, smiling.
Servants get more wedded to the social order than nobles do, I think.
Licking the boot that rests on their necks,
grumbled Triss, her eyes still on the fleeing servant.
Oh, no. We dare not rest at some place that they might not like. They retaliate so deviously. Before I learned better, I found all my hose tied in one big knot, and the maid who was assigned to me had gone home to care for a sick parent. I went 6 months with hose that fell down because they were stretched all out of shape. Mother said that truly noble people didn't hit their maids with a brush, and made me wear the hose until they were worn out. I missed 2 birthday cakes that year because I was out tying up my hose again.
Triss smiled, but her eyes rested on Jegors.
He started twitching again while we rode through the village. He's hearing things still, even behind these walls. Castle gossip, I expect.
Triss had gotten so good at ignoring voices on the wind that she had to concentrate to hear them clearly. She did so now, registering a bit of kitchen gossip, almost drowned out by the clang of pans and a shriek of dismay over burned oat cakes. Here someone scolded a dairymaid for dozing off over the churn. Here ostlers commented to one another about the new horses they had to care for. It was all commonplace, but Jegors flinched as if each sentence were a dart sticking in his flesh. Making up her mind, Triss excused herself to Rizu and went in search of the housekeeper. Daja caught up to Triss.
It's my crazy man, isn't it? You've been watching him like a hawk all day, even when you pretend you're reading. You're certain he's got what you have, aren't you? Hearing things?
A blast of wind threw an image over both outer walls into Triss's eyes. A cow struggled in a bog. 3 men tied ropes to her so they could haul the wallowing beast out of danger. Triss whipped her head around in time to see Jegors. He stood just downwind of her.
Maybe that, and maybe more. Look, will you steer him over by the wall, out of any breezes? I'll see about getting a room for him.
He stays with me.
The girls turned. Briar stood behind them, his hands in his pockets.
You looked at the insides of his wrists, either of you? He stays with someone, and unless you want people talking about your reputations from here to the north shore of the Sith, it's got to be with me.
What's wrong with his wrists?
Triss marched over to Jegors, who faced into the wind that blew from the cow, his pale eyes wide and fixed. Triss seized his wrists and turned them so she could see the insides. Broad stripes of scar tissue, some old and silver beige, others recent and reddish-purple, streaked the flesh between his palms and the insides of his elbows. Jegors blinked, trying to see past the vision on the air to the person who handled him so abruptly. Triss yanked him around, turning him until the breeze struck his back, not his eyes.
Briar's right. You stay with him, Jegors. No more of this nonsense,
she said, stabbing a finger into one of the scars. Zhegors flinched.
Listen to me.
She still didn't want the others knowing of her latest skill, but she needed to reach this man, to convince him that his visions weren't the product of madness.
Too bad he didn't have Nico to tell him that madness is a lot more interesting than rescuing cows,
she thought as she dragged Zhegors into a corner of the yard, away from Briar and Daja.
I see things on the wind. Understand?
She asked quietly. She stood with her back to her brother and sister to keep them from reading her lips.
Pictures from places the wind passed over. A moment ago, we both saw a cow trapped in mud and 3 men trying to free her.
Zhegors gasped and tried to tug free. Triss hung onto his arm with both hands.
Stop it. You're not mad. You're a seer. With sounds and with seeing, only nobody ever found you out because they were too busy thinking you were mad. Now you have to sort yourself out. You have to decide what part's magic. Are you listening? What part's understandable nerves from thinking you were out of your mind, and what parts had so much healer's magic applied that it's muddled everything else about you. I know what you saw because I learned how to see like that, but you never learned it, did you? It was there from the time you were just a bit younger than me, only the magic sniffers missed it, or your family never even gave you a chance to show you were in your right mind.
She talked fast, trying to get as much sense as she could fit into his ears, past his years of flight, hospitals, medicines, and terror. Slowly, bit by tiny bit, she felt the tight, wiry muscles under her hands loosen until Zhegors no longer fought her grip.
Real?
He whispered, his voice cracking.
As real as such things get. Keep the seeing things part between you and me for now. Briar and Daja already guessed that you can hear like I can, but they don't know about me seeing things.
Why not? They love you.
Triss sighed, troubled.
Because the chances of someone learning to see on the winds are tiny. They'll think I think I'm better than they are.
Seeing the man's frown, Triss grimaced.
They gave me a hard time all the way here about going to university. And other mages, when they found out I could do it when so many fail, they decided I was prideful and conceited. I don't want Briar and Daja and Sandry to be that way with me. And Briar already said having a credential from Winding Circle isn't good enough for me. This would just make it worse. You know how family gets, once you turn different.
Zhegors nodded.
Maybe you're too sensitive.
Triss stared at him, flabbergasted, then began to laugh.
Look who says so!
Slowly, as if he weren't quite sure of how to go about it, Zhegors smiled. Everyone felt better after hot baths and clean clothes. Best of all, Elaga was too wise to subject them to a formal banquet after a day's travel. Instead, they took their suppers in a small, informal dining room, rather than in the great main hall with its dais, hangings, musicians' gallery, and massive fireplace. That treat was reserved for the next night. For that night's meal, the courtiers provided light talk, jokes, and news for the company. Rizu managed to coax a funny story about learning to skate in Kugisko from Daja, while Jack flirted and teased Sandry until she laughingly talked about Duke Vedris and some of the mishaps her student Pasco had gotten into. In the withdrawing room after supper, the servants brought wine, tea, and fruit juice for them all, as well as cheeses and biscuits. Chime enchanted them with her flights in the air, candles and firelight throwing brightly colored flashes from her glassy body. When the travelers began to show weariness, Elaga instructed the maids to show them to their rooms. Sandry was asleep the moment she crawled under the blankets. She didn't know how long she stayed that way before someone grabbed her hand. She sat bolt upright, ready to launch a fistful of power against her attacker's clothes, and opened her eyes to darkness.
Dark,
she thought, horrified.
Someone's grabbing me and it's dark. Where's my light? My lamp?
Then she saw a nimbus of light around the darkness over her. The person who had woken her stood between her and the chunk of crystal that was her protection against ever being left to wake in the dark. Sandry pushed the person back a step, allowing more light to flow over the intruder's shoulder. A woman of 30 or so stood beside Sandry. Her face ran with tears. She continued to hang on to one of Sandry's hands as if her life depended on it.
Clayhame, I beg you, don't call for the servants. Please, I mean you no harm. I swear it on my mother's name.
You silly creature,
the girl snapped, trying to tug free.
I don't have to call the servants. Didn't they tell you I'm a mage? I might have hurt you, especially when you got between me and the light for Mila's sake.
The woman refused to let go of her.
Please, Clayhame, I don't know if they said you were a mage, but it wouldn't make any difference. I would be better off killed by magic than live on as I live now.
Sandry pushed herself upright until she could lean over and grab the crystal with her free hand. Holding it, she brought the light closer to her captor's features. The woman flinched back from it, but her grip on Sandry's hand did not ease, and her haggard dark eyes never left Sandry's face. The stranger looked as if she'd been lovely as a girl and had not yet lost all trace of her looks. Her hair was light brown and coarse, tumbling out of its pins. Her nose looked as if it had been broken once, and deep lines bracketed her nose and wide mouth. She wore a coarse white undergown and practical dark overgown, short-sleeved and calf-length to reveal the embroideries underneath. The clothing was good in its weave and stitching, the embroideries well done. With her power, Sandry could tell the cloth and embroideries were well made. Her guest may have been a peasant, but she was not poor.
How did you get in here? The castle gates are closed.
I came in this afternoon with a shipment of flour. I smuggled myself up here. I hid in one of the wardrobes so I would not be sent home before the gates closed for the night.
Then why not reveal yourself while I was awake?
The woman hung her head.
I have slept badly all week fretting over this. It was warm in there, and there were folded comforters under me. I fell asleep. Truly, I did not mean to frighten you, but I had to speak to you before anyone comes to find me.
She was rumpled enough to have spent hours folded up in a wardrobe.
I don't know what you think to accomplish by this invasion. I'm only here for a short time.
But you can help me,
the older woman whispered, her grip so tight that Sandry's fingers began to ache.
You're the only one who can. If you don't, I will die by my own hand, I swear it.
Sandry scowled.
I really don't approve of drama, Ravi. At least tell me your name.
Gudruni Clayhame,
the woman whispered, her head bowed.
I will not give you my married name, because I never wanted it, and wish to be rid of it through your mercy.
Sandry shook her head with a sigh.
I don't see how I can help you there. But in any case, let me put on a robe and slippers, and let's get some real light in here. You can tell me all about it. Now please, let go before my fingers break.
If anything, Gudruni's hold tightened.
Swear it on your ancient name. Swear to me by all the gods you will not call for the guards.
I swear. Though really, my word as a noble should be enough.
From the way Gudruni's eyes scuttled to the side, she didn't share Sandry's opinion of a noble's word. Sandry shook her head, then asked,
"May I now have my hand?"
Gudruni released it as if it had turned into a hot coal. Sandry massaged her aching fingers, then started to get up. Gudruni leaped to her feet and fetched Sandry's robe, helping her into it while Sandry thrust her feet into her slippers. Before Sandry could move, Gudruni knelt before the fire, poking the embers into flame and adding fresh wood. Even though it was spring, the air was chilly. Sandry lit a taper from the flames, and with it lit the wicks on a branch of candles.
She had to be desperate to do this,
she thought, remembering the way her Namornese companions had spoken of dealing with the peasants who didn't pay nobles the proper respect.
I doubt they'd be very kind to someone who crept into a noble's bedroom. The least I can do is hear her out, and make certain she comes to no harm.
Once they had decent light, she nodded to one of the 2 chairs that framed the hearth.
"Seat yourself. Should I ring for tea?"
When Gudruni half leaped to her feet from the chair, Sandry grimaced.
"Very well, no tea. Please stop leaping about like that."
As Gudruni settled back, Sandry took the other seat.
"Now,"
she said, folding her hands in her lap,
"tell me what brings you up here. A direct tale, if you please. I've been riding all day, and I want some rest."
Gudruni looked down.
10 years gone, I was considered quite the beauty. All the lads were courting me, whether they had prospects or no, and even though I had no fortune of my own, and I was vain, I admit, I teased and I flirted. Then Halmar began to call.
She swallowed hard and added,
Halmar Iarun. He was in his 20s and I in my teens. He's the miller, like his father, and he's done well as miller. He said he'd had his fun, and it was time for him to be setting up his nursery, and he decided I would do.
Gudruni sighed.
I would do. As if he had a field of choices, and I met most of his requirements. Oh, I was angered. I sent him off with a host of insults, and went back to my flirtations.
Tears trickled down her cheeks.
One day, my mother sent me out to gather mushrooms for supper. I went to the woods 3 miles from here, where I knew there were edulous mushrooms, my favorites. I was gathering them when Halmar came for me. He ran me down on horseback, caught me, and took me to a shepherd's hut up in the hills. And there he kept me, according to the custom.
Gudruni's lips trembled. Sandry found a handkerchief in the pocket of the robe and passed it over.
He did not strike me. Not then. He said he wanted me to love him. He said I would love him and agree to marry him, or I would never see my parents again. He tied me up while he was gone, and he came back to me each night to feed me and to tell me how much I was missed until I signed the marriage contract. A priest took our marriage vows, or rather Halmar's vows, since they didn't need mine. I am his wife now, and the mother of our 2 children.
Sandry listened to this astonishing tale in silence, fury rising up from her belly until so much of it was collected in her throat that she could hardly breathe.
"You married a man who would do that to you?"
she demanded after Gudruni had been silent for at least a moment.
"You live in the house of a man who would treat you that way?"
She jumped to her feet to cry,
"Where is your pride? How could you bear him children? How could you share his bed?"
Gudruni looked at her as if Sandry had just started to speak Old Kerchali.
I had no choice,
she whispered, her lips trembling.
he would have kept me there forever. Other men do worse to make women sign the marriage contract, and once it is signed, the wife has no rights. Most marriages are not made with a contract for that reason, but in West Namorn...
She shrugged, her bony shoulders dimpling the cloth of her gowns. Sandry stared at Gudruni, her hands clenched on the back of the chair.
But you can run away.
And with a contract he can ask anyone to give me back. The only way a woman can be freed of the contract would be if she petitioned her liege lord to set it aside.
Then why didn't you? Cousin Ambrose is a fair man. How could you not go to him?
Because he is not the liege lord here. Your mother rode by me, twice, when I tried to ask her years ago. Now I come to you. Please claim. I will do anything you ask, if you will but free me of him.
Sandry realized she was trying to shrink away from Gudruni. Surely she had not just said that about her mother. Sandry had known for years that her mother was a pleasure-seeker, a pretty woman who cared only about her husband, her daughter, and having fun. She had never considered that those things might make her mother a very bad noblewoman.
What about your own family? Surely they protested. Didn't they search for you while he had you captive?
My family was just my parents. My sisters had married away from Landrag, and I had no brothers. People in the village searched for me, but there are signs a man leaves to show he has taken a woman for a horse's rump wedding. That's what we country folk call it. Mostly, it is a harmless way to get past an overbearing family, or to avoid waiting to wed, or to add spice to a runaway marriage. He told them that I decided he must court me, and they believed him. I had made enough mothers angry toying with their sons. They were glad to think I would marry this way.
She thrust a hank of hair back with a trembling hand and looked curiously at Sandry.
You truly did not know of this custom? To kidnap a woman or pretend to, and hold her in a secret place until she escapes, or is rescued, or signs the contract and is wed?
I've never encountered anything like it before. Gudruni, if you are lying to me...
Gudruni slid to her knees.
The custom comes to us from old Hyde Heltak.
She named the seed country from which the Namornese Empire had sprung.
You might even inquire of the Empress, if you dared. It was done to her twice, but she escaped both times before she could be forced to sign the contract. The punishment visited on her captors once she was free made all men think twice about trying such things with her.
But wouldn't she react the same if it happened to other women?
Demanded Sandry, feeling as if the safe and level earth were swinging wildly under her feet. Gudruni wiped her eyes again as tears spilled down her cheeks once more.
She said, when a noblewoman came to her, that any woman foolish enough to be caught was a caged bird by nature, and must content herself with a keeper.
Sandry shivered.
That sounds like Bernine,
she thought unhappily.
It would be like her to despise other women because they didn't manage to escape like she did. Well, there's nothing we can do right now with the gates closed for the night. In the morning I will set this right for you, Gudruni.
She bit her lip to stop it from trembling with shame. When she felt she could speak without her voice betraying her, she said very quietly,
I beg your forgiveness for my family, for our not doing our duty by you. You deserved better.
She cleared her throat, quickly wiped her cheeks, then said more briskly,
There's a trundle bed under mine. You can stretch out there at least.
Gudruni pulled out the trundle as Sandry banked the fire again.
What of your children?
Sandry asked once she had climbed back into bed.
What happens to them?
Gudruni smiled wanly as she sat on the trundle.
They will remain with me,
she said, turning to blow out the candles.
The children belong to the mother, as they do everywhere.
She took off her shoes by the glow from Sandry's crystal and crawled under the blankets of the trundle bed, which had been made up for the maid Sandry didn't have.
The father may pay, must pay, for their keeping, but the children are the mother's. That is something the Empress approves. I will get to keep my children, since she has decreed that the only bloodlines the law need concern itself with are the mother's.
Of course,
murmured Sandry, her eyes sliding closed.
So the fathers of her own daughters cannot claim the throne in their name. I'll have to hear testimony, hear what those who know you have to say. After so much has been done wrong here, I must be sure to do right.
If Gudruni answered, Sandry did not hear. She was fast asleep. (9) The first day of Rose Moon, 1043 KF, Clayhamat Landrag to Pafkim Village, Namorn. Daja woke to shouting. A glance at the bolted shutters showed bits of pale morning light creeping through the cracks in the wood. She went to her chamber door and opened it.
"Rat you! I know she slithered in somehow!"
came a muffled roar from the ground floor below.
"She was gone all night. Gudruni, I know you're here. You'd best pray, because when I take your hands off me, oaf!"
Frowning, Daja pulled a robe over her nightshirt and went out to the gallery around the main hall to see what was going on. Footmen struggled with a wiry commoner whose face was full of rage. It was the commoner who yelled for someone named Gudruni. Across the gallery, the courtiers ventured from their rooms, looking as if they could use a few more hours in bed. Briar emerged from his chamber, saying back over his shoulder,
"Stay here, Zhegors. Some cack has his underclothes in a twist."
He came to stand beside Daja, taking in the scene below. A third door on their side of the gallery slammed open with a crack that drew everyone's attention. Triss surged to the gallery rail, robe and nightgown flying in a wind that rattled all of her braids, released from their coil for the night. Seeing her red, sharp-nosed face, framed by moving lightning bolts, the people downstairs went still. Triss gripped Chime with both hands as the glass dragon screeched with distress, shimmering with lightning of her own.
"Quiet!"
Triss ordered Chime. To Daja's surprise, Chime obeyed. To the people downstairs, Triss said,
"This is not what I expected in a nobleman's house. Who are you, and how dare you wake us?"
Now Ambrose and Alaga emerged from their rooms. From the look of them, they had started to dress before the fuss broke out.
"Do you stand between a man and his lawful wife? It is you who are in the wrong, thee may say or no. My wife sneaked in here last night, telling all manner of lies, I don't doubt, and I will have her back."
A missing wife does not grant you an excuse to disrupt others' households in this coarse manner, Halmar Iarun,
Ambrose said coldly, leaning on the gallery rail.
"Where is your respect for the Clayhame? She is here at last, and this is the welcome you give her?"
Sandry marched from her room, towing a rumpled woman with coarse, brownish-blonde hair.
If this is Halmar Iarun, then I am glad he is here. You down there, you are the man who kidnapped this woman and forced her to sign a marriage contract 10 years ago?
Uh-oh. She's all on her nobleness already.
It's too early.
Briar was right. All three of them had seen that stubborn jut of Sandry's chin and the blaze of her eyes before. In this mood, Sandry was capable of facing armies armed only with her noble blood.
I am her wedded husband under law, Halmar Iarun Miller.
Down, cur!
Barked one of the footmen, kicking Halmar's legs from under him. The man thudded to his knees.
The Clayhame can have you beaten for your lack of due respect.
Halmar bowed his head.
Are you finished?
Sandry demanded, her eyes on the footman. He looked at her, swallowed hard, and went down on one knee to her, all without releasing his grip on Halmar's arm. His companion, still holding the miller's other arm, slowly went to one knee as well. Every other servant in the lower hall did the same. Briar looked at Daja and rolled his eyes.
Poppycock,
muttered Triss. Sandry glanced at them, frowned, then looked at Halmar again.
I have news for you as your liege lord, Halmar Iarun. Your wife Gudruni has asked me for her freedom, as is her right under law.
Sandry glanced at Ambrose, who nodded.
Well, I decree that she is now free of you. Your marriage is at an end. You will pay for the care of your children by her. That is my right under the law. And shame to you for using such a disgusting trick to marry her.
She was lucky to get me,
Halmar cried, trying to drag free of the men who gripped his arms.
Her family didn't have a holeless garment to their names. Did she tell you that? Holding up her nose at the likes of me when everyone knew she hadn't a copper of dowry. I did her a favor to marry her. I'll provide for my children. I'm no Nallies to let my own blood go hungry, but she'll see not an argub from me in back wages, or whatever you women folk cook up between you.
Another word,
said Ambrose, his voice pure ice.
And I will have you flogged at the village stocks for disrespect to nobles. 1 stripe for each of us.
Halmar looked up at the faces that stared down at him from the gallery.
As far as he knows, we're all noble, and he'll be sleeping on his belly for a month if he doesn't bite his tongue,
thought Daja coolly.
Ambrose should know the only way to douse a fire like that is drown it in a tempering bath. Ice water would silence him fastest. A plunge in the Sith, maybe?
Get him out of my sight!
The footmen rose, hauling the man with them. They bowed deep, forcing Halmar to bow with them, then half-marched, half-dragged him from view. Ambrose looked across the stairwell at Sandry.
You should still have Halmar flogged for disrespect,
he said quietly, his voice carrying perfectly to everyone in the gallery and the main hall below.
We don't encourage the lower classes to speak so to the nobility here.
Sandry flapped a hand as if she brushed away a fly.
Either I'm so important that the squeaks of a beetle like him aren't worth my attention, or I'm not important, which means I can't hire his former wife as my maid and her children as my pages. Which is it, do you suppose, cousin?
I thought you didn't need a maid,
Triss reminded Sandry, her voice flat. Her lightnings were just beginning to fade. Gudruni looked at Sandry.
You don't? Lady, I do not wish to be a burden. I can get sewing work in the city. I never meant to be a charge on you.
Hush,
Sandry told her gently. She glared at Triss and said,
It's been made clear to me that it's very strange for me not to have a maid. Gudruni will add to my consequence. All right? Does that suit you?
Don't bite my head off,
retorted Triss as Chime climbed up to her shoulder.
Did they deliver your consequence in the middle of the night? I didn't hear it arrive.
They smuggled it in with the morning bread. They didn't want us getting in the way of her consequence.
Sandry propped her hands on her hips and glared at him.
Enough.
Yes, Clayhame.
He bowed and returned to his room.
Yes, Clayhame,
added Triss. She bobbed a curtsy and retreated to her own chamber with Chime. Sandry looked at Daja, clearly upset, and opened her mouth, but Daja shook her head.
Let them calm down. They always listen better after breakfast,
she thought, though she didn't use their magical tie. She knew that Sandry would understand without that.
Well, I know what Her Imperial Majesty would say,
volunteered Jack. Unlike the others, he looked fresh and ready for the day as he leaned on the gallery rail, grinning with amusement.
She'd say a Clayhame's word is law, whether she means consequence or the marriage of one of her servants. Particularly when the Clayhame's of imperial blood. You're a spitfire in the morning, aren't you, Lady Sandry? The poor sod who marries you may not be ready for so much hot pepper in his bed.
Sandry stuck her tongue out at him.
She's forgotten that newly arrived consequence already,
observed Daja. Gudruni sank to the floor, weeping.
Enough,
Sandry told her kindly.
It seems you weren't lying, which is really just as well if you're to work for me.
She looked over at Ambrose.
Would you send a few men-at-arms with Ravi Gudruni to help her pack and to bring her children here?
Elaga looked at her husband.
You said things would be different with the Clayhame at home,
she remarked with a twinkle in her eye.
I see now you weren't joking. Perhaps you should order that the catapults be inspected, in case she wants to practice with those later.
She turned and vanished into her room. Rizu laughed from her position across the stairwell.
Where's the fun in that?
She asked Daja.
Get dressed. You and Katie can go riding with me.
As Daja nodded her agreement, Jack offered.
I'll ride.
Not me,
grumbled Finn.
I'm going back to bed.
Ambrose continued to watch Sandry.
I was not her overlord. I could stop him from beating her, but that was all I could do.
Please don't rub my nose in it, cousin,
Sandry replied gloomily, urging Gudruni to her feet.
I'm already feeling guilty.
Of the woman at her side, she asked,
You petitioned my mother twice?
She led Gudruni back into her rooms. Daja sighed.
I'd hoped to sleep late,
she said to no one in particular.
Give me an hour?
Daja asked Rizu. The young woman nodded and returned to her chambers, while Daja went back to get dressed. Once clothed, she checked on Sandry. Her friend stood in her personal sitting room, staring bleakly through an open window. Sounds of rummaging came from the bedroom. It seemed as if Sandry's new maid had gone straight to work.
Was it all that dire?
Asked Daja, curious.
It had to be solved first thing in the morning?
Sandry grimaced.
You mean I should have done it with more ceremony? Probably. But Halmar rushed in first thing, remember? I think Cousin Ambrose would have stopped me if I were in the wrong. You didn't see her, Daja. She hid in here to talk to me.
She gave a tiny smile.
Well, then she fell asleep and woke me in the middle of the night. He kidnapped her, and he forced her to sign a marriage contract. She could only be free of it if my mother, or I, decreed it.
She returned to her watch over the view outside her window.
Daja, my mother didn't only refuse to hear her. She ignored Gudruni. She ignored the whole thing and left Gudruni with a man who forced her. I didn't think my mother was like that.
Like what? Like a noble?
Uncaring. Oh, I know she was flighty. So was Papa. They were like children in a way. They used their money to travel and have fun all the time, never asking where it came from or what they owed to the people who provided it. They were wrong in that. Very wrong. If I've learned nothing else these last 3 years, I've learned that much.
She turned and went to sit in the chair next to Daja's.
And yet, I don't want to be responsible here. I don't want to stay here. My home is with Uncle and the 3 of you. But won't I be selfish if I insist on going away again? Won't I be turning my back on these people?
She bowed her head and covered her face with her hands. Daja stroked her friend's hair.
Sometimes she has too good a heart. I had forgotten that. It depends on how you do it,
she said gently.
I just don't think you should be deciding all this on a bad night's sleep and an ugly scene first thing in the morning. You need to eat something, and you'd best tell the housekeeper to make provision for your new maid and her children.
Sandry winced.
You're right. Will you keep Gudruni company while I go?
Before Daja could say,
I think you're supposed to have the housekeeper come to you.
Sandry was out the door. Looking into the bedroom, Daja saw that Gudruni was staring out at her. She walked over to the woman.
I don't think we've been introduced. I'm her sister, Daja Kasubo. There's another sister and a brother. You saw them outside, maybe, the redhead and the young man with the short black hair. We're all mages, real mages, with a medallion.
She lifted hers from under her robe and watched Gudruni's face as the woman looked at it. She wanted Gudruni to understand her perfectly.
If you try to take advantage of Sandry, that would be sad. We really won't like it. People usually wish they just left the four of us alone after they've experienced us as unhappy.
Gudruni was trembling.
I didn't know about her family. I thought she was an only child, and no one mentioned mages either. I didn't ask her to give me work.
She licked her lips.
Though it would keep me safe from Halmar taking revenge. And my parents will never forgive me for losing Halmar's income for our family. I don't know why she was so generous, but I hope you'll understand if I don't run away screaming. I have nowhere to go.
She met Daja's eyes squarely, though she gulped when she did it. Daja had to grin.
Ah, the Sandry effect.
She held up a hand.
No, I don't expect you to know what I mean. You just reminded me that when we four lived together at Winding Circle Temple in Emelon for 4 years, now and then we'd find people who looked flattened, dismayed, and happy. Then we always knew Sandry was nearby. Once she decides to make your life better, look out. It's easier to throw yourself off a cliff than it is to keep her from sweeping you up when she's in that mood.
She changed the subject abruptly and offered her hand.
Daja Kasubo. Was Halmar really as pin-headed as he was talking out there?
Gudruni sighed and sat on Sandry's bed.
Halmar was never denied anything by his family. He was the only male child, and he taught me not to deny him anything once we were married.
She smoothed her crushed skirts.
When he beat me, I sought help from Sakad Ambrose and got it, but I never knew Halmar's moods. He would punch the wall next to my head and throw things at me or our children. He would lecture me for hours into the night until I'd agreed to anything just so he would let me sleep. I was always shaking, never sure what the children or I might fail at next.
She tried to smile, but couldn't quite manage it.
I don't believe I've had a night's sleep in 10 years.
Gudruni looked up at Daja.
So, what kind of mage is the Clayhame?
Daja went over to Sandry's workbasket.
First rule. Don't touch this or anything in it. Ever. All right? Even if you need scissors or needle and thread, get them elsewhere. It may look like a sewing basket, but it's her mage's kit.
Gudruni looked at the basket, then at Daja.
I may only be a miller's wife, or a miller's one-time wife, but that doesn't make it right to mock me, Vimese.
Daja rolled her eyes.
I don't mock, not when it comes to magic. Sandry is a mage with weaving, spinning, sewing. Even her pins have magic in them. You don't know what they'll do if you use them. Make sure your children understand it too. Briar thought once he could give his hands a little tattoo with vegetable dyes. He has plant magic. And Sandry's needles. Now he has plants made of ink that grow and move under his skin.
Gudruni's lips moved in a silent prayer. Feeling she had made her point, Daja asked,
You have 2 children?
Yes. My boy is 7, my daughter 10. I'll be certain they know. They are good children and they mind me. But I have never heard of a mage whose kit is a sewing basket.
You've heard of stitch witches, though. Where do you think they keep their mage kits?
Daja opened the shutters, letting the morning breeze into the room.
Did you see the redhead?
Her hair was sparkling. Actually, it looked like...
She hesitated, as if afraid to name what she had seen.
Lightning,
Daja said for her.
That's because it was. Triss's mage kit is her hair, her braids. She keeps different magics in each and every braid, but the lightning is hard to keep in one place, particularly when she's out of sorts.
The sitting room door opened and Sandry returned.
Well, that's that. Apparently there are other rooms off these for the maid the housekeeper expected me to have. I don't believe I've ever been made to feel so ramshackle in my life by someone who was so terribly polite. She even managed to scold me for not making her come up here. I wasn't aware I had to answer to my own housekeeper.
You're frightening your new maid,
Daja said gently.
Sandry ought to be throwing off lightnings right now,
she thought. Sandry looked at Gudruni.
Oh, cat dirt. Gudruni, don't mind me. I'm cross, but it's nothing to do with you. I'm glad you've met Daja, and Cousin Ambrose says the men-at-arms are ready whenever you are. You can go get your children and your belongings when you wish.
The woman looked from Daja to Sandry and back again.
I have 1,000 things to say, and none of them make sense. You will never regret this day, Clayhame.
She grabbed Sandry's hand, kissed it, and fled. Sandry looked at Daja.
What did you talk about?
I just started to tell her the less complicated things. You did say you didn't want a maid, you know,
Daja remarked, leaning against the wall. Sandry wrinkled her nose.
What else could I do? He looked like the vindictive sort, and maybe now servants will stop carping at me over my lack of a maid.
Daja came over and kissed her cheek.
Ah, you did it just to silence the servants.
Inside, through her magic, she added,
But you still have a heart bigger than all Emmeline.
Sandry smiled, her lips trembling.
If this morning's work brought one of my sisters back into my heart, then this whole trip was worth it,
she replied through their now open magical connection. Aloud, Daja teased,
At least until the next time chime gets into your work basket.
She heard brisk footsteps and Rizu's and Katie's voices outside.
Some of us are going riding. Want to come?
Sandry grimaced.
Ilaga wants to give me the inner castle tour. Then Ambrose will show me the outer castle. I get to spend my afternoon looking at maps and account books.
She sighed and slumped into a chair.
I shouldn't complain. I've been reaping the benefits of these estates like mad for years. It's only right that I learn the state they are in. And maybe I should have seen to it before this.
Another day,
Daja promised, feeling sorry for her.
I leave you to your tours.
Skipping breakfast, Daja dressed quickly and hurried out to the stable yard. Rizu and Katie were already in the saddle and nibbling on sweet rolls. An ostler came forward with Daja's saddled and bridled gelding. She mounted and steadied the animal, wishing she had thought to wheedle a snack from the cook on her way out. Rizu offered her a steaming roll. She had a pouch full of them.
One thing about riding with the Empress. You learn the quickest ways to get hold of breakfast before you ride off at sunrise.
Actually, Her Imperial Majesty would think the day was half over at this point,
said Katie, looking east.
We tend to sort ourselves into two groups over time. The ones who couldn't sleep past dawn even if we wanted to, and the ones, like Finn, who sleep in every chance they get.
Will you look at this?
Rizu asked.
Here we are, 3 females all mounted up and ready to ride. If Jack and Briar don't get out here soon, I say we should leave these lazy men behind and eat all the rolls.
Jack was complaining just last week that women always keep him waiting. He's never going to hear the end of this.
End of what?
Jack sauntered into the stable yard, a sausage roll in one gloved hand. An ostler led his mount over to him.
You're late.
You're still here, so how can I be late? And here comes Briar.
Jack pointed to a side door.
We're all here and ready to go,
Rizu informed Jack as Briar accepted the reins of his horse.
Isn't Clayhame's Sandraline coming?
Jack wanted to know.
I thought I'd be needed to save her from ferocious goats and the like.
Those goats should look for someone to save them from her. Haven't you been paying attention?
She has to do responsible things,
Rizu informed Jack.
Unless you want to hold account books for her to read, I'd mount up.
Jack shuddered as he followed her suggestion.
That's what I have older brothers for,
he said, patting his bay's glossy neck.
Responsible things.
He looked at Briar.
Race you to the river bridge,
he said quickly, and urged his mount into a gallop.
Coming through!
Briar yelled, setting his own horse to a trot. He pulled himself up into the mare's saddle as she moved, effortlessly swinging his leg over her back. Katie laughed and galloped alongside Briar as they raced for the first gate. Rizu sighed.
Children. Overgrown children, the lot of them.
She and Daja followed the racers at a more leisurely pace.
Let's hope all of the gates are open, or this will be a short race.
She winked at Daja. Daja looked down, feeling her cheeks grow warm. She wished she had long, curling lashes like Rizu's. They made everything she did look flirtatious. For the next 2 days, Sandry's companions amused themselves while Sandry acquainted herself with her ancient family home and its management at the hands of Empress and his father. After that, the group ranged farther afield with Ambrose on rides to introduce Sandry to her many acres and those who worked them. They lost Briar for a day when he got to talking with the man in charge of the river tolls and crossings. All it took was the mention of particularly tough, long water weeds that fouled oars and rudders to sidetrack Briar from his flirtation with Katie. She pouted for 2 days and reserved her smiles for Jack until Briar produced a small bottle of lily-of-the-valley perfume made so that 1 drop would leave her smelling hauntingly of the flowers. That gift returned him to her good graces. Daja too enjoyed the rides, partly because they took her to the villages that lay on Sandry's vast holdings. Those villages had smiths, men and women who were more than happy to talk with and to trade tips with another smith. After time spent in the nobles' glittering company, Daja needed the solidity of the forge and those who worked in them. She always felt excited among the nobles, as if she stood on the brink of some great discovery. It was wonderful but exhausting. Metal brought her back to earth. Triss never accompanied them. She was too busy working with Jegors, teaching him ways to shut out the things he saw and heard, being more patient with Daja's jittery friend than Daja believed Triss could ever be.
Something she learned on her travels gentled her a bit,
Daja thought one night over supper, watching Triss rest a hand on Jegors's shoulder as he stared into the hearth fire.
If she doesn't think anyone's watching her, she can actually be kind. Triss, who would have thought it?
Sandry thought she would go mad with Ambrose's dry recounting of grain yields, mule sales, and tax records, but she had to admire his work. In those immense account books she could trace the progress he and his father had made with her holdings. His father had done well, but he had spent as little as possible to maintain buildings and roads and to handle the payments for those who worked the land. He saved every copper in order to send quarterly payments to Sandry's mother, and then to Sandry. When the writing in the books changed to Ambrose's tiny spiked handwriting, she saw that he had made loans and collected interest, then used that money to invest in crop management and exports. He had used those profits to make improvements to the estates, increasing production and creating a wider variety of goods to send to market. The problem was the one that she had observed in Emmeline, the increase of taxes on the estates. Sandry was poring over tax records one sunny afternoon a week after their arrival, when Triss came to ask her permission to take Gudruni's children and Jegors up into the watchtower.
The guards refused to let us go without permission from you or Ambrose or Elaga,
she said dryly, leaning over Sandry's shoulder.
What are these?
Imperial taxes. You know, maybe the guards won't believe you,
Sandry remarked, picking up her shoulder wrap. A tiny hope that perhaps Triss would reopen their connection as Daja had surged in her heart. Sandry immediately crushed it. Triss was too wary and too preoccupied with Jegors. Her chances were better with Briar for now.
I should go along so they'll know you have my permission for certain. Where are Ambrose and Elaga anyway?
Triss did not reply. Instead, she frowned, running a finger down a column of numbers. Sandry waited, then nudged the redhead.
Triss? I asked you something, sister dear. Triss?
When this didn't produce a response, Sandry poked Triss hard. Triss scowled at her.
They aren't in the castle, all right?
Sandry pointed at the book.
What's so interesting? Don't say Ambrose is witching the sums, because I won't believe you.
Triss snorted.
And I'm the queen of the Battle Islands. No, it's not Ambrose. Don't you see? There are more entries as you get older, more taxes, and more of them coming directly from the throne. First you were taxed 4 times a year, then 6, then there's a double tax in this year. He's as mule-headed as you, your cousin.
Sandry blinked at Triss.
You should be a prophetess, you're so cryptic. Just say what it is right out, Triss.
Triss rolled her eyes.
She was trying to drain his purse for some reason. Probably so he wouldn't be able to send you this exact sum each year, because that's the only amount that remains the same. He's been scrambling, cutting other spending, but that amount remains the same, even during the last 3 years, when he's had to cut everything else to the bone. And here's this year, 1 levy of imperial taxes, when last year there were 3 already. I'll bet he never said a word to you, did he?
He sent me the tax records, so I could see for myself,
thought Sandry, ashamed. She knew why this year's record was so different. She had sent word north via mages that she was coming to Namorn in late spring.
The instant she knew I was coming, she stopped taking so many taxes out of these lands,
Sandry whispered.
Why didn't he say anything to me? I just assumed he was coping with it all.
It was a point of pride for him.
They turned. Elaga stood in the doorway.
He felt that you would believe he had mismanaged things if he could not make your payment. I begged him to let you know the people here were being forced to pay for your absence, but...
She shrugged.
He is yet another Landrick mule.
Landrick House breeds very fine mules,
cried Sandry, her family pride stung.
Yes,
Elaga replied dryly, her gaze direct.
I believe it is because the breeders share a few traits in common with them.
Sandry heard a squeak that might have been a smothered laugh from Triss. She turned to glare at her sister, then remembered something she had seen in the books. She seized the volume that held the previous year's accounts and leafed through it hurriedly, this time noting many expenditures where lines had been drawn through to show they had not been made. She stopped at the one that had puzzled her. Through the line drawn over it she read the words, masonry, stones, tiles, Pothkim repairs. She carried the heavy book over to Elaga and showed the Pothkim line to her.
What should this have been?
Elaga sighed.
You haven't seen Puffkim yet. It's on the northwest border, in the foothills. Flooding 2 years ago ruined some of the houses and made others unstable. It also changed the water. They could only sink 1 new well when they need 3. They're all right. We help as we can, but...
He felt he had to make the payments to me, and the Empress raised taxes to get me here. I don't understand that. How would that get me to come?
The landholder may appeal to the imperial courts for tax relief. Only the landholder. The Namornese crown has a long and proud history of trying to keep its nobles on a short leash.
So Sandry asks for relief, and then she can go home to Emelon.
They can only ask for relief from a specific tax. Once Sandry is gone, her Imperial Majesty will simply impose new ones.
Sandry stared at her, her mouth agape.
But I could never go home. She'd keep me here even knowing I hated it.
She scowled suddenly, a white-hot fire burning inside her chest.
I hate bullies,
she thought furiously.
And Baronine is a bully of the first degree. So she's going to make me stay here? I think not. Even if I have to beggar myself to cover her stupid taxes, I will. She will not punish my people ever again, and she will not make me obey.
She took a deep breath and let it out.
If Triss had gotten that angry in my shoes, every thread in this room would have knotted right up,
Sandry thought with pride.
But I have control over my temper. I would like to ride to Puffkim tomorrow and review its situation for myself,
she told Elaga loftily, holding her chin high.
Will you make the proper arrangements, please?
Elaga curtsied. If there was a mild reproof in her eyes, Sandry ignored it.
I answer to no one but Uncle,
she thought stubbornly.
It's time all these Namornese learned that.
To Triss she said,
I believe I will join you and the others on the watchtower.
Triss propped her fists on her hips.
Not if you're going to act the Countess with them. I've just got Jigors calm enough to go out among people at all, and the way Gudruni's been telling her kids about your generosity and how splendid you've been, they'll bolt and run the minute they see your nose in the air.
Elaga quietly left the room as Sandry lowered her nose to glare at Triss.
I am not acting the Countess. And you should talk.
I mean it. Act like a decent person or you can't come.
Sandry met her friend's stormy glare and quickly realized how ridiculous she was making herself.
I am a decent person. Triss, you don't understand. I'm going mad with all these games people play to get me to do what they want. Fit only to be waited on and to be married. Remember? It's what that woman said to me all those years ago. Well, all these cursed Namornese think I'm fit for is to be sold off to the highest bidder, like some prize mule.
I suppose I'm supposed to be sympathetic now,
replied Triss at her most unsympathetic. Sandry had to laugh.
No,
she said, linking her arm through one of Triss's.
You're supposed to take your sister and fellow mage student to say hello to your friends.
Good,
Triss said, towing Sandry toward the door.
Because I'm not in a sympathetic mood.
Sandry made a face when Gudruni opened the shutters the next morning to reveal a gray and drizzly dawn. After her request at supper the night before, Ambrose had sent word to Puffkim that their Clayhame was coming for a visit in the morning. It seemed she would be visiting with a smaller group than usual. Even early morning riders like Rizu and Daja chose to return to bed when they saw the dripping skies.
Yes, Triss can keep us dry,
Daja told Sandry with a yawn.
But there will be mud, and inspecting, and people bowing and curtsying, and the only time that's bearable is when it's a nice day. Have fun.
She twiddled her fingers at Sandry and Triss in farewell. The guardsman who had been assigned that morning to accompany the girls and Ambrose had never been treated to one of Triss's rain protections before. For some time they rode under her invisible shield in silence, with frequent glances overhead at the rain that streamed away from 3 feet above.
"It's quite safe,"
Sandry told them, trying to make them feel better.
"She can do it over an entire trader caravan and still read without losing control over it."
Triss, crimson-cheeked, shot a glare at Sandry and continued to read. Ambrose finally drifted over to Sandry's side.
"I'd get sick to my stomach doing that,"
he told Sandry in a murmur.
"I can't read in carriages or ships, for that matter."
"I think if Triss got sick, she wouldn't even notice. Look at Chime."
The glass dragon flew in and out of Triss's magical shield as if it were no barrier at all, sprinkling rain droplets all over the members of their small group.
"She's having fun,"
Sandry added with a grin. She looked at Ambrose. His blue eyes followed the little dragon. Chime gleamed rainbow colors in the morning's subdued light. She spun and twirled as if she were a giddy child at play. There was a smile on Ambrose's lips and a glow in his eyes.
"He's not such a dry stick after all,"
thought Sandry, startled.
"You just have to catch him being human."
Suddenly she felt better about this man who so often reminded her of her obligations. She had been seeing him as a taskmaster.
"Maybe if I tried treating him as family, he might warm up to me."
She fiddled with an amber eardrop, then asked him,
"Did you know my mother's father at all?"
He was willing to talk of their relatives, and proved himself to be a good storyteller. Sandry was laughing as they rode over one last ridge and down into the valley that cushioned the village of Pothkin. Startled by what lay before her, she reined up. Now she understood why flooding had hurt the place so badly. It was all bunched in the smallest of hollows, huddled on either side of a narrow, brisk river that churned in its channel in the ground.
"Were they mad to build it here?"
Ambrose shook his head.
"You can't see them, but the clay pits are in the hills on the far side of the river. They need to be close to the water to transport the clay. They can't get enough of it out by horseback to make it worth the expense, but people in Dan Cruen are eager to line up at the wharves to bid on loads. They make very good pottery with it in the city, and goats and mules find plenty to graze here, but the footing's too steep for cows, and the growth too scanty for sheep."
Sandry looked the village over. Now she saw the flood marks on the lone bridge over the river and on the walls of the buildings. Here and there were houses that had collapsed in on themselves. The outside walls of several homes were braced with wooden poles.
"If the wells are bad here, how can they put down new ones that won't be bad either?"
"The one well they've been able to sink is higher up. They built a makeshift aqueduct to carry the water to the village, but a good wind knocks it over. With money they can sink new wells up where the water is good, and build stone channels to bring it to the village."
Ambrose sighed.
"I'd wanted to do that this year, but—"
Sandry scowled. Was there no end to the repairs her family's lands required?
"Sell the emeralds my mother left to me if we haven't the cash. They aren't bound to the inheritance. I can sell them if I like. If you can't get more than enough money for them to fix all this, you aren't the bargainer I take you for, cousin."
"Are you sure?"
he asked as they entered the outskirts of the village.
"Won't you want them to wear or to pass on?"
"The need is here. And I'm not much of a one for jewelry,"
Sandry replied as people came out of their homes.
"Oh, splendid,"
she heard Triss murmur.
"The bowing and scraping begins."
Sandry sighed windily and glared at the other girl.
"Let loose a lightning bolt or two. That should put a stop to it if you dislike it that much."
Instead, they'll fall on their faces in the mud. Somehow that doesn't seem like an improvement.
Sandry shook her head.
"Empress has been listening to my brother and sisters too much,"
she thought, half amused, and dismounted from her mare. One of her guards also dismounted and took her mount's reins. Once that was taken care of, Sandry looked at a small boy. He was doing his best to bow, though the result seemed shaky.
How do you do? Are you the speaker for this village?
The Namornese called the chiefs of their villages speakers. The boy sneaked a grin at her, then shook his head. A little girl standing behind him said,
"You aren't stuck up. They said you would be."
"Morgan!"
cried her mother. She swept the little girl behind her and curtsied low. The curls that escaped her headcloth trembled.
"Clayhame, forgive her. She's always speaking her mind, even when it will earn her a spanking."
She gave an extra tug to the child's arm. Sandry lifted the mother up.
I'm glad there's someone who will speak to me directly, Ravi. Megan, is that you back there? Or some very wiggly skirts?
The girl poked her head out from behind her mother.
It's me.
Do I seem stuck up to you? Ravi, please. I'm not offended. Let her come say hello.
She has a way with people.
Sandry heard Ambrose murmur to Triss.
I wish I did.
You show them you care about them by looking after their welfare,
she heard Triss reply.
Do you believe her when she says put whatever funds you need into help for your tenants? Because she means it. She won't ask you later what you've done with her emeralds. When she gives her word, you may trust it.
Whenever she makes me truly cross, I have to remember she says things like this,
thought Sandry as she acknowledged Megan's curtsy.
I still wish she hadn't closed herself off from me, but I'm so glad she came.
The village speaker soon arrived, trailing a few bewildered goats. Triss stepped back, out of the way of the dance of manners required when Namornese commoners met the noble whose lands they worked. Once the greetings were done, Sandry asked to see the homes and wells damaged by floods in earlier years. Triss watched it all with Chime on her shoulder, her book safely tucked in a saddlebag. Since the dragon was clear unless she'd fed recently, most of the villagers couldn't see her until they were close to Triss. One bold girl reached out to touch the small creature and only looked around when Chime began to purr. When her eyes met Triss's, the girl jerked her hand away with a gasp of alarm. Triss made herself smile in what she hoped was a friendly way. Looking at the trembling smile on the girl's lips, she told herself,
I think it worked.
After that first experiment with the village girl, she got to keep on performing her social smile. The children, those who didn't have to return immediately to work at the tasks of daily living, came to meet Chime. While she held the dragon so her new admirers could touch her more easily, Triss shifted until her nose was pointed into the rainy day breeze.
Someone upwind is making soap,
she thought as she sorted through scents.
And that's butter in the churn. Oh, household privies and animal manure,
she thought grimly.
Really, these people should learn to clean up more if they don't want their water going bad. I'd better let Sandry know they need to collect their manure before it starts leaking into their well water.
She smiled happily.
There's wet spring earth. I love the smell of wet dirt. And here's the river under all of it.
She frowned. The river was young and ferocious, clawing at the banks. Triss didn't know a great deal about bridges, but she did understand rivers. Left to its own devices, this one was probably digging the banks away from the piers that supported the bridge. Handing Chime over to the girl who'd touched her first, Triss left their tour and ambled over to the steep banks near the bridge. Closing her eyes, she let her power spill down the earthen sides. They were awkwardly held in place with a patchwork of boulders, bricks, smaller stones, and even planks of wood. She felt the swirling and thrusting river as it tugged the man-made walls, trying to pry them apart. They needed to be strengthened without disturbing the bridge, or they would collapse into the river, clogging it. Triss took a breath and sent threads of magic down into the ground as Sandry might set the warp threads on a loom, reaching deep into the clay soil. Stones of every size peppered the ground underneath her and under the far river bank, more than enough to shape solid rock walls. The problem, of course, was that they were scattered throughout the ground, separated by the dense earth. Triss grinned, her pale eyes sparkling.
This is a wonderfully knotty problem. The trick is to warm the ground just enough to make it easy to mold, then to start shaking it just enough to move the stones as I want them, and just enough that the villagers don't panic and run from the earthquake.
Her fingers danced through her layers of braids, seeking out the ones she had used to trap earth tremors and those in which she had braided the heat of molten lava. They were heavy braids bound with black silk thread in special knots to contain the forces in them. She sat down on the muddy earth with a plop, settling into the most comfortable cross-legged seat she knew. Carefully she began to undo the knots on her braids, sorting through the spells that would release their power for her guidance.
Control is the thing, and patience,
she told herself over and over, concentrating.
They won't know I did a thing.
Oh, good. It's one of her rainy day gowns. Triss! Triss!
Someone, Sandry, shook Triss by the shoulder. Triss stirred.
Triss, you've been here for half the day. You're scaring the nice people. You've scared me, and Chime. And Ambrose doesn't look that well either.
Triss blinked. Getting the earth to calm down once she was finished had been the hardest part of the whole thing. She had forgotten how tiring it was to force what was left of the power of the tremors and the volcanoes back into their proper braids. Weakly she fumbled to tie them up.
What?
She demanded irritably, squinting up at her sister.
I wasn't bothering anybody. I was just sitting here.
The rain had finally stopped.
She made the ground ripple. It all shivered and rumbled and twitched, and nobody dared go on the bridge.
Triss turned her head on her very stiff neck. The speaker was the girl-child Megan. Of all the people who stood and stared at her, Ambrose and their guards included, only Sandry and Maghan had dared to come within reaching distance of Triss.
I was repairing the walls on the banks,
she explained to the child.
Otherwise, they were about to drop into the river.
She looked up at Sandry, her gray eyes glinting.
Or would you rather I'd have let them alone until they collapsed and you had no river?
Sandry smiled at her.
You'll feel better once you've eaten something. And I didn't make your boots. They'll be scraping mud off them for a week.
She offered Triss her hand. Triss took it and fought her body. It had been in one position for much too long, to get to her feet. The mud seemed far deeper than it had been when she sat down. As she struggled and lurched, worried that she would pull Sandry into the clayey soup, she looked at herself. From her waist down she was coated in mud. Magid saw Triss's self-inspection.
You sank. The ground went soft and you sank, and you didn't even move. Ooh,
she whispered as Sandry and Triss brushed at Triss's skirts. The mud slid off as if the cloth were made of glass. Triss grinned at Maghan.
When Sandry makes a dress for a rainy day, she makes sure no one will have to wash it 12 times to get it clean. Really, she's very useful to have around, even if she is a Clayhame.
Sandry elbowed Triss in the ribs.
Shake that mud off your stockings, too, while you're at it.
Triss obeyed.
Come see. Look what happened.
She towed Triss closer to the river's edge. On both sides, 100 yards upstream of the bridge, and roughly the same length downstream, the river banks were secured by solid stone walls. Closer examination showed them to be made of thousands of pieces of rock, large and small, fitted tightly together into barriers a foot thick. Triss bent down to look under the bridge. The walls continued under it, supporting and filling in the spaces around the piers. The river banks would stay put for a few decades, at least.
Not bad for a day's work,
she told Megan, and trudged back to Sandry and Ambrose. The man had procured sausage rolls, which he offered to her. Triss took 2, she was ravenous, and ate quickly and neatly as the guards mustered the nerve to bring forward their horses. When she was done, she shook hands solemnly with Megan and waited for Sandry to mount up.
I'll make sure the villagers thank you before we return to the capital,
Ambrose murmured to Triss.
They're just unsettled. The ground quivered and growled for hours.
I didn't mean to unsettle anybody,
Triss grumbled as she swung herself into the saddle.
I just didn't want you to have to pay to repair the riverbanks along with everything else.
She smiled crookedly.
Sandry might actually have to sell rubies or something.
As Ambrose mounted his horse, Sandry looked back at Triss.
Donkey dung. I was so hoping to sell the rubies Papa bought Mama. I prefer garnets, you know. They have a much more pleasing color.
Chime glided over to them from wherever she had been as they set their horses forward, waving goodbye to the villagers. Ambrose shook his head and continued to shake it.
I've never known anyone like either of you. Not a noblewoman who didn't prize expensive stones, nor a young woman who could stir up the earth like a stew-pot and say, "Oh, by the way, I've just saved you 100 gold argibs in riverbank shoring." Not to mention the lives of the few who always manage to fall into the river and die during the work.
Then you've led a sheltered life.
Sandry patted Ambrose on the arm.
We lived in a very rowdy household. You should be glad we didn't live here, with all the mistakes we made.
But you,
Ambrose said, looking at Triss. Triss slapped her mount's withers lightly with the reins, sending the horse into a trot ahead of the group.
I hate it when they go on and on about the things I can do. Why can't Ambrose just let it drop? It'll be different when I get an academic mage's license at Lightsbridge. Then I can just do all the work mages are expected to do. Charms and spells and potions and things. The trouble with the Winding Circle medallion is that when I show it, I have to explain about weather magic. A Lightsbridge license won't require that. People won't fuss at me for being odd. I can live a normal life.
As she crested the ridge, the wind brought an unexpected metallic tang to Triss's nose. When she straightened to get a better whiff of it, the scent was gone. She drew her mare up and raised a hand to signal the others to slow down.
What's wrong?
The wind shifted. Triss no longer smelled whatever it was. Slowly she lowered her hand.
Maybe nothing,
Sandry replied to her cousin.
Maybe trouble coming.
Maybe one of those villagers slipped off to warn someone we'd be coming this way. Bandits or the like.
One of their guards suggested. When Ambrose frowned at him, the man shrugged.
Sorry, my lord, but we couldn't watch everyone. There's no word the Puffkin folk have any dealings with outlaws, but you never know.
On they went, the guards with hands on their weapons, riding around Sandry and Ambrose in a loose circle. Triss refused to retreat into their ranks. After seeing her work with the river banks, none of the guards insisted that she move inside their protection. They had gone 2 miles when a spurt of wind showed Triss metal plates sewn to leather, and shoved the tang of sweat, oil, and iron into her sensitive nose. She sneezed and reined up. 20 men trotted out from behind a stone outcrop at the bend of the road and rode wide to encircle them. Some guards tracked them with their bows, sighting on first one, then another rider. Ambrose and the remaining guards drew their swords. 3 of the newcomers halted directly in front of their party. One of them was an older man, gray with age and red-nosed from too much drinking, though his seat in the saddle was assured and his gaze clear. Another was a red-headed man in his 30s who wore a gaudy blue tunic over his armor. He grinned at them, but there was nothing friendly about the double-headed axe in one of his hands. The third man was barely older than Sandry and Triss themselves. He wore a metal cuirass and held a bared sword in his trembling grip.
"Good day to you, Soghad Ferlandrig,"
the red-headed man said casually. Ambrose looked as if he'd bitten into a lemon.
"Bidis fair home? Soghad fair how?"
He directed the glare that went with the Soghad title at the oldest newcomer. For the youngest of them, Ambrose spared only a sniff of disdain. He spoke to Sandry, though his eyes never left the men in front of them.
"Behold the least savory of the so-called nobles who haunt your borders in search of easy pickings. Soghad Yeskoi Fairhow is uncle to Bidis Demeter Fairhome, and father to that young sprig of a rotten family tree."
"Ah, but Demeter is your eternal slave, fair Clayhame,"
the red-headed man said, bowing mockingly in the saddle.
"Now, which of you wenches would that be? Please tell me it's not the fat one, Ambrose. Fat redheads always spell trouble in our family. Look at my mother. I suppose I could cut this one back on her feed, get her a little less padded."
Triss sighed and leaned on her saddle horn.
"I wouldn't touch you to kick you,"
she told him rudely, her brain working rapidly.
"Ambrose must think I'm worn out from the river. Oh dear, I suppose a little surprise won't hurt him. He really ought to know that Sandry isn't a helpless maiden. Now seems as good a time as any for him to learn."
"You're going to try that thing, aren't you?"
demanded Sandry, her eyes blazing.
"You're going to try and kidnap me and force me to sign a marriage contract so you'll get my wealth and lands."
"Oh, not try, dearest, wealthy Clayhame,"
Demeter assured Sandry.
"We're going to do it. Your party has 8 swords, and we have 20.
"Isn't that just like a bully? You think you have a sword, so you don't have any vulnerabilities. Out of my way,"
she ordered the guards. They hesitated long enough to infuriate Sandry. Before she could shout at them, Triss said,
"Do as she says, please."
The guards flinched at the sound of her voice. When they looked at Sandry and met her glare, they reluctantly kneed their horses to either side to open a passage for her. Ambrose lunged forward to grab Sandry's rein and missed.
"Are you Emelanese mad?"
he demanded coldly, his cheeks flushed.
"No, we aren't,"
Triss told him quietly.
"We know precisely what we're doing."
Sandry rode forward until her mount stood between those of 2 guards.
"I'm not going with these people,"
Sandry replied, her blue eyes fixed on her would-be kidnappers.
"I can't abide men who don't dress properly."
Triss saw the billow of silver fire that passed from Sandry to strike the 3 nobles in front of them. It spread to their followers, jumping from man to man, until it formed a ring that passed through them all. For a moment it seemed as if nothing had happened. The only sound was the wind over the grasslands around them. Then a man yelped. He wore a leather and metal plate jerkin over his heavy tunic. Now the tunic collapsed into pieces, squirmed out from under the leather, and fell to the ground. Another man in Triss's view grunted as his breeches fell apart at the seams and wriggled off. The tunic under the youngest noble's breastplate also went to pieces and crawled away, while the cloak tied around his neck disintegrated into a heap of threads. Yeskoi hitched his chin as if trying to adjust the shirt under his armor. Instead, a cloud of threads trickled from his sleeves and the hem of his armor, like milkweed down.
Maybe if you had women you didn't treat as slaves, your clothes would hold up better,
Sandry continued, her hands white-knuckled on the reins.
Oh, but look, your leather workers don't do very well either.
Now the stitches on the leather tunics gave way, as did the stitching that secured each metal scale to the leather beneath it. Leather breeches came apart at the seams. Boots fell to the ground in pieces.
I doubt there's saddlers like them either, Clayhame,
remarked one of the guards. All the stitchery in the saddles, tack, and saddle blankets was unraveling. Men slid to the ground, reins in their hands, stumbling as they landed in piles of leather and cloth. Their belts gave way as Sandry's thread magic called to the stitches that held the buckles in place. Leather-wrapped weapon hilts came apart in their owners' fists. By the time Sandry was done, 20 naked men surrounded them. Only a few still held the better-made swords. Even the binding that secured the double-headed axe to its haft came apart, leaving Demeter to scrabble for the sheathed sword that lay among his belongings. The horses fled, unnerved by the feel of things coming apart on their sensitive backs.
I'd surrender if I were you,
Yet another of Sandry's guards advised.
She's been nice. She hasn't asked the redhead to look after you. The redhead isn't at all nice.
I've been working on it.
Ambrose looked at the ring of naked men.
Do you know, I would have thought that, for a mission to kidnap a young girl, you'd all be better equipped.
That's why we needed her, curse you!
Snarled Yeskoi.
A plumply dowered heiress. Do you think one of the imperial pretty boys will serve you any better, thee may say, Clayhame?
Although he was covering his private parts, he still managed to look fierce.
You'd best get it into your head, magic or no, you'll be married soon enough. You won't hold your nose so high when you've a belly full of brats, and you're locked up in someone's country castle, while he prances for the Empress.
Triss looked at Sandry.
What do you say? There's hail coming in the next storm. I could hasten it along, bring the hail down here. By the time I'm done, they'll look like they've been kicked by elephants.
Sandry leaned forward.
I will never marry in Namorn, willing or no,
she said, her voice low and ferocious.
Never, never, never. Get out of my sight, before I tell my friend to send for that hail.
Demeter hesitated, his eyes still on Sandry. His uncle snarled wordlessly and dragged him back, away from Sandry's group.
The Empress has mages too! Great mages who will tie up your power in a wee bow. So you'll marry whoever she pleases, as she commands. Then you'll see about your never, never, never.
He turned and ran for the nearby woods, his kin and his warriors following at a stumbling trot. Sandry spat on the ground in disgust and kneed her mare forward down the road. After a moment's hesitation, Ambrose and their guards followed. Triss remained behind for a moment, undoing one of her wind braids. She drew out a fistful of its power, held it on her palm while she gave it a quick stir with a finger, then turned it loose. It circled the area in a powerful blast. strewing leather and cloth all over the wide fields around the road. Only then did she follow the others. Sandry fumed in silence all the way back to the castle.
How dare these people?
She asked herself silently over and over.
How dare they? What gives them the right to assume they may tell me how I am to live? They don't know me. They don't even care to know me. They look at me and all they see is a womb and money bags. Do people do this with your daughters?
She demanded sharply of Ambrose after they had ridden several miles. Her cousin cleared his throat.
Only a fraction of women are at risk. If a woman is already bound by marriage contract, like most of the young ladies at court, she is considered untouchable. There are women and girls who are related to families or individuals considered too powerful to offend, like Daja's friends in Kugisco, the Bancanors, and the Voscajos. The rest of us keep our daughters close to home in their maiden years.
And it's considered safe to offend my family?
Sandry asked, her voice cutting.
The head of your family is the Empress, and the Empress wants you to remain here.
Sandry suggested what the Empress could do about it in words she had learned from Briar. Ambrose flinched and shook his head.
It was folly of me to let us come out with less than 2 squads of men, but we needed every free hand for the plowing. I thought we would be safe enough inside our borders. Holm and Howe must be desperate to strike at you here.
He frowned.
And someone from Pofkim must have been in their pay to let them know of our visit.
Or someone at the castle got the word out when you announced this jaunt last night,
Triss said matter-of-factly. Sandry glared at her.
What? I'm not saying you shouldn't venture outside your precious walls. It isn't as if we didn't handle the whole mess with no bloodshed. Though I don't see why you didn't arrest the nobles at least,
she told Ambrose.
It was highway robbery, in a manner of speaking.
I wanted to get Sandry home. We'd have had our work cut out for us to round them up and hold them, even without their weapons. And, well, there is the matter of the unspoken law.
What unspoken law?
Ambrose sighed and scratched his head. If he hadn't been such a dignified man, Sandry would have described his look as sheepish.
The one of runaway marriages,
he said reluctantly at last.
No magistrate will penalize a man who kidnaps an unmarried woman for the purposes of marriage. Or if they do, it's a fine, and one so tiny that it's insulting. The only exception is if someone is killed during the kidnapping. Then the man must die.
Mila of the Grain, of course we must punish him if he kills someone, but kidnapping? A mere bit of manly folly. I'm sure if he apologizes to the woman and gives her flowers, she'll come to thank him.
Wincing, Ambrose continued in his dry way.
The customs from the old empire, the one west of the Sith, those we've conquered since have chosen to, well, honor it.
That's barbaric.
All around them the guards from Landrag bristled.
It is,
Sandry insisted, swiveling to look at them.
Around the pebbled sea, women control their own lives within limits. No one can force us to marry against our will.
Actually, they can, but they have to be sneakier about it,
remarked Triss, watching the clouds overhead.
Contracts and bride prices, telling the girl it's for the good of the family, that sort of thing.
It's not right. The Namornese custom is barbaric, and I won't be forced to marry anyone. Anyone who tries to force me will learn a sharp lesson.
Any would-be kidnapper with chainmail would still be wearing it, even after you were done with your spell. And if they know what you can do, they'll be sure to prepare ahead of time.
I am not helpless deadweight,
Sandry whispered, her eyes blazing.
I am no victim, no pawn, no weakling.
Triss sighed as they trotted onto the road that would take them to the castle gate.
No weakling against the Imperial mages? Ishabal is a great mage. So's Kanile. Do you even know if you could face down great mages? If one was trying to kidnap you?
If you three weren't fighting what we used to be, I wouldn't think twice about it. But no, you fear I'll discover something naughty in your minds. Or silly, or ugly. It's like the three of you went off to have your adventures, and then you come home and blame me because we're all different. I want us to be what we were, and all you care about is that travel broadened you.
To her disgust, she realized she was weeping as she shouted her resentments.
Forgive me for wanting my family back.
Before she disgraced herself even further, she kicked her horse into a gallop and pelted headlong up the hill to Landreg Castle. On their return, Sandry retreated to her rooms. As they waited for the bell to call them to the dining hall, it was left to Triss to tell Briar and Daja what had happened that day. Daja nodded when Triss told them about Sandry's last outburst.
She mentioned that to me, back home.
But she said when we left she didn't mind,
Briar complained. They had gathered in his chambers, watching as he put together a blemish cure for Ambrose's oldest daughter. He spoke to his sisters as if he were doing nothing else, but his hands were sure as he added a drop of this and 2 drops of that to the contents of a small bowl.
She told us to stop being silly and grab the chance when it was offered.
What else could she say? If you've forgotten, she hates to distress people.
That wasn't apparent today,
Triss murmured, watching the flames in Briar's hearth.
She left those kidnappers in plenty of distress, and she certainly gave us the rough edge of her tongue coming back. I can't recall ever seeing her angry enough to yell.
She hates being treated like a thing. She always hated it when people looked at her and saw a noble girl, not a human being. And she's been running Duke's Citadel since a few months after we were all gone. It must be hard, going from mistress of a castle and advisor to a nation's ruler, to someone who's supposed to go where she's bid and do as she's told.
If she doesn't like it, let her sign it over to Ambrose,
Briar suggested, wiping off the slender reeds he used as droppers.
Sign it all over and go home.
I think it's a matter of pride. She hates being treated like a noble, except when she wants to act like one. Like today. She was happy enough with the villagers and everything. It was when those idiots tried to make her into a prize that she got all on her dignity. If she gives up these estates now, it will be like she's been forced to surrender what's rightly hers out of fear.
She'll think she's shirking. She already thinks it, with all the things that didn't get done because they had to pay so much out to her, and because of people like Gudruni.
No, it's not that she's afraid to shirk, though Lockig knows she hates that,
Briar told them, pouring his cure into a small glass bottle.
She's got the bit between her teeth now. It's how she always gets when someone says she has to do anything she thinks challenges her rights. Remember when I stole my shack-hand and Crane and his people were chasing me?
He reached out and stroked the tree, which he kept nearby whenever he was working.
There she was, all of 10 and no bigger than an itch, standing in front of the house and telling Crane and his students she forbade them to come onto her ground.
He shook his head with an admiring grin.
Nothing between her and them but a flimsy old wooden fence and gate. And there she was, telling them they weren't allowed to pass.
Daja chuckled.
Or the time she said she wanted me to sit at table with her, and the other nobles balked, and she pulled rank on them. She was that strong-willed even 8 years ago.
Then she must hate all this,
said a soft voice from the doorway. The door had been open, but they had thought everyone else had gone downstairs. Now Rizu leaned against the frame, her arms crossed over her full bosom. Her large dark eyes were filled with pity.
Noble girls don't usually get to dictate the terms of their lives in the Empire. I was wondering how she'd come by the regal manor. I suppose it was losing her parents that made her grow up so fast?
The three looked at one another. Trish shrugged, then Briar, indicating Daja could decide what to tell the older woman. Briar thought it would be all right to trust Rizu a little. He'd noticed she listened more than she gossiped, and she hardly ever said a hurtful word. Briar liked her. For all that he felt, she was unavailable to the likes of him. Since she was always friendly, he knew it wasn't that she had problems with his being a commoner or a mage. He just wasn't her type. That was fine with Briar. Katie, with her sly eyes, and her habit of touching his arm or his shoulder or his chest, was far more intriguing.
Well, her parents traveled a great deal. You know that.
Daja replied to Rizu's question.
She was with adults more than children, and her parents could be a little...
distracted.
Briar supplied, writing down instructions for the use of his blemish cure.
That. And once Nico, who found us once he saw we had magic, we were spending more time among adults and with each other. Then there was the earthquake, and the pirates.
Forest fire,
added Triss softly.
Plague, His Grace's heart attack.
And getting caught up in murders, and having a student to teach, and handling a kind of magic most of us can't even see. It rearranges the way you look at the world.
I should think so. You've led such adventurous lives.
She leaned her curly head against the door frame.
All this must make her feel like a bird in a cage, then. Maybe the three of you feel that way, too?
Briar grinned as Triss chuckled and Daja shrugged.
We don't like cages,
Briar replied for all three of them.
We tend to stay away from them while we can.
You're lucky you're not noble, then,
said Rizu, a shadow passing over her face.
We're supposed to think our cages are open air.
The supper bell chimed at last. Daja was the first to get up and leave the room. As she passed Rizu, she linked her arm through the woman's, drawing her along with her.
Come away with us, then,
she offered casually.
Live without cages.
Rizu threw her head back to laugh. The light gilded the line from her chin down to her bosom. Daja looked at that gilding and away, feeling heat rise in her cheeks. They sent up a tray of food from supper when Sandry refused to come downstairs. She poked at it with her fork, far too angry to eat. She kept trying to sort out her feelings, but they continued to tangle.
How can I feel selfish for yelling at my friend? Proud because I finally said something. Humiliated at the idea that I might be carried off like a prize sheep. Frustrated because I hadn't unraveled those disgusting kidnappers all the way. Ashamed of myself for sulking. And homesick?
She asked herself, stacking vegetables on top of meat for entertainment's sake.
All at once? I hate it here,
she decided, pushing away from the table.
I hate how you never know what people are really thinking. I hate being a prize sheep.
Someone tapped on her door.
Come in,
she called, thinking that Gudruni had come to collect the tray. Finn opened the door and stepped into the room.
We missed you at supper, Lady Sandry. Ambrose told us what happened.
Oh dear,
thought Sandry as he came over to kneel by her chair.
He's going to try to court me.
Finn caught her hand.
Forgive me that I wasn't there to protect you,
he said, his blue eyes blazing.
I should have been. I'd have sent those dogs on their way before they could set so much as a wrinkle of worry on your brow. I'll do it now if you ask it. Ambrose can give me a couple of squads, and I'll find those curs and bring them back for your judgment.
That's very good of you, though I am certain they are long gone by now. But truly, I needed no defenders. I can take care of myself, Finn. And Cousin Ambrose needs the men for plowing.
Plowing? Over your honor and safety? I knew Ambrose was little better than a bookkeeper. But what an insult! And you shouldn't have to defend yourself. You are a gentle creature who must not be touched by sordidness like that. From now on, I'm your devoted servant. My sword is at your command, and if any more hedge knights distress you, I'll make sure they get a lesson they'll remember for what's left of their lives.
He kissed Sandry's hand fervently.
Unlike them, I care only for your happiness.
Sandry couldn't help it. Her mouth curled with disdain.
And my money bags?
Finn kissed her hand again.
Don't interest me in the least. You don't see something precious and beautiful and consider its cost. Or at least, a true nobleman does not. Leave that for the merchants and the traders. Those of us of rank know what real value is.
She got rid of him finally, after 2 hand kisses and more fervent promises of protection.
He waited until after dark to offer to go recapture those men,
Sandry thought dismally as she wiped her hand with her cloth napkin.
Oh, I'm not being fair. He's been fidgeting ever since we came. No doubt he wants to go kidnapper chasing.
Briefly she remembered Demeter's furious red face as the man had shouted at her. For an instant she fought the urge to call Finn back, and to order Ambrose to give him enough men to capture Demeter and his uncle. It was harder than she had expected to resist the temptation.
Humiliation again,
Sandry thought glumly.
I hate uncomfortable emotions. They're so...
Her stomach cramped. Sandry wrapped her arms around her waist and thought,
uncomfortable.
She had managed a spoonful of stewed apples when someone else knocked on her door.
Come in,
she said, thinking this must be Gudruni. Jack entered, a smile in his brown eyes and on his handsome lips.
Mila of the Grain, have mercy on me,
thought Sandry, as she gave Jack her most polite, chilly smile.
I came to see how you did,
he said easily, digging his hands into the pockets of his light indoor coat.
I missed you at supper.
Sandry had noticed that, in the jockeying at mealtimes, Jack had most often gotten himself into the chair next to Sandry, being smoother and more adept at distracting others than Finn.
Ambrose told us what happened. You should write to Her Imperial Majesty.
I thought she was contemptuous of women who got taken, since she managed to escape when it happened to her.
Well, she'll approve of you taking care of the matter yourself, but it's not just that. May I sit?
His eyes were so open and friendly that she caught herself gesturing to a chair before she'd really considered it. Jack dragged the chair over beside hers and sat, leaning forward to brace his arms on his knees.
You are all right then? No aftermath jitters? No fiery wish for revenge now that you've had time to reflect?
Sandry smiled.
None at all. Such men are their own worst enemy.
You certainly deserve better. A man of culture and refinement. Someone who can make you laugh.
But I don't want to be married,
Sandry pointed out reasonably.
I'm happy being single.
But think of the freedom you'd have as a married woman. You can ride wherever you like, within limits, of course. There's crime everywhere. But on your own lands you'd be safe. You'd have your lord's purse to draw on, his lands and castles and jewels to add to your own, an important place at court. What?
He demanded as Sandry gave way to giggles.
Why are you laughing?
Because I'm not interested in any of those things, Jack,
she explained when she could speak.
I know other girls are, but I have all I need when it comes to wealth, and if I were as poor as a mire mouse, I would be able to earn my way with my loom and my needles. With Uncle Vedris, I am important at court. You're sweet, truly you are, but you don't know me in the least.
Jack looked down.
And I suppose that gardener, that boy, does?
Briar?
Sandry cried, shocked.
You think I'd prefer... Please, he's my brother.
I hadn't noted the family resemblance.
Well, it's there. I would no more kiss Briar than... Oh, please! It's just too grotesque to even think about.
Jack grinned at her.
Well, that's a relief, at least.
He must have heard the genuine disgust in Sandry's voice.
Look, just forget what I said. We can still be friends?
Yes, of course,
Sandry told him, offering her hand. Jack clasped it with a smile, then left her alone.
He's sweet,
she thought.
If I wanted a husband.
Suddenly she saw Shan's face in her mind's eye, the easy smile, the wicked twinkle in his eyes, the firm, smiling mouth.
Nonsense,
she told herself strictly.
I don't want a husband. Any husband.
She said it aloud in the hope that it would sound more real that way. She shook her head with a sigh and put all of the dinner things back on the tray. She opened the door, then fetched the tray and set it in the hall. With that chore taken care of, she closed and locked her bedroom door. Gudruni and her children had their own door to their bedroom, which meant Sandry could have a good night's sleep without one more interruption from anyone.
I'll write to Uncle and set a date for my return home,
she told herself, taking out paper and pen.
After that, I know I'll sleep well.
"11. The 4th day of Rose Moon, 1043 KF. Sabla Liz Palace to Clayhamat Landreg, Namorn. Three days later, at the Sabla Liz Palace, just 20 miles from the Landreg estates, Ishabal Ladyhammer found the Empress in her morning room watching the sunrise. Baronine, wearing only a light nightgown and a frothy lace wrap, read over reports as she ate a light breakfast. Her cup of the fashionable drink called chocolate cooled as she read and reread one report in particular, drumming the fingers of her free hand on the table. She only looked up from her reading when the door opened and Ishabal, dressed for the day, came in with a sheaf of papers in her hand.
"Have you seen the reports from Clayhamat Landreg?"
Baronine wanted to know.
"Shall I ring for more chocolate?"
"You know I cannot abide this stuff, Imperial Majesty,"
replied Ishabal. At Baronine's nod she slid into the seat across from the Empress.
"I have already breakfasted. And yes, I have read the reports from Landreg. They are fascinating."
"Fascinating my foot. I want Fair Holm and Fair How to know I am displeased. If they haven't learned that no one may nibble the apples in my garden until I have had my taste, they must be made to understand it."
"Fair Holm and Fair How are ruined, Imperial Majesty. Ruined men are desperate."
"Can you believe it?"
Baronine asked, shaking the papers that she held.
"She undid their clothes, and then she undid everything else they had with stitches in it. That had better not happen to me, Ishabal."
"Charms against such magics are easy enough to make. Surely these men have been punished enough. The heiress escaped. How could we improve upon such humiliation as she gave them? They were forced to run naked to Pofkim, where the good people sent them on their way with pitchforks and laughter."
Baronine looked at her chief counselor from under raised brows.
"My empire, my garden. They tried to take what is mine. The laughter of villagers is not punishment enough for poaching my property. I prefer the sight of such bold and brawny fellows on their knees before me, thank you all the same."
She glanced at the report again.
"I am also disappointed at the lack of information about my cousin's new secretary. Really, the girl might have chosen him to infuriate me. First, she is accosted by a madman, whose life Daja saved back in Kugisko. Then she hires this Jegors as her secretary, or so our spies tell us. Except that her secretary spends his hours magically protected by Trisana and Briar. so our spies know nothing of what they are doing. Jegor spends precious little time writing, certainly, and now I am told that we have no history of the man before Daja met him in Kugisko, because the hospital where he was locked up burned to the ground, including its records. All we know is that he came to Dankruin sometime last summer, and that he lived on begging and charity. Oh yes, and that all who knew him swore he was mad. Those who were not mad themselves.
She dropped the papers on her table.
I can't justify taking agents off important security work to concentrate on someone appearing to be a madman in need of magical help. But there's no denying it, Isha.
Baronine drummed well-manicured nails on the tablecloth.
I dislike mysteries, and peculiarities are like an itch I cannot scratch.
Here is something to divert your mind,
said Ishabal, handing over a piece of paper.
My investigator mage just returned from an inspection of the new river walls at Povkim.
Baronine snatched the paper and read it over twice.
He says the walls are solid all along their length, under the bridge as well, and solid around the timbers and piers, as if they were poured mortar made of stone. The villagers say the ground shook and produced these stones for hours? Impossible!
She looked at Ishabal and raised her eyebrows.
It is impossible.
It was half a statement, half a question. The great mage helped herself to blini filled with jam.
I trust my mage. The girl did it. She managed a storm in the Sith. She made the ground produce a multitude of stones and pack them into walls along the river bank without disturbing the bridge. I find her intriguing.
She tucked a strand of silvery hair behind her ear.
She would be a very useful addition to your Imperial Majesty's mages, if she chose to join us.
Baronine flapped a hand as if she were not particularly interested.
Then she is your concern, not mine. Recruit her. Offer her plenty of money. These merchants' spawn always grasp quickest for wealth. Offer her whatever amount you think is just. Certainly she sounds useful.
Her voice trailed off, indicating her lack of interest in the subject.
Do you know, I am disappointed in Jack and Finn. Staying abed while Sandry goes riding with a tiny escort. Really? I don't care if they had caught pneumonia. The girl will never be convinced of their devotion if they are not constantly at her side. They would have looked so brave, shaking their swords at Fairholme. Honestly, Isha, these men, if we didn't hold their coats for them, how would they ever manage?
She tugged a bell pull. Almost instantly a maid popped into the room. That was one of the things Baronine liked about this seacoast palace. It didn't take forever for servants to respond to a summons. It should also prove less intimidating to visitors such as her young cousin, for example, than the palace in Dankruin. She had brought her court here yesterday, to enjoy the sea air, she had said. In truth, she had brought them here to continue her siege of Sanderleen.
Have word sent for my attendants to have their horses saddled. We're going to pay a visit to Landrag.
The maid bobbed a curtsy and left at a run. Baronine saw that Ishabal was watching her.
I miss my cousin. She must be tiring of account books and prosy Ambrose. And she's had 3 days of close confinement to the castle and the village to keep her from would-be kidnappers. She'll be eager for imperial entertainment. There is safety for tender young heiresses in a large group such as ours. Besides, I haven't seen Ilaga in months.
If you were a bit kinder to Ilaga's husband.
He knew he thwarted me when he refused to tell Sandry they were short of money and required her presence. Besides, he is prosy, a fine steward for the girl's lands, but dull.
She inspected her nails.
Perhaps when Sandry has given over her lands to her husband's direction, I may speak to Ambrose about the imperial stewardship. If he does with the realms as he's done with her property, We shall prosper. Though I'll make you do all the talking with him, Isha.
She got to her feet in a rustle of light silk.
Will you ride with us? You'll have a chance to talk with Vimese Tris.
The mage smiled.
You will have Canaille to protect you, Majesty, and I will be here making charms to defend your men against the power of a stitch witch, should things come to force. I do hope, for all our sakes, that they will not. The more I consider what Lady Sandry did to her kidnappers, the more I am concerned about what she may do elsewhere if her hand is forced. Have you forgotten the prodigies that were reported of these 4 young people?
The Empress leaned against the wall.
They did prodigies in concert with their teachers in a time when they shared a mutual tie. I have also not forgotten the reports of their behaviors since their reunion in Summersea, Isha. No 2 of them have worked in magical concert since then. They've had plenty of chances to do so on their way to us or while they've been here. Instead, they quarrel. Their bond is shattered. Without it, they are lone mages. You and Canaille would not be the highest-paid mages in the Empire if you could not find a way to best any lone mage.
What if you forced them to reunite? I have some experience of young people, remember.
Your children and grandchildren? They are well-behaved mice. I happen to understand high-spirited youngsters. They are always very proud and very certain that their errors are the blackest crimes known in the world. These 4 are no different. You've read the same reports I have. They bicker like brother and sisters. Would you be happy to let your sister or brother share your mind if you were them?
Ishabal sighed.
You're being cautious for me. Good. That's what I want,
Baronine said lightly as she walked through the door to her dressing room. She called back over her shoulder,
"But don't let caution produce monsters who don't exist. They aren't great mages, not yet, and you and Ken are."
Isha shook her head.
I am not as certain of that as you are.
She wanted to tell her Empress.
I can get no sensible reports of what Briar and Tristana did while they were gone so far from home. I do know that Daja Kisubo put out a fire by pulling in a vein of the Sith, and that she walked through 3 burning buildings, each bigger than the last. I also know that Vidris of Emelan, a wise and careful ruler, counts your pretty little cousin as his chief lieutenant. Without magic, she is more clever than the average 18-year-old, and she is a powerful mage.
Isha gathered up her sheaf of reports. In all the years that she had served the Empress, she had learned one thing. When Baronine wanted something, she could be relentless. She wanted these 4 young mages to stay in Namorn. Isha sighed and thought,
It never occurs to her that there are some people, they are rare, but they exist, who aren't particularly interested in money, position, or fame. I hope these 4 are not like that. Tristana Chandler could be wealthy any time she wishes, if she chose to do war magic. Well, perhaps it's war magic, not a dislike of money, that has kept her from accepting a position. If we offer her wealth to do magic as she wishes it, perhaps she will choose to stay. It is worth a try.
Sandry was stitching an embroidered band for Elaga when she realized the hair at the nape of her neck tickled lightly. A moment later she heard Daja's voice in her mind.
You'd best dress nicely and come downstairs. We have company.
What sort of company?
Daja showed her friend rather than told her. Through her eyes, Sandry saw the Empress and her court climbing the steps to the great hall of the Landregs. Daja stood there watching, as Rizu, Katie, Finn, and Jack rushed forward to greet Berenine and their friends. Sandry also noticed that the man standing at the Empress's right hand was Pershan Fairroth. She replied,
"I'm coming."
Wait a moment. Isn't that the fellow you were talking to that day in the Imperial Gardens? Shan? Why are you interested in him?
"Never you mind,"
retorted Sandry as she flung her wardrobe open. She had forgotten that Daja might notice who she looked at. Closing off her tie with her sister, she called,
"Gudruni!"
Her new maid rushed in. For the first time in 3 days, she was not accompanied by her children.
"Where are the little ones?"
asked Sandry, stripping off her plain overgown. Her crisp white linen undergown would do for a meeting in a country setting, but not the light blue wool gown she wore on top. She inspected her clothes.
Blue silk, blue satin,
she thought, her fingers walking through the better clothes.
"Don't I have any other colors than blue?" Ah.
She had found a crinkled silk overgown in a delicate blush pink. Carefully she drew it out and undid the top buttons so she could slide it on over her head.
"The children are with cook,"
replied Gudruni, gathering up the discarded overgown. She put it on the bed and began to tug the pink silk into place.
"They are afraid the Empress will force me to return to their father."
"She can't,"
Sandry replied, trying to stand still.
"It's just that I haven't gone beyond the village in 3 days,"
she told herself, trying to excuse her sudden attack of the fidgets.
"I want to see new faces, that's all. I got Ambrose to explain it all to me while you were getting your things, and he gave me the law books to read. No liege lord may interfere in her vassals' dealings with her own people. My vassals, my commoners, answer only to me. Her Imperial Majesty would have to get my consent to make any ruling with regard to you, and I won't give it. That's my right, under the Namornese Charter of Noble Privileges."
Gudruni shrugged.
"I'm afraid my children won't grasp the ins and outs of lawyers' talk,"
she explained, guiding Sandry over to the stool before the dressing table.
"I shall have to think of a simpler way to explain it to them."
Something in what she had said distracted Sandry from her own appearance.
"Were you worried she could make you go back?"
Sandry asked as Gudruni bustled around the room, finding a veil to match the gown, then taking up a comb.
"A little,"
the maid admitted with a rueful smile.
"Her lack of sympathy is so very well known, Clayhame Sandry. She is one of those who cannot believe that not everyone has her strength of mind. There is a reason people will say a thing is as unbreakable as the will of the Empress."
She bit her lip and added,
"I also think those who kidnapped her Imperial Majesty were far more gentle with her, more careful of doing her harm, than are those who steal women who are not Imperial heiresses. I think, perhaps, she had more opportunity to escape, so she believes we all have such opportunities to escape."
"Oh dear,"
whispered Sandry. Horrified, she thought,
"that has the dreadful ring of the truth. No one would want to bruise a wife-to-be who might be Empress one day. But it's a different kettle of fish for a poor girl who has no interest in the local miller. I'll bet Halmar tied Gudruni a lot tighter than anyone ever tied Berenine."
She watched Gudruni in the mirror as the woman briskly neatened Sandry's hair, then pinned the veil on her gleaming brown locks.
"She's certainly grown in confidence since our first meeting. It's a good thing I hired her, telling that husband that he had no more rights over her."
Once Gudruni was done, Sandry leaned forward and patted her cheeks to get a little color into them, then bit her lips gently until they were more red.
"I have face paint, lash blackener, lip color, something to make your cheeks glow."
Sandry got to her feet hurriedly.
"I don't want anyone thinking that that I wanted to attract attention,"
she said, nearly stumbling over her own tongue to make her reply sound innocent.
I just thought my cheeks were a little rough, that's all.
She turned and fled from the room.
Gudruni's right,
thought Sandry as she prepared to descend the stairs to the main hall.
I must have looked as if I were primping for someone whose attention I'm trying to get. And I'm not. I'm glad my cousin is here after all. I want to get to know all of my family, even if Cousin Berenine refuses to see that I don't intend to stay.
From the shadows in the hall, Chime glided over to Sandry and perched on the girl's shoulder.
Very well, you,
Sandry murmured, tugging her veil out from under the dragon's hindquarters and straightening it.
But behave. No screeching.
Chime wrapped her tail gently around Sandry's slender throat. It felt as if someone had placed a ring of cool ice around Sandry's neck.
Now we'll make an impression,
Sandry told Chime. Slowly she descended the stairs as if she had not hurried in the least. She sailed out the doors in Ambrose's wake. Everyone stood aside so that Sandry, as the highest in rank of the household, might go first. She pattered down the steps, knowing that the Empress would not like her to remain higher than she was for long.
"Cousin!"
she cried, settling into a deep curtsy in front of Berenine.
"What brings you all this way?"
Berenine raised her up and kissed Sandry on each cheek as Sandry kissed her.
"It was not so very far, my dear. I took it into my head to shift my household to the royal residence at Sablaliz, just 20 miles northeast of here, on the Sith. It's an agreeable summer residence, so much cooler than the palace, and it makes it easier for me to get to know my young cousin better while she attends to her home estates."
She turned and looked at Rizu, Katie, Jack, and Finn.
"Have my 4 wicked ones kept you tolerably well entertained?"
"They've been wonderful company, Your Imperial Majesty. I don't know how you could manage without them to amuse you."
"It was a sacrifice, I admit."
She looked at Alaga, who promptly curtsied.
"We have refreshments in the summer room. Rougher fare than you're accustomed to, Imperial Majesty, but I think I can safely say that our wines are good."
As the Empress and her companions entered the great hall, Daja found that Rizu had somehow slipped out of the gathering around her patron and come to stand with her.
"I suppose you'll be happy to get back to the round of court entertainment,"
Daja suggested, feeling a little depressed.
"It's just that the place was fairly quiet, and now it'll be all noisy,"
she told herself.
"I was enjoying myself here. I manage to enjoy myself wherever I land. A good thing, too, when you're in the Empress's service."
"Did she send you along with us to spy?"
Daja asked, not looking at Rizu. The young woman chuckled.
"She doesn't need me to spy. The people she has for that are very good at it."
She hesitated for a moment, then said,
"You 4 are an odd crew."
Daja looked at her, confused by the remark.
"What do you mean?"
"Well, anyone at court, and quite a few people not at court, would kill for the chance to join Her Imperial Majesty's circle. And yet, you all stand aloof. Is Emelon so much more filled with diversions and interesting people compared with here?"
"Diversions?"
thought Daja, confused.
"Our work is in Emelon. I have a house with a forge of my own. The trader caravans know to find me there. My teacher Frostpine is nearby, and the temple libraries, for when I want to tackle something magically complicated. Sandry is her uncle's assistant, and he needs her. I don't know about Briar, but Triss means to go to Lightsbridge to learn academic magic. I suppose you could say we're not really the diversion sort."
"But there are forges here in Namorn. Sandry could advise the Empress, I suppose, if she cared to."
She looked down.
"I know. I would like you to stay."
Daja's heart thudded in her chest. A fizzing sensation filled her body, while her mouth went dry.
"Me?"
she asked, her voice cracking. She cleared her throat.
"We'll be here most of the summer,"
she replied, trying to sound relaxed.
"You'll be more than tired of us all by then. We're a difficult lot, and we usually only get on with difficult people.
Rizu raised her eyebrows.
Usually the difficult need people who aren't in the least difficult around them. I try to be very undifficult. Daja.
She put her hand on Daja's arm.
Rizu! Daja!
Katie stood in the open doorway.
She's looking for you!
When she spoke that way, she meant only one person. To Daja, Katie said,
Have you any idea where Briar got to? She's asking for him, too. And she's got that wrinkle between her brows.
The one that means she's deciding whether to be offended or not. Do you know where your brother is?
Daja quested out with her power. She found Sandry and Triss instantly. Her connection to Sandry was reopened all the way, so that Sandry blazed bright in Daja's magical vision. Triss had not thawed, but the lightning in her was clear to the fire in Daja's magic. Briar was still completely invisible.
But maybe not to everyone,
she thought. Looking at Katie, Daja said,
I can't find him, but Triss might. She usually keeps an eye on Briar.
Triss shook her head when Katie, Rizu, and Daja asked her where Briar was, but she had an idea. She felt the finest cobweb of a bond between her and Briar. Perhaps it was there because after everything else was said and done, Triss had taught Briar to read, and they could still talk about books together. Neither Sandry nor Daja read as much as they did or shared books with them. Shared reading made for solid friendships like her relationship with Duke Vedris, Triss had found. She excused herself politely to the courtiers and wandered away with relief.
How many times in one day can a person curtsy or bow without tripping over their own feet?
She asked herself.
Gives me a headache, and I don't have to live at court.
She wandered down the back halls of the castle, pretending to ignore the servants who edged away from her. Word about the river repairs at Pothkim had spread in the last 3 days.
Forget it,
Triss ordered herself as she passed through the kitchen, a cook stepping away from her.
When I have my Lightsbridge credential, I'll be able to work in a way that won't make people nervous. Nobody shrinks from the village healer or the woman who sells charms in the marketplace. I'll be able to keep to small magics, and people will stop looking at me as if I had 2 heads.
Her steps carried her down a corridor where the storerooms were located. A stair at the end led her down into the cellars. There she found a light shining through the open door of the room nearest the stairs. She poked her head inside. This was a cold room, spelled to hold winter temperatures all year long. Here the castle stored things that would spoil. In the outer room they stored meat, butter, eggs, urns of milk and cream, and large cheeses. In the room off the main one, Triss saw the silver bloom of magic. Briar was working with household medicines. She sent a pulse down their hair-thin magical connection so she wouldn't startle him, then entered the smaller room. Briar had a series of small bottles in front of him, each holding a seed of magical fire. 3, off to one side, held more than a seed. Standing with his hands around one bottle, Briar was waking up the green power of the plants that had gone into its contents.
You'll freeze down here in that dress,
he said without looking up. He wore heavy woolen clothes.
Why are you bothering me anyway? I thought you had Jegors to teach meditation to, and Gudruni's kids for their letters.
Jegors is hiding in the wardrobe in your room,
Triss said calmly. She was starting to shiver.
Now why in the green man's name is he doing that?
Briar inquired absently. The magic in the bottle flowered into bright strength.
He is afraid your friend the Empress will realize all he has overheard and decide to execute him for the realm's safety. He's convinced she knows every scrap he's ever picked up.
What a bleat brain. Even if she could do such a thing, and she can't, she's never laid eyes on him.
He is convinced she might, what with her being in the summer room right now. That's an aid to digestion you're fixing, isn't it?
Briar's head snapped up. He stared at Triss.
Here? She's here.
I thought that would get your attention. She's here and she's asking for you. Perhaps you should change shirts?
Briar raced out of the room. Shaking her head, Triss went to the medicine he'd just finished working on and marked the label so the castle staff would know it had been strengthened. She took her time about leaving, making sure the other medicines he'd handled were also marked, and returning the neglected medicines to their proper shelves. Despite the cold, she was in no hurry to rejoin the hustle and bustle upstairs. The drafts upstairs had been filling her ears with the courtiers' babble since their arrival.
Too bad I can't hide in a wardrobe like Shegors,
she thought as she casually renewed the cold spells on the rooms.
But no,
she added with a sigh.
I'm a mage. Mages are supposed to take such things in stride.
Briar hardly noticed Shegors when he yanked his wardrobe open and grabbed the first decent-looking shirt and breeches he saw. He closed the wardrobe, then remembered he'd need an overrobe. This time, when he opened the doors, he noticed Shegors huddled in the farthest corner.
She's no mage,
he told the man.
She can't see what you've heard. Even if you could sort out anything she wanted kept secret from the whole mess of things she doesn't care about.
He left the wardrobe open as he stripped off his work clothes.
Easy for you to say. You don't hear all the bits and pieces that make a single damning whole.
Pulling on his breeches, Briar asked,
And have you patched one together? A single damning hole? That makes sense?
I could, if I put my mind to it.
Briar did up the buttons on his long shirt cuffs.
Old man, your mind is in 1,000 places. You lost it in a swamp of words and visions,
he said, not unkindly.
Nobody can use them to harm you until you put them together and tell someone. Do you even want to do that?
Shegor straightened slightly.
No, there's too much and it's all a mess.
He rubbed his bony nose.
You don't think someone could torture me to speak it all and put it together out of that?
They'd be as overwhelmed as you,
Briar said, tugging on his boots.
Lackix teeth, Shegors. You've been like this for 30 years. It's all swirled together inside your poor cracked head. Only another madman would want to fish for something real in there.
He took out his handkerchief and gave the boots an extra wipe, shining the dull spots.
If you think she's so powerful, just leave Namorn.
Just leave Namorn?
Shegors repeated, straightening even more. Briar looked up, saw the peril to his clothes, and moved them away from the madman. While his mind knew that Sandry had made his garments to withstand all common wrinkles, his heart worried for his beautiful things.
Just leave Namorn. No Namorn, no Empress. No Empress, no torturers with painful spikes and tweezers and spells with your name on them. You haven't heard enough in any other country to make it worth their while. Only here.
He shrugged into his overrobe and glanced into his mirror. One of the good things about very short hair was that it never required combing.
Do you think I should grow a mustache?
When no answer came, he looked around. Shegor sat, his long legs half in, half out of the wardrobe, with tears running down his cheeks. Briar found his handkerchiefs. He took one over to Shegor's.
You have to relax. You'll rattle yourself to pieces at this rate. What's wrong now? Or is it the thought of me and a mustache that made you get all weepy?
So simple.
the man replied in a voice that cracked. He blew his nose with a loud honk.
You and Daja and Triss, you take the knot that has built up for so long, and you just cut through it. I've tried for years to untie it, and you chop it to pieces in a matter of days. Why didn't I see that? I have the years of a man, while you're just children yet.
Watch the children's stuff. It's taken me all my life to shed that name. I'll thank you to keep it in mind.
Shegors gave his nose a second blow.
You've shed half a dozen names,
he said, his voice muffled by the handkerchief.
But there's one you'll never lose, and that's friend.
That's it,
Briar said, checking his cuffs. He was always embarrassed by emotional talk.
I'm going to go pay compliments to the Empress. You can stay here, but you'll be a lot more comfortable in a chair or on the bed.
Without looking back, he left the room, closing the door gently behind him.
He'll do better once he's out of Namorn,
Briar thought as he trotted down the stairs.
Maybe better enough to salvage a decent life for himself with the years he's got left.
As he reached the ground floor, he thought,
someone's got to do a better job of finding us peculiar ones before they end up like Shegors.
He found the Empress and her courtiers in the summer room of the castle, the one that caught the most light, and on the terrace outside it. Berenine sat on a chair placed against the terrace rail, where she could enjoy the scent of the roses that twined around the stone rail from the garden just below. Briar approached her and bowed deep, summoning a rose with an as-yet unopened bud to him. The Empress moved aside as the vine thrust its thorny arm out to Briar. The bud swelled, then bloomed as it came closer to him, revealing a heart as crimson as blood. He used his belt knife to carefully cut the blossom free, trimming its thorns and healing the cut on the main vine before he sent it back to the others. The mage Canaille leaned against the stone rail beside the Empress. He twitched when the vine crept past her, the silver fire of his protective magic collecting around his hands and eyes. When he realized it was Briar's work and not a threat to Berenine, Canaille held the fire close, but did not allow it to sink back under his skin until the vine had returned to its proper location.
It's forbidden to practice magic in the Imperial presence without permission,
Canaille said dryly, as if it were no great matter.
Though I don't suppose she'll scold you as she ought.
When Berenine looked up at him, Canaille bowed.
Your Imperial Majesty,
he said, to take the sting off his hinted-at rebuke. She smiled impishly up at her guardian mage.
Rename Briar has my permission to work any plant magic he feels is necessary in my presence, and has had it since I showed him my greenhouses. Now stop sulking, Ken. There's a dear.
When she looked at Briar again, he presented her with the crimson rose.
It pales beside your lips, your Imperial Majesty, but it was the best I could do on such short notice.
Berenine drew the rose down from her chin over her bosom.
Short notice to whom? I've been waiting here forever. I supposed you'd gone off to look at the Landreg fields rather than make your bow to an old woman like me.
Briar grinned.
The Landreg fields need no attention from me. Saghad Ambrose's people are good farmers. No, I was in one of the cold rooms down below, working on medicines. I came as soon as I knew I could admire your Imperial Majesty.
You, my dear young man, are a flatterer,
Berenine told him flirtatiously, tapping his cheek with the rose.
You mean to tell me that Rizu and my dear little Katie held no charms for you? One of them hasn't stolen your heart?
Katie has stolen my arm, perhaps, or maybe my breath, but my heart could only belong to you, great lady,
Briar said, enjoying the flirtation. He knew better than to take it seriously.
Then she has made more progress with you than my young men have made with Sandraline,
Baronine observed, gazing darkly at Jack and Finn. If they noticed, they showed no sign of it. Instead, Jack fanned Sandry gently while Finn offered her a plate of delicacies.
She's not much of a player when it comes to games of the heart. If you sent them to engage her in such a game, Imperial Majesty, they were doomed to failure.
Does she favor girls, then?
She smiled up at Briar.
You see, I will introduce her to anyone who might persuade her to make her home with us.
Briar scratched his head, then remembered it was vulgar to do so in normal company.
I don't know. But Sandry won't stay for a pretty face, whoever it belongs to. Some plants grow where they will, Your Majesty. You know that. Coax them, water them, light them, repot them, do as you like. They will only grow where they have decided to. The only way you can make them do as you bid is to kill them, which seems like a waste if you ask me.
He smiled cheerfully at her.
But there, I'm just a scruffy gardener, dirt under my nails and in my ears. I do better with what plants grow best next to which vegetables than I do with matches between people.
Baronine took a breath.
Is she going to scorch me for my uppityness, turn her mage boy on me, or take it from one gardener to another?
The Empress released her breath and reached out to slap Briar's arm with her free hand.
You are a vexatious youth, and an honest one. You have my leave to bring me some fresh berries from the food table.
It took a polite, blushing excuse that hinted of a need to use the privy to free Sandry of the courtiers who had swirled around her since Baronine's arrival. The moment she was out of everyone's view, she ran down 2 connecting hallways and out into the garden for some quiet.
What is wrong with them?
She wondered, thinking mostly of Jack and Finn.
They're sweet and funny and perfectly decent companions, except for wanting to flirt. Then my cousin arrives. Suddenly they act like every word from my lips is struck in solid gold. Green men snarl them in vines if they cluster around me like that again. It's that, or I'll set their breeches to dropping. See if they fawn over me while they hold their pants up.
Scowling, she found a bench in the herb garden and sat, letting the smells of rosemary and basil soothe her rattled nerves. With her eyes closed, she could pretend she was back on the step of Discipline Cottage, bathing in the scents that came from Rosethorn's herbs. She opened her eyes at last.
My problems aren't at Discipline. They're here and they have to be faced. I can handle Jack and Finn. I've been doing it since we got here. If they were the only ones bothering me, I'd send them about their business. The problem is, they aren't the only ones. At least 3 other of Baronine's lapdogs have been sticking to me like burrs. How do I get her to call them off?
I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone was out here,
a man's voice said.
Forgive me.
Sandry turned and ignored the treacherous bump of her heart at the sight of Persian Fair Roth.
Green is a very good color for him,
she thought, and smiled.
No, it's all right,
she replied.
Unless you wanted privacy?
He returned the smile, his brown eyes dancing.
I was just going for a walk. You're the one who looks as if she would enjoy some privacy. Or perhaps enjoy murdering someone?
Sandry put her hands to her forehead.
I don't like to be crowded. I was being dreadfully crowded back there.
Someone had built a bench around a very old apple tree. Shan sat there, his long legs crossed before him, and leaned back.
How's this? I'm not crowding you in the least.
Sandry giggled.
Thank you. But wouldn't you have more fun with the rest of the court?
Maybe sometimes I feel crowded too. You should see my family's lands. They're a bit like Landrag. only at the feet of the mountains. On a good day, you can gallop for miles without seeing another living soul.
He smiled, his eyes closed.
I used to shove bread and cheese into my saddlebags, maybe some apples, and just ride.
He opened his eyes to grin at her.
Finn and Jack finally remembered to be attentive to you.
I almost had them broken of the habit before today.
Poor little caged bird. Look at it this way. If you marry one of them, they'll leave you alone afterward.
Sandry glowered at him.
There's more to marriage than being left alone when you like it. And all this scrambling for my attention? Having all those boys thrown at my head? It's just so undignified. Frankly, my cousin doesn't strike me as the crude type.
Shan grinned.
Ah, but you see, she's the victim of her own success. Since she took power, she's been slowly reducing the great estates of the realm through taxes and marriages, other stratagems. She offered one not very bright fellow a dukedom over thousands of acres near the Sea of Grass if he signed over his extremely wealthy Saghadat on the western shore of the Sith. Now he finds himself building castles and trying to create wealth from grass and nomads.
He realized he'd come to a full stop and chuckled.
Sorry, I still find it funny. Anyway, the last untouched great holding, apart from the Ockmore lands, is...
Landreg.
Landreg,
replied Shan with a nod.
The man who weds you not only has a delightful lady for his wife...
Sandry glared at him, making Shan laugh. He continued...
He also has a very, very deep purse, as well as any alliances you may form with the Mages' Council. Since Ambrose has saved you from losing lands to pay taxes, Her Imperial Majesty now has to scramble to keep you from the courtship of a man who is more seasoned and experienced, someone who isn't under her thumb. She is putting you in the way of the young men she is sure of, men she can control even after they're married to you.
Sandry picked up a pebble and threw it into the garden.
Well, she's wasting her time. They're wasting their time. I don't want to be married at all.
She stood, shaking out her skirts.
Shan, why don't we go for a ride? Down to the village and back? Just a quick gallop.
She stopped herself. He was shaking his head.
The Empress will have my guts for garters. To her, it would look as if I were trying to cut out the others. That would make her unhappy. It is such a bad idea to make Baronine unhappy.
Don't you want to go for a ride with me?
I also want to keep my intestines right where they are. A man at the imperial court serves the Empress first. We don't form ties of affection to anyone but her, no matter how hard it is. Take my word for it. The only reason those eager suitors are so eager, she's let them know they have her permission. Once one of them snags you, they'll be back at court, paying attention to her.
Seeing that Sandry was wide-eyed with fury, Shan added,
She nearly had one of her maids of honor executed for marrying a nobleman behind her back. The priestesses of Kunok had to intercede. Now the couple is forbidden to ever show their faces at court again.
But that's silly.
No, it's the disadvantage of having a great unmarried ruler who has always been exquisite. She can order us to dance to her tune, and we do it. There is always the chance that one day she'll fall madly in love with one of us and make that man emperor. Even if she falls in love and doesn't marry, she showers her lover with titles, lands, and income. Hers is the hand filled with gold. If she were ugly as a boot, we would still worship at her altar, and she's not ugly.
Sandry shuddered.
I would never live that way. People ought to be free to love and marry as they wish.
In an ideal empire, they would. But we don't live there. Don't look so upset. She likes you. If she likes you enough, she'll make you one of her attendants, even if you are married. Life at court can be amusing.
Leaning over, Sandry plucked a sprig of mint and held it under her nose, enjoying its fresh scent.
And if I lived only to be amused, I might even like it. Who knows?
She asked with a shrug.
But I'm a mage. I live to work. I love my work. The court will have to amuse itself without me after Ward Moon.
She named the last month of summer. Shan got to his feet.
I'd better put myself back under her nose before she suspects me of courting you. I haven't been disciplined by Her Imperial Majesty in 4 months. I'd like to keep the winning streak going, if you'll excuse me.
It was the first time all day that a young man had left her, and not the other way around.
Don't you want to court me?
Sandry heard herself ask, her mouth seeming to have a will of its own. Although her tone was one of mild curiosity, she could feel a beet-red blush creep up from her neck to cover her face.
Stupid,
she scolded herself.
Stupid, stupid. Now he'll think you're throwing yourself at his head, when you just wanted to know why he wasn't grazing with the herd.
Shan laughed, which made her blush burn all the hotter.
I like you, Sandry, but I'm not on the permitted list. Besides, friendship is always better than courtship. That's what my grandmother used to say. I'd like for us to be friends.
Oh,
she said, struggling to keep her voice disinterested, even if her blush still lingered on her cheeks.
I'd like that too.
Good,
he said, offering his hand. Sandry took it and discovered that his hand engulfed hers.
Friends it is,
Shan said, giving her hand a single firm shake before he let it go. He grinned and walked back to the castle. Sandry could still feel his warm fingers against hers. She looked at her hand wonderingly. There was a green streak there, and the scent of mint. She smiled. He had stolen her mint sprig. When Sandry returned to the Empress, she was once more surrounded by nobles. Daja couldn't help noticing the look Sandry traded with the man who now lounged at the Empress's elbow.
That was Shan, who had talked to her that day in the Imperial Gardens.
Daja remembered.
I hope Sandry isn't hoping for something there. He and Berenine seem really, really friendly. And that Canaille, who I thought was really friendly with the Empress too. He took himself off to a corner when Shan arrived. He's been there ever since, glaring at Shan.
Daja nudged Rizu, who sat on the bench next to her with Chime in her lap. When Rizu looked at her, Daja ignored that fizzing sensation inside her skin and whispered,
Her Imperial Majesty seems very friendly with Shan.
Rizu chuckled, a sound that raised goosebumps on Daja's arms.
Am I coming down with some sickness?
Daja wondered. Leaning over to whisper in Daja's ear, Rizu said,
I should hope they're friendly, since he shares her bed.
Daja flinched, almost bumping Rizu's nose with her own. Rizu giggled and brushed Daja's nose with her fingers. Daja gulped and turned to whisper in Rizu's ear.
He's her lover?
Rizu slid a little closer.
He is. Ken was, and may well be again. And there are 2 other fellows you may have seen glaring at them, who might just bounce to the front of the line if Berenine gets bored.
Daja rocked back, startled. Plenty of people had lovers if they weren't married, but it seemed greedy to have more than one.
How do you think a nobody like Pershanfer Roth got an important position like Master of the Hunt? He couldn't have afforded the 50 gold Argib fee to get the post. Her Imperial Majesty paid it.
Rizu lowered her long lashes.
He's been the Imperial favorite for about 5 weeks. Do you like him?
No,
Daja said, bewildered that Rizu should even ask.
Oh, he's pretty enough. With those shoulders, he could be a smith. But no, I was just curious.
Sandraline,
called the Empress. Sandry looked at Berenine with yearning. She silently asked Daja,
Is she going to pull my suitors off me now, before they smother me?
Daja snorted.
What?
Rizu wanted to know, but Daja just shook her head.
We are of a mind to go hunting tomorrow in the Kristenmer forest. We invite you and your friends.
Her tone made it not a request, but a statement. Sandry frowned, then got to her feet, shooing the young men who sat in front of her out of her way as a farm wife might shoo chickens.
Your Imperial Majesty is gracious,
Sandry replied slowly. Daja could tell she was groping for words that would not offend. Sandry went on,
The truth is that my friends and I do not hunt.
Briar sauntered into the clear space before the Empress.
Well, I've hunted when I had to,
he said with a polite bow.
But not as your Imperial Majesty means it, with horses and the birds and the dogs.
And beaters,
added Triss, coming into view from a pocket of shadow where she'd been talking with Ishabal.
Frightening helpless animals.
A boar or an elk is hardly helpless,
the Empress said dryly. She found Daja immediately.
Do you also object to hunting?
Daja shrugged and got to her feet to bow.
I never learned, Your Imperial Majesty. I ride well enough, but the only weapon I'm good with is a staff, and that's for bashing human heads, not animal ones.
The courtiers laughed as Baronine smiled.
Delightfully frank,
she told Daja with a smile.
You must forgive us Northerners. We all learned to hunt as children on our first ponies. Very well, since hunting does not appeal, what do you say to a visit to Dragonstone? Saghad Ambrose knows where that is, between here and Sablaliz. It's a fortress from the old Hyde-Heltak Empire, very lovely. I've been remaking it as a kind of stone garden, in and around what remains of the buildings, with ponds and places to picnic.
Sandry curtsied. Triss followed suit as Briar and Daja bowed.
It sounds wonderful, cousin. We would love to join you.
The 4th and 5th days of Rose Moon, 1043 KF, Clayhamut Landrag to Dragonstone, Namorn. Supper that night seemed lonely without Rizu, Katie, Jack, and Finn to tell stories and make jokes over the table. They had returned to Sablaliz with the Empress, who had declared herself helpless without their companionship. Jack and Finn had seemed genuinely sad to leave Sandry, and Daja was definitely sad that they had lost Rizu and Katie. Over supper, Ambrose announced,
Her Imperial Majesty has invited Ilaga and me to join you tomorrow. In addition, I'm detaching 5 men-at-arms to guard us. There's no need to bring more. The presence of the Empress in the district should discourage kidnappers. Besides,
he began. Sandry and Triss chorused with him.
There's the plowing to be done.
It was why they had taken so few guards to Pothkim. Ambrose gave his crackling laugh. His wife and daughters fell victim to the giggles. Daja fixed it in mind to share with Rizu, who probably would have joined their chorus. They'd all had plenty of time to learn that Ambrose's first priority, apart from acquainting Sandry with her estates, was to make sure every acre that could grow a crop was plowed and sown. Despite Sandry's visit, the yearly round of the castle continued.
And I will stay here,
Jegor said firmly. Sandry gave him her warmest smile.
You'll stay here. No Empresses for you.
At dawn their small party left, along with their guards and 2 donkeys who carried picnic delicacies from the Landrag kitchens. The 4 mages rode silently, saving their conversational skills for the day ahead. When they reached Dragonstone, they were rewarded for their early ride. Berenine, as wide awake as she had been the day before, took them on a tour of the fortress ruins. Every inch of the crumbling great hall and the inner bailey had received attention by gardeners. In pockets between stones, Briar found tiny, ground-hugging flowers with spiky white petals, rock roses, and pinks. Trickles of water ran over mossy stones, or formed small waterfalls that dropped into pools set in what must have been the dungeon level of the castle. Small willows and dwarf maple trees grew on the grounds, shading ponds and benches. Everything fit the ruins, but did not obscure them.
It's a pity Berenine loves orchids so,
Briar thought, trailing loving fingers over the happiest jasmine vine he'd ever met.
She could create the perfect shackan garden.
Do you like it?
Berenine asked, coming up next to him.
This was the garden I had as a girl, the only thing my father would let me tend. I lived in the gatekeeper's lodge and studied with the sisterhood of Kunok in the temple on the shore until my older brother died, and I became the heir. I built on this place for years. Now I have gardeners to tend it, but any changes are done to my request.
I think you're wasted as an empress,
Briar said without thinking. He winced, then grinned at her when her only reaction was laughter.
Spoken like my gardeners. I'm honored. And if you see anything that requires attention, please let me know. I'll be in your debt.
Briar, who knew what privilege she had just given him, bowed low.
I'll make her a shackan garden for the palace, a miniature of this one. It will take work, but she's worth it.
Looking at him from beneath lowered lashes, Berenine asked,
Could you do better, with your potions and spells?
Briar gaped at her, genuinely shocked. He quickly recovered and asked,
Why would I want to tamper with perfection? All this is yours with your shaping on it. I'd no more change it than I would change you.
Berenine looked down. Finally she said softly,
A mage who does not think magic betters everything. I am not certain I can bear the shock.
She took his hand and ran a finger along the lines in his palm.
I could make you the greatest gardener in the world, you know. I could place the resources of the Empire at your disposal.
She placed her finger against his lips.
Don't say anything now. I don't want an answer now. But think about it. Think what being my chief gardener could mean. I will ask again this summer, I assure you.
She stepped away.
I'll see you at midday, Briar.
Dazed, Briar watched her as she made her way back to Sandry, who was taking a drink of water from a well. Today Berenine was dressed for spring in a leaf-green undergown and a cream-colored overgown embroidered with gold flowers.
She's the most beautiful thing in this garden. But she's not for the likes of me. I know what the girls think, that I'd bed her if I could, but she's too grand, too glorious. I would rather leave her be than get all disillusioned when I find out she's human.
A sharp elbow caught him in the ribs. He turned. Katie glared at him, her hazel eyes fiery.
I'm away one night, and you forget all about me?
She asked dangerously, roses of temper blooming on her ivory cheeks.
You're setting up to storm the palace when the castle was half won.
I got discouraged,
he told her, trying to look penitent.
You defend your castle so well. Besides, aren't you used to everyone being in love with her?
Everyone better not be thinking of kissing me then, because I'm fresh out of kisses. I'll go see if Jack has any.
She marched away, chin in the air. Briar grinned.
I do like a girl with some thorns to her. Better still, a real girl, one I can kiss instead of worship. Worship's all well and good, but it doesn't keep a fellow warm when the night turns cold. I'll have to think of something to make Katie happy again.
Thinking about what he might create to draw a smile from her, he carefully descended the stairs that led through the long vanished floors down to the water pools. After the tour of the garden, the company broke up into various groups. To Daja's surprise, Berenine went off to confer with secretaries at mid-morning. It seemed that the Empress's secretaries followed her everywhere and conducted business from horseback if necessary.
Fortunately for them, they don't have to work in the saddle while there's a lodgekeeper's house on the grounds.
Ambrose, Elaga, and some of the older nobles had gone off to sun themselves on a ruined terrace circled by lilacs and bitter orange bushes in full bloom. Up on the rim of the same terrace, Daja could see Triss and Ishabal in animated conversation.
Probably about something that comes only in words of 10 syllables,
Daja thought with amusement.
It looks like that kind of talk.
Daja herself stood on the edge of a cropped grass circle. All around its rim lazed younger nobles on drop cloths. At the circle's heart were Rizu and some other young ladies who played a ball-tossing game. Daja was happy just to watch, leaning on her trader's staff. She had brought it to make her way over uneven ground, to poke under stones to ensure that no early rising snakes lurked in wait, and to show to Rizu. When she had discovered that each marking on a trader's staff stood for part of the person's life, Rizu had made Daja promise to tell some of the stories about her markings. Now Daja watched her catch the ball gracefully and toss it high, enjoying her new friend's joy in the beauty of the day and the setting. Movement drew her eye past the ring of laughing noblewomen. 3 men had turned to listen to a fourth. Something about that fourth man's excitement, the way he spoke with one hand raised to cover the movements of his mouth, and the slyly eager looks exchanged by his companions, told Daja there was trouble afoot. When they all ran off around the ruins of a wall, she was certain of it. As a trader and as a mage, she knew the look of overgrown boys up to wickedness. As Berenine had led the tour, she had kept Briar at her side. Some of the courtiers, including 3 of the ones who had just left, had been displeased by the attention the Empress gave Briar. Many of those courtiers had also grumbled when Berenine took Briar into her greenhouses, where they were forbidden to go. Traders were taught from the cradle to notice who complained and when. Often those were the people who led the attacks on traders. Now the Empress was occupied, and Briar was nowhere within view.
Briar?
Daja called down the withered thread that remained of their old bond. She heard and felt nothing.
You'd think you'd want people to know you were all right,
she added tartly. There was still no reply. Daja sent a pulse of magic along their connection to see where the bond led. Walking slowly, sending magic along the tie in waves, she followed it into the garden. She didn't realize it, but she was twirling her staff in a circle, hand over hand, loosening her muscles in preparation for a fight. She had to climb over 4 walls, apologizing to flowers as she stepped on them.
I hope the Empress doesn't learn this was me,
she thought as she fluffed a patch of moss she had crushed.
I'll have Briar fix these when I find him.
Down 2 sets of ruined stairs she went, then along an open inner gallery now used as a rose trellis. The thread led her up another set of stairs, or rather, it went through the stairs. Daja had to climb them and jump down from a 6-foot wall. She walked among some trees into a clearing by a stream. Young noblemen stood there in a half-circle. They watched Briar, who faced one of the men who so often watched the Empress.
Ulfion Fair something,
Daja remembered.
Master of the Armory, the one who gets the cream from Namorn's armorers when it's time to buy weapons for the Imperial Guards. Is he one of the Empress's ex-lovers, the jealous sort Rizu mentioned?
As I thought,
Ulfion said, contempt in his voice.
You mages are all cowards. If you have to take on a real man, you can only do it with your stinking magic.
Briar is 6 inches shorter than this cack,
thought Daja as she moved into a space in the half-circle. The men next to her were too interested in the brewing fight to do more than glance at her.
But they're muscled about the same,
Daja thought as she continued to measure Briar against Ulfion.
He may be a warrior sort. That scar on his cheek isn't some lady's kiss.
Briar raised his eyebrows.
Of course, if you think so, how could I possibly disagree?
He'd shifted his weight so he was balanced properly.
Look, are you trying to challenge me to a duel or something? Because if you are, could you get it over with? And if you aren't, would you go away? There's blight in that patch of speedwell over there, and I'd like to get rid of it before Her Imperial Majesty sees it and gets upset.
Duel? With you, gutter snipe?
Stinking cack,
thought Daja in disgust.
I'd no more duel with a peasant like you than I'd duel with dog dung on my boot. Duels are for noblemen. I'll just have my lackeys whip you, and if you go whining to Her Imperial Majesty about it, you won't live to make it to the border.
The men who watched laughed. Daja wrinkled her nose in disgust.
Civilized Namornese my eye,
she thought with disdain.
They treat their women like property and outsiders like idiots. They deserve a lesson or two.
She leaned on her staff with a smile and waited. Briar looked over at her.
I can handle this myself,
he said, eyes glittering in anger.
I don't need Imperial protection. Or yours.
Even a former street rat has his pride,
Daja told herself. To Briar, she said,
I'm just here to take wagers, if he'll actually deign to trade blows with you.
She looked at the other nobleman.
I'll bet gold that my friend hurts this cack if it comes to a fist fight.
You'll lose your money,
said one of the nobles.
We don't wager with traitor mage spawn.
The two closest to her kept their mouths shut as the others laughed.
My neighbors fear my magic, not my staff. But it's still rather sweet of them to be scared,
Daja thought. Aloud, she said,
Oh, too bad, because I'm giving 5-to-1 odds on a fist fight between my friend and yours. You know traitors don't wager money they don't have.
She looked at Ulfion and sighed.
I forgot. You won't fight a commoner, even bare-handed.
You both need a lesson.
He glared at the other men.
Bet rot your eyes.
To Briar, he said,
When I leave you as jelly, get your friend here to pack you in a basket and send you home. Have we a bargain?
Briar spat on his palm and offered it with an evil grin. It was a way for street rats to conclude a deal. It was not the way Namornese noblemen sealed their oaths. Ulfion produced a handkerchief and let one end of it hang.
You may grab that. Wipe your hand while you're at it.
He pointed to Daja.
No magic from you, either. These two?
He pointed to 2 men.
They see that nonsense. The fight will be forfeit in my favor if they catch either of you trying it.
Don't think much of mages, do they?
Briar asked. He gave the handkerchief a sharp yank, then retreated to take off his boots and stockings.
Apparently not. Let me know if you want me to ignore the rules. For you, I'll bash a couple of heads,
Daja offered. Ulfion sat on a rock to take off his own boots and stockings.
You're always the most commonsensical of my sisters.
Briar said with a grunt as he worked a boot free.
If they kill me, just break their knees. They're not worth a death sentence.
His second boot was off. Next he began to remove his knives, starting with the two he reached through the pockets of his breeches, and ending with the flat one that lay just below the nape of his neck under his shirt. There were 8 in the pile when he finished, not including the pair he'd left in his boots. The nobles stared at the blades in shock. Briar continued,
Though, if you smack him on the head, the skull will cave in because there's nothing to hold it up, and then you can sell him to Her Imperial Majesty as planters.
Daja eyed the noblemen, who looked as if they would be glad to leap on Briar at this very moment.
Wagers, gentlemen?
She carried a small tablet and a stick of charcoal in a holder in an inner pocket of her tunic, in case she got the urge to design something. She used them now to record wagers, making sure each man wrote his name down clearly. They were almost ready when she heard a familiar voice snap.
What is going on here?
She looked up. It was that fellow Shan, the one who was the Empress's current lover. Ulfion, who had stripped off his coat and was rolling up his sleeves, glared at the newcomer.
Not your affair, Feroth.
Do you think she'll be gratified if you kill her pet gardener? She'll be livid.
For all I know, she'll be vexed with me if I dent one of her play toys.
Silence, clodhopper.
Briar looked at Daja and sniffed.
He's so mean.
Daja tucked her tablet and the charcoal holder away.
I noticed that. You should be very offended and hit him first.
As they had meant it to. It was how they'd have played it in the old days when they were bonded. This exchange brought Ulfion hurtling at Briar, hands outstretched. Briar let him get almost close enough to touch, then twisted to the side and smashed his knee into Ulfion's belly. Daja watched with interest as the fight continued.
He learned a lot while he was away,
she thought as Briar used new throws and twists to slam Ulfion to the ground time after time. He knew better than to let the bigger man get both hands on him. Then Ulfion would use his superior weight and height to drag Briar down. Instead, Briar aimed for nerve points he had studied for medicine, added to his old street fighter's arsenal of tricks. At the end of the fight, Briar's foot rested on Ulfion's neck, pressing the right side of his face into the grass as Ulfion flailed wildly. When he tried to grab Briar's leg, Briar pressed harder. The Namornese collapsed at last, starved for air. Daja made the final tally. Briar had a black eye, several cuts, a split lip, ripped clothes, bruises, and perhaps a sprained knee. Ulfion had facial cuts, a sprained wrist, a broken nose, ripped clothes, and his own collection of bruises.
Pay me by the end of today,
Daja called to the losing bettors.
I won't take signatures in place of real coin, and I'm cross when people think to cheat me.
She looked around, about to call for Sandry to fix the clothes, when she saw her sister being handed down the stairs by Shan. Canaille followed Sandry, a scowl on his long face. As they approached, Shan said to Briar and Ulfion,
Did you think I'd leave you both to face Her Imperial Majesty in this condition? Clayhame Sandry will see to your clothes, Ken to your wounds.
You just did it for an excuse to have Sandry hold you by the arm,
Daja thought cynically.
I bet you couldn't care less for Briar or the other fellow.
Sandry glared at the two battered young men.
What was this about?
Briar glared back.
Namornese sheep. He claimed Namorn breeds sheep that think for themselves.
We fought over his right to wear that medallion. Right, lads?
The young men nodded. Through their magical connection, Daja told Sandry,
It was over the Empress. I suppose she would be vexed with Ulfion if she knew.
Sandry shook her head.
As if I would believe they would have a fist fight over Briar's right to wear the mage medallion. They must think I drink stupid potion for my morning pick-me-up.
She walked briskly over to Briar.
I didn't make those clothes for brawls. I didn't think even you could find a fight at the court of Namorn.
She set her hand on the ripped seam that had once joined sleeve to shirt. A rough tear over Briar's knee was already starting to weave itself back together as grass and dirt stains trickled off his clothes.
Well, you're forever underestimating me. If there's a fight about, it's nearly guaranteed I'll be in it.
Sandry looked over at Ulfion.
You were lucky. He could have ripped you to pieces with thorns if he wanted.
No,
protested Briar, his eyes warning Sandry to be silent.
Blood's horrible for grass, and there's always some thorns left after. Don't mind her,
he told Ulfion.
Girls have no appreciation for the rules of combat.
Ulfion spat on the ground in disgust, then winced as Canaille set to work healing his wounds.
Hold still and be silent,
Canaille said, frowning.
The quicker this is done, the better, unless you want to spend the winter in a log cabin on the sea of grass.
She says if we have that much spirit, we can use it to fight the Yanjing Emperor,
Shan explained to Sandry. No one doubted that she was the Empress.
Where did you learn to fight like that?
He asked Briar.
Everywhere,
Briar replied, grinning at the tall huntsman.
And isn't it a good thing for me?
A tap on the back made Daja turn. Some of the men who had bet against her waited to pay their wagers. They spent the rest of that week riding between Sabla Liz and Landreg, attending social occasions with the imperial court. Finally, one night after a late supper at Landreg, Sandry looked at Ambrose and Ilaga, then at her exhausted companions and guards, who wearily picked through their meals.
I'm sorry,
she told her cousin and his wife.
But she's going to kill us at this rate. Or our horses at the very least. The court is returning to the palace in Dancruin. We must go with them, I think. Her Imperial Majesty has invited us to stay at the palace. I don't believe I can refuse politely.
No,
Ambrose replied, shaking his head.
She would be much offended if you did.
Gudruni will require maid's clothes fit for the palace,
Ilaga said.
I'll make certain she has some.
Sandry drummed her fingers on the table.
If I only had time. Between estate matters and the Empress keeping me hopping, I could make her clothes myself.
Gudruni looked up from her spot at the table next to Triss.
My children?
She asked, her voice strained.
They can stay at Landreg House in town,
Ambrose said.
Along with Jegors. Your cousin Wenera is our chief cook there, remember?
Truthfully, you won't have to wait on me,
Sandry told Gudruni.
You can stay with the children.
She halted abruptly. There was a decidedly militant look in Gudruni's eye.
And have them say you don't know how to get on as a proper noble? Their servants already turn up their noses because you have only one maid, and your friends have no servants at all. I heard them gossiping when they were here, spiteful creatures. I wouldn't think of leaving you in the palace to be talked about. I'm waiting on you, and that's that.
Ambrose's mouth twitched in a smile. Briar looked from Gudruni to Sandry.
Who works for who?
He asked, his eyes twinkling. Triss excused herself quietly. When the other three went upstairs to bed, Briar found her in his room talking quietly to Jegors as she hung on to the man's bony hands. She looked up at Briar.
He's afraid to go so close to court.
Briar sighed.
It's terrible when a man has no faith. Did you tell him what you did that first day at the palace? What you did to the pirate fleet?
Pirates?
Zhegors asked with a wild start that jerked his hands from Triss's hold. His eyes were so wide with terror that the white showed all the way around.
There are pirates coming.
Now look what you did.
Triss thought at Briar, forgetting his mind was closed to her.
I'd just gotten him calmed down.
Here you go, old man,
Briar said, pouring out a tiny cupful of the soothing cordial he gave Zhegors for his bad moments.
These pirates were 7 years ago, and they are most seriously dead. She did it.
You helped, and Sandry, and Daja, and our teachers, and every mage in Winding Circle. And you know I don't like that story repeated.
Briar ignored her.
She did it with lightning,
he told his guest, putting the cork back in the bottle.
And when we first got to Dan Cruin, some fishing boats were in danger of a storm on the Sith, but Copper Curls here sent a wind to blow them home, and another to eat the storm. She likes rescuing folk, so don't you get yourself all worked up. You'll hurt her feelings, letting her think she can't protect you.
She didn't protect you wherever you were, in the bad place you dream about,
Zhegors pointed out. He had bolted the cordial as if it were a glass of very nasty tea.
And here I thought I made that stuff taste nice,
thought Briar in disgust, trying to ignore what their madman had said.
I should have given him nasty tea, instead of something I worked cursed hard over.
You dream about it all the time. You toss and turn and yell about blood and Rosethorn and Evie and Luvo.
Triss raised her pale brows at him. Briar was about to tell them both that his dreams were no cider of theirs, but there was something about the way Triss looked at him. He'd forgotten that side of her, that he had always been able to tell her the most horrific things, and she would never laugh, be shocked, or withdraw from him. Briar slumped to the floor, leaning back against the stone that framed the hearth. The stone was warm, the fire a comforting crackle in his ear.
The Emperor of Yanqing tried to conquer Gyeongshi,
he muttered at last.
We were at the Emperor's court when we heard, and then we ran for it, Rosethorn and Evie and me. That's when we met Luvo, on our way to warn Gyeongshi. Luvo's this creature, Zhegors. He lives with Evie now.
The Mother Temple of the Living Circle. It's in Gyeongshi, the one all the other circle temples look to. Their first and oldest circle temple.
Briar nodded. Zhegors slid down the side of the bed, so he too could sit on the floor and lean against the bed. It seemed to be his way to comfort Briar. Chime, who had spent supper time around Triss's neck, now glided over and settled into Briar's lap. He stroked the little creature, feeling her cool surfaces against his palms.
So we fought our way into Gyeongshi, and then we fought the Emperor, and then we came home.
Briar whispered, closing his eyes.
The pirates was nothing to it, Copper Curls.
In his distress, he had slipped back into the language of the streets he had left 7 years before.
The whole countryside was afire, or so it seemed. The dead everywhere. The Emperor's army filled the roads for miles, and they didn't care what they did to folk in the lands they marched through. So sure, I dream about it all the time. I'll be fine.
You'll be seeing a mind healer when we get home. I've heard of this. People who've been through some terrible thing, it leaves scars where no one can see. The scars hurt, so they dream, and they snap at people for doing things that seem silly compared to the horrors. Sometimes they see and smell the thing all over again.
So I'm just some boo-hoo bleeder? Looking for a mama because I have bad dreams?
Briar asked rudely, though he didn't open his eyes.
Looking for a handkerchief everywhere I go so folk will think I'm tragic and interesting?
If the scars were on your flesh, would you even ask me those things?
There was a long pause. At last Zhegors said hesitantly,
She's right.
She most always is when it comes to other folk. I got off lucky. She's being nice right now.
Inside the magic they shared, he said, "I missed you, Copper Girls.
With you there, we might have conquered Yanjing."
She looked down, her thin, swinging braids not quite hiding her tiny smile. She waved a hand in awkward dismissal. Briar waited until he was sure of his command over himself before he looked at Chagors.
"So don't you worry about being at Landrake House, you hear? It's just for 6 more weeks or so, and then we take the road home."
"But the city,"
whispered Chagors, his eyes haunted.
"The roads, the chatter, and the visions, the headaches, the gossip, the lies, the weeping."
"Stop that! We've talked about you working yourself into swivets."
Briar rubbed his chin in thought.
He's right, though. He's going to be out in the wind, with all the talk it brings. I remember you as jumpy as a mouse on a griddle for days when you started getting a grip on what you were hearing. And it's worse for the old man here, because he's crazy to begin with. You were just a little daft.
"Well, we certainly can't leave you here,"
Triss drawled, looking at Chagors.
"And Green Man knows potions or oils won't work for long. And you can't wear my spectacles for the scraps of things you see, because my spectacles are specially ground for my bad eyes. It's too bad it isn't a matter of a living metal leg or living metal gloves. Living metal spectacles?
Maybe like nets? To catch visions in?
Or sounds? No, that's mad. Perhaps. Let's go see Daja."
"Daja will do something mad?"
asked Chagors, now thoroughly confused. Triss sighed.
"Daja can make spell nets of wire, and she can make a leg that works like a real one. She was even crafting a living metal eye once. Maybe she can think of something in living metal to help you."
Briar and Triss were both dozing on Daja's bed as the smith finished the pieces they had decided might serve their crazy man best. Chagors himself sat on the floor by the hearth, watching Daja work. For Chagors's ears, Daja had fashioned a pair of small living metal pieces that looked like plump beads pierced by small holes. Once they were done, she wrote a series of magical signs on them under a magnifying lens, using a steel tool with a razor-sharp tip.
"You understand this will take adjustments,"
she told Chagors softly.
"Depending on what you want them to do, just speak the name for each sign. Then the pieces should let that much more sound into your ears."
She knelt beside Chagors and gently fit one of the living metal pieces into his left ear. Watching as it shaped itself to fill the opening precisely, Daja asked,
"How is that? Comfortable?"
"It's warm,"
whispered Chagors, looking up at her.
"I'm not going to put cold metal in your ears,"
Daja said, a little miffed that he would suspect that of her. Once she checked the fit of the first piece, she gently turned Chagors's head and inserted the second.
"There,"
she whispered, deliberately speaking more quietly to test the ability of the pieces to pick up everyday sound. She recited the first lines of her favorite story.
"In the long ago, Trader Koma and his bride, bookkeeper Odie, saw that they had no savings in their accounts books, no warm memories laid up for the cold times."
"That's a trader tale. It's about how the trader and the bookkeeper created the Taha and wrote their names in the great books."
Daja sat back on her heels.
"On the way to Dan Cruin, you can tell me how you learned trader stories,"
she told him with a smile.
"Not now. I would like to get some sleep tonight."
She reached over to her work table and carefully picked up her second creation. Triss had sacrificed a pair of spectacles for this piece. Daja had replaced the lenses with circles of living metal hammered as thin as tissue. Once they were fixed over the wire frames, she used her sharp-pointed tool to write in signs to fix the metal in place and cause it to work as she wished it to. Gingerly she settled the bridge on Jagorce's bony nose and hooked the earpieces in place.
I really don't know about this,
she thought, nibbling her lower lip.
I've made plenty of odd things, that's certain. But eyeglass lenses that let someone see normally and not magically? Only Triss would even come up with the idea. Can you see me?
She asked. Jagorce nodded.
He'd have to be wrapped in steel not to see you, Daja,
said a grumpy and drowsy Triss from the bed.
You're a big girl, and you're right in front of him. Chime, will you fly around? Jagorce, can you see Chime?
Daja watched Jagorce follow the glass dragon's flight as Chime dove and soared around the wood carvings of the ceiling. She began to grin, elated.
I begin to think I can cure dry rot with this stuff,
she said, proudly stroking the living metal on the back of her hand.
Rose Thorn would say, pride will trip you on the stairs,
Briar said with a yawn.
Come on, Jagorce. We'll give those things a real trial in the morning.
Daja got to her feet, wincing as her back complained after hours bent over her work. She was stretching when Jagorce patted her shoulder.
I'll tell you what they do in the morning. I'm sorry I ever said no one could see through metal spectacles.
He scuttled out of the room as Daja shook her head over him. Triss caught her by surprise, swooping in to press a rare kiss on Daja's cheek.
I know they'll work. Thank you. For him.
He's my crazy man, too,
Daja said as Triss hurried from the room. "13. The 6th through 8th days of Rose Moon, 1043 KF, Clayhamat Landreg to Dan Cruan, Namorn. They traveled the next day with Ambrose, his family and personal servants, their own servants, and 10 men-at-arms for company, plowing or no. Even in the short time they had stayed at Landreg, Sandry noticed plenty of changes. The fields now flourished with assorted grain crops, made hardier and more immune to blight by Briar. He had done the same work in the orchards. Workers labored on the restoration of the bridge on the road to Dan Cruan.
By the time we return, it will be fixed,
Ambrose said as Sandry waved to yet another knot of farmers who bowed to her from the fields.
It's good to see all this progress being made,
Sandry thought as they passed 2 wagon loads of mortar and slates destined for the repairs at Pofkim. Back at the castle, jewels that had belonged to her mother alone and were not part of the Landreg estate now lay in a locked box in Ambrose's study. In that same box were 3 copies of Sandry's handwritten orders to her cousin. He was to sell the gems for any future work required to keep the estate thriving. As they passed through the estate's boundary walls, Triss scowled at her sister.
What?
Sandry demanded, flushing slightly. Triss drew even with her.
Will you just leave things like that? The estate paying out to you and vulnerable to the Empress's taxes? They're still in danger from those.
I'm going to see an advocate in Dan Cruan,
Sandry replied, keeping her voice soft. Ambrose didn't know her plans.
I'll get a letter drawn up reducing my share and allowing Ambrose to default on it entirely if taxes and estate work are high that year.
When Triss's frown deepened, Sandry felt her temper start to boil. She stuck out her chin.
They're my lands, left to me by my mother. I'm in the direct line of descent. As long as I have breath in my body, I will preserve that line of descent and inheritance, all 14 generations of it. Those lands are mine, no one else's. Don't you dare lecture me about it, Triss. You don't know the least thing about being noble-born, about our ties to our lands and our names. My younger children will have Landreg to ensure their place in the world and the continuance of the Landreg name and bloodlines.
Triss clenched and unclenched her hands on the reins. Heat bloomed under her breastbone as her face turned red in fury over the rebuke. She did not see the guards on her far side or the people who rode behind her check and move away as sparks raced over her coiled braids. Sandry got even angrier.
Now they know we're quarreling,
she thought.
Why can't Triss ever keep her feelings to herself? Why does the world always have to know when she's vexed?
Chime wasn't afraid of lightning. It was the blood through which her magic flowed. She glided up to Triss from her seat on Daja's saddle and landed on Triss's head. Slowly, gently, the glass dragon sank her claws into Triss's scalp.
Ow!
Triss winced, her concentration broke, and the lightning began to die. With no more new sparks being spawned, Chime began to lick up those that remained.
No, I'm not noble,
Triss finally told Sandry in a voice that trembled.
And given that you're turning into one, just like the rest of those at court, I'm glad I'm not.
She turned her mount and rode back to Jegors, Gudruni, and her children, who rode in a luggage cart behind the others.
Is something wrong?
Ilaga asked Sandry after Triss rode out of earshot. Sandry shook her head, keeping it down so no one could see the tears of anger that sparkled in her eyes.
Triss doesn't know what being a noble means. You can't go about ignoring your family's long history, or the things all your ancestors did to build your name and your lands. It's like telling them they never counted. If I lose my holdings as a Landreg, or worse, if I give them up, if I let Baronine take them for some reason. I owe my parents, my ancestors, the continuation of our line and our name. Mama didn't surrender the title when she married Papa. What excuse do I have?
Once they started to pass other people on the highway, Briar kept an eye on Jegors. It took some effort to do it without laughing, at least at first. Jegors was a sight, perched atop one of Sandry's traveling trunks, a well-dressed scarecrow in a good clerk's sensible gray coat and breeches, wearing what looked like shiny amber spectacles on his eyes. Sandry had even tied his hair back in a horsetail with a ribbon that was the same color as his spectacles. At first, passers-by got no chance to appreciate his new eyewear. As they came within view, Jegors pulled his broad-brimmed hat low over his face and bent down, trying to hide in plain sight. Later, he got more bold as parties overtook and passed them, or parties rode by. He flinched less and watched more. Finally, Briar could no longer bear the suspense. He rode over to the cart.
Jegors! The ear things and the spectacles. Are they working?
Jegors beamed.
I hear only our people's talk, and only from close by. I see only what is in front of my nose. No flying pictures. No conversations popping into my ears. It's wonderful. I'm cured. I don't need the lessons anymore. I'm sane as a bird, sane as a sheep, sane as a... Ow!
While he had been babbling, Triss had ridden up on his other side. She had leaned over and flicked him on the ear with her finger, producing his cry of pain. When he turned to glare at her, Triss asked dryly,
"And if you lose the spectacles?"
Or if the ear beads fall out?
Briar wanted to know.
The magic's still there, old man.
To Gudruni's children, who had listened to this exchange with open mouths, he explained,
The magic's always still there.
The lessons continue. Take out one of the beads and practice managing what you hear in just one ear.
Shegor sighed. His shoulders drooped. He looked at Gudruni and shrugged.
It was lovely to dream about, anyway.
Dream all you like,
Briar suggested cheerfully.
Just keep practicing.
The roads were drier than they had been the first time the four mages had come that way. With better footing they made better time, reaching the Landrag townhouse by mid-afternoon. That night was spent settling Ambrose and his family in for the palace social season and introducing Gudruni's children and Jaegor's to Wenera. They woke the next morning to learn that the imperial party had arrived at the same time they did and was still settling in. Sandry declared that they couldn't interrupt the court while it unpacked. Instead, she went out to confer with an advocate and to shop with Gudruni. Briar, too, went shopping, for shakans and potting soil, placing an order for a very large pottery dish made specifically for several shakans. It was part of the gift he had planned for the Empress. Triss remained to work with Shegors on meditation and on limiting the number of things he heard and saw. Daja thought to shop as well. When she realized that the only things she wished to buy were expensive gifts for Rizu, who was not related to her in any way, she returned home to do whatever metalwork was in the house. The next day the four and Gudruni moved to the imperial palace. Footmen raced ahead of them to let the palace staff know they had arrived. More footmen took charge of their horses and their belongings, vanishing down a side road with them. Briar was prepared to fight over the handling of his own shakan and the ones he'd bought for the Empress, but when two of the footmen showed themselves adept at handling both plants and crockery, he had let them take over. A very superior footman led them to the first story in the northwest wing. He bowed Sandry into one suite near the intersection with the palace's north wing, and Triss into the other. With a sugary smile, he led Daja to a suite halfway down the same hall. Briar he showed to rooms at the very end that looked out over the formal flower gardens. Triss, Daja, and Briar soon discovered they had also been assigned maids to look after them.
At least they don't sleep in our rooms,
Triss grumbled when they met at mid-hall to compare situations.
You don't have to worry about her snooping in your mage kit, unless you want her to brush your hair.
Triss grimaced.
Please, I can brush my own hair, thank you all the same.
She smiled.
And it would be a fatal exercise if anyone else tried. I need special brushes and combs to manage it myself.
I just told mine that she'd best tell me now where her family is, so if she meddles with my kit, I know where to send the body. She squeaked. I think my kit's safe.
Sandry would have argued at the imposition of 2 more maids and 2 footmen to wait upon her, but Gudruni gently urged her young mistress to see the dresses she'd laid out for the welcoming party that night. Once Sandry was in the bedroom inspecting the clothes, Gudruni closed the door.
Please, my lady, they're already sneering at me and saying I can't be very good if I haven't taught you what's due to your station. With more servants to direct, I grow more important in the servants' areas. Then they'll all serve us as they should. It may sound like little things to you, but one of those little things is your bathwater. We'd both like it to be hot when it gets here. Servants are far more snobbish than nobles.
Sandry gazed at her sidelong. Gudruni got nervous if Sandry looked her in the eyes. It was yet another of the many things that meant trouble between nobles and commoners in Namorn.
This isn't a story you're telling me?
Gudruni shook her head.
I tried to warn you back home, but it was all I could do to get you to take my service. You're going back south soon enough. Surely you can afford to play by their rules until then.
Sandry slumped.
Very well, Gudruni. They can stay. Happy?
She was trying to decide between a blush-pink overgown or a pale blue one when she realized that Gudruni looked uncomfortable.
What?
Well, begging my lady's pardon, but there's the matter of the hairdresser. He's agreed to fit you in after midday. He dresses most of the ladies-in-waiting's hair, and we were lucky that he agreed to see you. I believe the Empress herself had a word with him.
With a loud groan, Sandry collapsed onto a chair. Triss waited until after her new maid had taken away the remains of her midday to explore her new chambers thoroughly. Much to her surprise, Triss noticed the history of Namorn she had found that first day in the palace was placed beside her bed. In fact, someone had taken the small blue and gold dressing room that Triss would never use and turned it into a library, stuffed with books on Namornese history, wildlife, crafts, religions, magic, and languages. Fascinated, Triss plopped into an armchair and began to read as chimes soared around the much-carved and painted chambers, exploring moldings and hanging lamps. She had just returned to curl up on Triss's lap when someone knocked on the door. Triss opened it to find Ishabal there.
I thought we might talk. May I enter?
Triss let the Imperial Mage in. Closing the door, she asked,
"Were you the one who picked out the books?"
I directed one of the Imperial librarians to select what might interest a learned stranger. I take it she chose well?
"Please be seated,"
Triss replied instead of answering the question. She returned to her own chair as Ishabal took the seat.
What was found for you in no way represents the total of books on those subjects. The Imperial libraries are vast. If you were to choose to serve Her Imperial Majesty, you would have the key to such libraries. Moreover, you would have the wealth to create a proper library of your own.
If Triss was greedy for anything, it was books. Her sisters and brother had learned early on that her personal books were not to be touched without permission and handled carefully with it. For a moment she had a vision of a 2-story room with books on shelves that reached to the ceiling, all filled with volumes on anything that did or might interest her.
"It's certainly possible,"
she mused.
"I doubt Baronine is stingy with her mages. Not the way Canaille and Ishabal dress. Simple, but elegant. And costly. Her Imperial Majesty wishes to employ me as a war mage."
Triss said it flatly. She had been approached with offers of work before, all of them with the same price attached.
"Why do they always assume a lightning mage wants to kill people?"
she wondered tiredly.
Actually, she would like to offer you employment as anything you choose. On the Sith, the ability to banish storms is always in great demand. Moreover, we have reports that you've been able to create rain.
"Not create it. I don't create weather. I draw it from someplace else."
Very well. The Empire is vast, as your books will tell you. It is always raining somewhere. You could draw rain to those places who need it. You could give winds to becalmed ships here and on our coast on the endless sea. Your value to the Imperial Crown is endless, Triss. Her Imperial Majesty is a gracious employer who rewards good service, and she does not overwork her mages. You would have time for your own projects.
Triss removed her spectacles and rubbed the dent they always left in the top of her long nose.
"Even if they don't say they want war magic, They usually do. If they know you can do it, they always end up wanting it. I certainly got asked for it often enough, traveling with Nico. Even when they start out nicely, it always comes down to kill people for me. I am flattered, of course,
she replied, her voice quiet and polite. 3 years earlier she might have been cruder, but she had learned a few things. Nowadays she always thought before she spoke in these situations.
Deeply flattered. Might I have time to consider this?
Ishabel inspected her nails. When she looked up, she met Triss's eyes and said in a businesslike tone,
500 gold argibs the first year. Your own rooms here in the palace, your own horses and maid. Your health is tended by imperial healers without charge. Materials for your magic and research are supplied free of cost within reason. I determine what is reasonable, not a privy purse clerk who doesn't understand mage work.
Mila, bless me,
thought Triss, rattled despite her resolve. The offer was ferociously generous. Her practical self gripped her greedy self by the ear.
It always comes back to war magic, and I want to go to Lightsbridge,
she told herself firmly.
No need to rush or offend anyone. Not if I'm stuck here for at least another month,
Triss told herself.
I must think it over, please. You must understand how overwhelming this is for someone like me.
Of course,
Ishabel replied, getting to her feet.
You are wise to think about it. But Her Imperial Majesty also wishes you to know she sees your worth. She values it.
Triss got up and nodded.
I am greatly honored. Please thank her for me.
She saw Ishabel to the door and let her out, then closed it behind her.
I am not going to think about the money, or the funds, or the healers,
she told herself, biting her lip.
I want to go to Lightsbridge.
She turned the key in the lock.
And I won't do battle magic. Ever.
She was settling into her chair when someone rapped hard on the door. She had locked out the maid. They all gathered in Sandry's rooms before the welcoming party so that Sandry could inspect them. Briar wore his favorite deep green tunic and breeches with a perfect white shirt, Triss a vivid blue undergown and sheer black overgown in the Namornese style. Daja was glorious in a bronze silk tunic that hung to her knees and leggings of the same color, the tunic heavy with intricate gold embroideries. Sandry had chosen an undergown of pale blue and a white lace overgown, with blue topazes winking at her ears and around her neck. She smiled at her family. Gudruni sighed, looking at them.
If clothes were armor, you would be defended against all your enemies. And you've your wits, too. That's something.
Splendid. I now feel suitably armed for a swim in a tub of molasses.
She's just being cautious. That's Gudruni's way. And you do look fine.
She smoothed away a wrinkle in Triss's overgown.
Definitely a match for all these bags.
Briar grinned at her use of slang. Bowing, he offered her his arm.
May I? At least until one of those bag boys tears you away from me?
Sandry laughed.
There isn't a man here who could do that for more than an hour.
Are you sure?
Asked Briar, raising an eyebrow.
Nobody?
Sandry blushed slightly, but said firmly,
Nobody.
One of Sandry's new footmen led them to the moonlight hall where the party was being held. As they entered the room, Briar said,
Well, I mean to tear myself away from you a bit tonight. That Katie just might get herself kissed if she's lucky.
And more if she's unlucky?
Daja asked.
No girl who draws my eye is ever unlucky. How could she be?
It's a good thing we know you're not really this conceited, or we'd have to take you down a peg or 12,
murmured Triss.
Shuri, bless me, this room is packed.
Don't run away too soon,
Sandry pleaded, looking over her shoulder at Triss.
I know you hate parties, but please stay with me. You can glare all the idiots away, since Briar's leaving me forlorn on the sidelines.
Though Triss consented to keep her company, Sandry did not remain on the sidelines for long. Finn was the first to claim a dance when the musicians began to play, followed by Jack, Ambrose, and Ken. After Ken handed Sandry off to Shan, he chose to sink into a chair beside Triss.
Hello, Red. You'd like Imperial service,
Ken said abruptly, his eyes smiling at her.
Her Imperial Majesty understands the value of research.
Does everyone know she's asked me? Let me think about it.
Just Isha and I know. Very well, I won't pester you. Do you know why Shan waited till now to ask Lahame Sandry to dance? Berenine left the room to attend to some reports.
When Triss glanced at the empty throne, then looked at him, Ken shrugged.
She wouldn't be at all happy to see her current lover paying court to Sandry.
Triss fingered one of her free braids.
So that's how things stand.
For now.
He reached out a long arm and snagged a glass of wine for himself and a cup of cherry juice for Triss. He handed her the juice, saying,
I notice that you four are the kind of mages who don't drink spirits. As for Shan, Berenine's moods change. Her lovers change.
And I suppose you'll tell her to help her mood change.
Triss asked, sipping her juice. Ken chuckled.
No, she doesn't like tattletales either.
He grimaced and drained his glass.
She really doesn't like them. But she's no fool. She'll learn about Shan's little games soon enough.
He handed his glass to another servant.
So tell me, what's Niclarin Goldeye like outside a classroom? I took one of his courses when I was at Lightsbridge. Every day I came out of one of his lectures, I felt like my brain was overstuffed.
Triss cackled with glee.
That's Nico, all right. I thought my brain would explode for that first year.
As Triss and Ken talked about Nico and then Lightsbridge, Daja watched the dancing from a seat next to Rizu. Sooner or later, all of the younger courtiers came to sit around them, leaving and returning to dance or to nibble and drink as servants loaded the tables at the far end of the silver-gilded room. Daja relaxed, feeling more comfortable in this gathering than she had expected to. She wasn't hungry and limited her drinking to the fruit juice that was served along with the wine. Finally, Rizu patted her face with a lace-edged handkerchief.
I am suffocating,
she whispered to Daja.
Let's go cool off.
Daja was happy to go. The room was full of people who danced and sweated, while the many candles that lit the room made it even hotter. Though heat didn't bother her, she would welcome a breath of fresher air. She followed Rizu out, winding through clusters of courtiers, until they passed through one of the double doors to the terrace. There they leaned against a broad stone rail in the shadows. Daja lifted her heavy weight of beaded braids to let the cool night breeze flow across her neck.
Are all the parties here so populated?
Her companion laughed.
This is an intimate gathering. Wait till 2 weeks from now, with the banquet and ball for the ambassador from Lyran. Then all the old nobility will totter in, and the people who don't really approve of the way Her Imperial Majesty lives her life, though they do approve of the peace and prosperity she brings. And then there will be all the other ambassadors.
Her full mouth widened in a brilliant smile.
Except perhaps the Yanjing ambassador, who may be feeling ill by then.
Daja smiled, briefly remembering Sandry's first maneuver before the Empress. At the same time, Seeing the way the light struck Rizu's curly lashes, casting their shadow over her eyes, she thought,
"She's so beautiful."
The question burst out of her before she realized it.
"Why aren't you dancing? You haven't danced all night. And nobody's asked you, even though you're almost as beautiful as the Empress."
Rizu smiled.
"You think so? Truly?"
Daja opened her lips to say that of course she thought so, but she didn't get to speak. Instead, Rizu leaned over and kissed her softly, gently on the mouth. After a moment, she pulled away. There was a look of worry in her eyes. Her hands were fisted in her skirts.
"Oh,"
said Daja when she remembered how to talk. She felt as if the sun had just catapulted into her mind. Dazzled with what it showed her, she realized also,
"Rizu's afraid. She's had enough people tell her no, that she's not sure."
Strictly to make Rizu feel better, certainly not because she wanted more of that sunlight spilling into her heart and mind. Daja leaned over and kissed Rizu's mouth all on her own. Then, rather than ruin the quiet between them, Rizu took Daja's hand and led her into the palace by a door that did not open into the moonlight hall.
I'm serious. Stop laughing,
murmured Finn as he twirled Sandry around in the dance figure called the Rose.
Just the two of us, with your maid for chaperone, tomorrow or the next day. There's a cove down in the Sith where the pools are inlaid with semi-precious stone. It's exquisite. You'll be enchanted.
"But I don't know you well enough, Finn,"
Sandry replied in her lightest tone.
"What if a strong fellow like you were to kidnap me and try to make me sign that marriage contract I keep hearing about?"
She batted her eyelashes at him, as if she didn't really believe he might try that. The truth was that once she knew it was possible, she suspected the men that Baronine had assigned to court her most of all. As far as Sandry knew, they could have orders to marry her by summer's end, one way or another.
"But you're a mage,"
he coaxed, leading her in a circle with the other dancers.
"And kin to her Imperial Majesty. You—"
A surge of emotion, tenderness, shock, heat that flooded her veins and made her muscles loose, struck Sandry like a wave, making her sway. At a distance, as if she were someone else, she felt lips touch hers in a kiss, and she kissed back.
"Oh my,"
she thought, very severely rattled.
"Daja and Rizu."
She grabbed Finn by both arms, partly to steady herself, partly to make her story convincing.
"I'm sorry,"
she said. She flashed a smile at her fellow dancers and spoke a little more loudly.
"It's very warm in here, isn't it?"
Hurriedly she threw up a barrier on her connection to Daja, who was following Rizu giddily.
"I'm sorry, I really must sit down."
A lady's wish was a command at a dance. Finn guided Sandry to a chair.
"May I get you something cool?"
he asked, concerned, as she located her fan.
"Shaved ice would be wonderful, thank you."
She waved the fan hurriedly, trying to cool the scarlet blush she felt rising on her cheeks. Once he was gone and she didn't have to work to talk to him, she put up more blocks on her connection to her sister, trying to keep it open without knowing anything of what Daja was up to now. Only when she had reduced it to the merest thread did she lean back in her chair and close her eyes.
"I don't think she knew. Or if she did, she thought she was more like Rosethorn, interested in women and men. I know she's mentioned boys, once or twice, but never girls.
Thinking of Rizu, Sandry added,
Or women.
A hand rested on her shoulder, making Sandry jump. She turned as Shan bent down and whispered in her ear,
It's cooler outside.
And it's dark, so nobody can see my face till I get myself under control,
Sandry added silently. She bounced out of her chair and followed Shan onto a terrace, thankfully a different terrace from the one Daja and Rizu had just left. She wasn't completely sure that the other terrace wasn't aglow from that sudden flare of passion in Daja.
Oh dear,
she whispered, hesitating.
Finn will think I've deserted him.
Tell me he doesn't deserve it for hounding you,
Shan replied quietly, tugging her away from the windows.
I saw the look on your face when you were dancing with him. He'll recover.
Sandry shook her head, but she didn't resist the tug on her hand any longer. Shan was right. She was uncomfortably warm.
I'll tell Finn I was going to faint unless I got fresh air. I'll make it up to him somehow. Maybe he'll take the hint and stop trying to get me alone.
Out here, the wind cooled Sandry's hot face. She let Shan guide her to a shadowed bench, where she sat with relief.
Sometimes there are things you just don't want to know the details of.
Shan took a seat next to her.
Was that aimed at me?
Goodness, no. Oh, dear. Triss is up there again.
She pointed up to the curtain wall. Shan was a large source of warmth against Sandry's left side.
The Master of Ceremonies should just build her a room up there,
he remarked, his voice soft music over her shoulder.
Has she always liked high places?
Hearing his male rumble, Sandry felt better, less giddy.
Well, she is a weather mage. It's the best place to reach for weather. If we weren't sure where to find her, back at Discipline, the wall was the first place we started.
Fingers touched her chin and turned her head. Shan bent down to kiss Sandry gently. She jumped away as if stung. The sensation was too close to Daja, what Daja had felt. Sandry couldn't tell the difference between her reaction to Shan and Daja's to Rizu.
Please don't be offended,
she said, even more rattled now.
I'm just... all the light and the dancing. I really must get back to it.
She fled back into the moonlight hall, this time almost flinging herself into Jack's arms.
I promised you a dance, didn't I? Isn't this a lovely time for a dance? I think so.
Jack frowned at her, his open face worried.
Are you all right, Sandry? Has someone insulted you?
He looked up and glared at Shan, who had followed Sandry inside.
If Fair Roth upset you in any way...
Sandry covered Jack's mouth with her hand.
I'm fine,
she told him, catching her breath.
Let's dance, please.
As Jack guided her out onto the floor, Sandry gave herself a good talking to.
You've been kissed before. Now you act like a girl who put on her first veil just a day ago. Get hold of yourself and stop acting like a ninny hammer. Try some of the complicated dances you keep refusing to do. Concentrating on your feet could keep your silly imagination from, well, imagining.
She danced often and, despite her fears about the complex dances, very well. She danced until her garments were soaked with perspiration and she couldn't catch her breath. Only when her feet began to hurt did she excuse herself and retire to her rooms. She took a quick bath first, while Gudruni took care of her damp clothes. Once she had slithered into her nightgown and robe, she let Gudruni brush her hair. As soon as her maid was gone, Sandry threw herself onto her bed with disgust.
Now Shan will think I don't like him, and I do. I don't suppose there's a way a lady can apologize and say, I wish you'd kiss me again now that I'm not so distracted. I have to let him know somehow that it wasn't anything to do with him. Well, nothing much,
she amended honestly.
I just got kissing and love all confused.
That thought made her sit up.
Daja's in love,
she thought, feeling woebegone.
After all this time. It's wonderful, but she'll want to stay, won't she? She'll want to stay with Rizu. She won't want to go home.
A single large teardrop rolled down her cheek. Sandry dashed it away impatiently.
Of all times to turn into a big bubble of jumpiness, this is the worst,
she told herself, getting out of bed.
I need to calm down.
There was only one thing she could do. She took out her nightlight, placed it on a small table, then got her work basket.
Embroidery,
she said firmly.
Just what the healer advised.
Finlock Fairhurick slammed into the miserable 2 rooms that were his lot in the Imperial Palace and kicked a footstool into the wall.
A laughingstock,
he thought, grinding his teeth until they ached.
She made me a laughingstock before the entire court, getting rid of me on a pretext. Oh, Finn, I'm so hot. I simply must sit down and have some ice. And the minute my back is turned, she's dancing with that brainless chunk of muscle, Jack.
He paced in the little space he had, considering his options.
They're saying Shan courts her behind the Empress's back,
he thought, running a restless palm over the dagger on his belt.
I know the man's ambitious, but surely he's no fool. Even the Landrag moneybags can't protect him from Imperial disfavor, can they?
He waved the idea away.
Only a fool would try to deceive Baronine. But Jack. Sandry's favored Jack since we got to Landrag. Tonight she openly snubbed me for him, so I've lost that race. Well, I'm not going to wait for her and Jack to start billing and cooing, for me to become the laughingstock of the Empire. Her Imperial Majesty admires bold men who take what they want. Well, at least, bold men who don't try to take her. Maybe, if I'm bold enough to snag her precious cousin, I could be her next favorite, and Sithuthan take Shan and Ken and her other pets. My uncle said I was to call on him if I need help. I don't dare wait. Summer goes quick as the wind in Dancruin, and Jack's a fast worker.
His mind made up. Finn sat down at his desk, found his ink bottle, paper, and pen, and began to write. 14. The 8th through 22nd days of Rosemoon, 1043 KF, the Imperial Palace, Dancruin, Namorn. The party was not going the way Briar had expected it to. He'd certainly come with the intention of luring Katie into a shadowed corner of the garden for a bit of fun, but Katie had chosen to torment him first. She snubbed him 3 times as he approached to ask her to dance, walking off with someone else as he approached. The first 2 times he simply grinned and asked another girl to dance. The 3rd time, when Katie smirked at him over Finn's shoulder as he whirled her away, Briar stopped to reconsider.
This is stupid,
he thought.
All these people with their jewels on, watching to see who envies them and who doesn't, who favors who, it's all a waste of time. What do they accomplish by it? Why do I waste my time on this silly game?
An image of the dead of Gyeongshi blotted out the gaudy dancers. Briar could smell rotting flesh. For a moment he heard not music and laughter, but the whistle of the wind blowing over rock. He shook his head to banish the image and pinched his nose to drive out the stench.
I left all that back there,
he thought fiercely.
All I wanted to do was go home and remember what fun is like.
Weary, sweating, Briar looked at the thronged room.
All these nice clothes, all these jokes and drinks and food, what good does it do? Tomorrow, folk will be poor and starving and dying with a soldier's pike in them, and these people will have another celebration. More nice clothes, more jokes, more gems. The suffering is forgotten or ignored. Why sorrow? The war victims aren't our people. And the wheel turns, and suddenly they are our people. I've better things to do with my time. Important things.
He eased himself out onto the terrace, ignored by the couples who had picked a strip of shadow in which to kiss, and trotted down the stairs to the gardens. He instantly felt better on the rhododendron walk, surrounded by the dark-leaved plants. Even the blossoms looked shadowy in the scant moonlight that reached them. He walked past them, mending a damaged leaf here, making another unpleasant for the insects who tried to gnaw on it. Somewhere nearby he sensed Triss. He didn't even bother to check their reformed bond. He didn't have to. If Triss was close, she was at the highest point, close by. There she stood atop the outer palace wall. The wind off the Sith made her skirts flap.
What does she hear up there? If what I suspect is so, what does she see? How did she learn to see it? And that's got to be how she knows Zhegors is seeing things, right? She knew to get Daj to make him spectacles, so why won't she just tell us she can do it?
He grinned.
Should have known she wouldn't stay in the ballroom any longer than it would be polite.
He hesitated, then silently called up to her.
Want to come see the Empress's shack hands? She won't mind I took you there. She gave me a note saying I had an open pass to the greenhouses.
Triss didn't even seem surprised to hear from him.
Too much up here. Shaggy white bears, lights in the sky. Not tonight, Briar.
He was about to walk on when she added,
It is a waste of time and money. The dancing and the expensive foods.
Briar flinched.
How do you know? How can you eavesdrop and me not know it?
I didn't eavesdrop. You've just gotten a little more like me since you went away.
I'm not sure that's a compliment.
Neither am I. Oh, look. An old ship trapped in ice.
Shaking his head, Briar ambled on down the path. At first he returned to his chambers, where he put his feet up and read for a while. When the palace sounds had died down to the rhythms of sleep, and the plants said that most of the walking flowers, their idea of gaudily dressed humans, had gone into their sheds, he realized he wasn't a bit sleepy. He changed to plain clothes, slung his mage's kit over his shoulders, and left for the greenhouses. He was surprised to find no guard posted. As protective as Baranine was, he'd have thought guards would be everywhere around the costly glass buildings. Then he put his hand on the latch of the door into the greenhouse where the shakans and orchids were kept. Fire blazed, giving him just enough of a burn to make him pay attention. Briar scratched his head.
Her Imperial Majesty never mentioned warding spells. Maybe she wanted it to be a surprise.
He let his power flow up to that magical barrier. It was thorough. The workmanship screamed of Ishabal to his senses. About to give up, Briar remembered the pass Baranine had given him. He took the paper out and unfolded it, then laid it against the barrier. He stumbled as it gave way, leaving enough room for him to open the door and walk through. Behind him he felt the magic close.
I hope it lets me out,
he thought as he surveyed the miniature trees. The Shakans clamored for his attention. Pine and miniature forest, fruit-bearing and flowering, they all wanted him to handle each of them, feeling their leaves and trunks and telling them what fine trees they were. Briar did his best to oblige. He never felt he wasted his time with Shakans, whether they stored magic or not. They were their own reason for being, lovely without causing harm to anyone else. Their scent of moss and dirt blotted the ghosts of Kyung-shi in his mind. The whisper of their leaves covered the sounds of screams that he kept thinking he'd just heard. When his eyelids finally grew heavy, he lay on the ground under a table with his mage kit for a pillow. He slept deep, and he did not dream. A much-amused Baronin woke him around dawn. Briar grinned as he apologized and excused himself to go clean up. Before he left, he asked her,
"Would you object if I did more than just trimming and freshening these Shakans? Some of them need a shape that's better matched with their natures."
As long as I may keep them later,
the Empress replied, her eyes on the door to her orchid room. Briar had his hand on the door latch when Baronin called,
"Do you understand that we could arrange things so that you would have authority here second only to mine? You would be the Imperial Gardener. I meant what I said to you at Dragonstone. You would be a treasure of the Empire, famed for your skill. I would pay you richly for it. I would make you a noble, with estates of your own, and a geothot, what you would call a dukedom. Neither you nor your heirs would ever want for anything."
She waved and vanished among her orchids. Bemused by her offer, wondering if her nobles would appreciate having a street rat duke, Briar returned to his room. His manservant was up and nervous that Briar wasn't in his bed. His face brightened when Briar came in.
"Vinane, what is your pleasure?"
he asked, bowing.
"Food, lots of it. A hot bath. And the least smelly soap you can find. My Shakan hated that sandalwood-scented glop I used yesterday. No point in making it jealous."
The servant blinked.
"Vinane?"
he asked at last, confused. Briar sighed. His sisters would have understood.
"Just soap with as little scent as possible, if you please."
The servant snapped to his tasks.
As if he's afraid if he stays near me anymore, I'll turn him into something,
Briar thought disdainfully. After breakfast, he read for a while. Normally, he'd expect his sisters to be awake not long after dawn. Their lives had made all of them into early risers. But after a gathering like last night, he couldn't blame them for sleeping in. When the ornamented clock in his sitting room chimed the hour before midday, he put his book aside and went in search of Daja. At first, when he knocked on her door and there was no response right away, he thought she might have gone out. Then he heard female voices, muffled ones.
Maybe the maid will know where she got to,
Briar thought, and pounded harder. At last he heard fumbling at the latch. The door opened to reveal Daja wearing only last night's rumpled tunic.
"Sorry,"
she mumbled, letting him in.
"I couldn't find a robe."
Briar smiled at her knowingly and glanced at the open bedroom door. Rizu stood there, wrapping a sheet around herself. Her long curls were free of their pins and dangled to her waist. The sheet only enhanced her buxom figure. Briar raised his eyebrows at Rizu, then looked at Daja, who scratched at the floor with a bare toe.
"Well, that explains more than it doesn't,"
Briar remarked. He told himself,
Now I know why I was sure Rizu was never interested in me, or any man. Daja, why didn't you say you're an Isamohi?
He asked, using the trader talk word for a woman who loved other women.
What with Lark and Rosethorn? Did you think we cared?
I didn't know that I was a Nisamohi,
Daja whispered, still not looking at him. She shrugged.
I've been too busy, and there was never anyone.
She looked back at Rizu, who smiled at her with a beautiful light in her eyes.
I'll go away in a hurry if you've got some of that heavy copper wire. The stuff you can just manage to bend around your wrist.
Daja went over to her mage's kit and hunted until she produced the coil of heavy copper wire.
It's not spelled, so it should act as you want,
she said, handing the wire to Briar with one hand as she pushed him to the door with the other.
Don't tell Sandry or Triss yet, please,
she added as she let him out.
It's just so new.
I wouldn't dream of it,
Briar said, but she had already shut and locked the door. Grinning and shaking his head, he headed down the hall to the garden door, tossing and catching the copper wire as he went.
So that only leaves one of us who isn't human, the way Sandry keeps tracking Shan when she thinks no one is looking,
he thought cheerfully.
And I tremble to think what kind of person Triss might like. They'd have to be all dressed in lightning and rain for her even to look at them, that's for certain.
Whistling a tune that their adopted mother Lark had forbidden him to whistle under her roof, Briar opened the hall door and passed out into the spring day. After the upheavals of the party, Sandry was grateful for a quieter day after. The Empress took chosen members of her court for a sail on her private ship. It meant that none of Sandry's suitors could corner her, though it amazed her how, on such a small vessel, she never found herself next to Shan. She gave up trying and stayed close to Daja and Rizu, enjoying the safety of the number of their friends, as well as the bright glances and touches they exchanged. The ship carried them to a cove on the eastern coast, where they dropped anchor and went ashore for an excellent midday. On the way back, everyone cajoled until Triss released a breeze that filled their sails. While it carried them along, Triss turned aside the prevailing winds so they could make headway, earning many strange looks from captain and crew. Chime entertained nobles and crew alike. Triss had brought glass-coloring agents along. Chime ate them with glee, then spat glass flames in different colors so that everyone had a flame-shaped memento for the day. She then flew around the ship in loops and spirals, the sun glancing off her wings in flashes of rainbow light. As most of the court watched her, Sandry noticed that Ishabal had drawn Triss over to sit between her and Ken.
Those two certainly have a lot to say to Triss,
Sandry thought, watching them.
And why does Triss have that polite look on her face? It's the one most good courtiers learn so they never offend anyone, in case they're bored or angry at what's being said.
She turned her head and saw Briar leaning against the rail near Berenine. She was laughing. Looking more closely, Sandry saw why. He'd brought a dozen tiny sprigs to life from a plank just under the rail, creating a tiny forest there. Briar looked up and caught Sandry's eye. He winked, and the sprigs shrank, retreating back into the wood.
There, how can you possibly say no to my offer?
Sandry heard Berenine ask. Sandry grimaced and turned her head.
It's not just me she wants to stay. It's Briar and Triss.
She glanced at Daja and Rizu. Rizu was whispering into Daja's ear, making Daja laugh.
And maybe even Daja Berenine wants to keep here. Why not? Even among ambient mages, they've done unusual things, brilliant things. Shakens and living metal creations have made Briar and Daja rich and famous. Triss could be, if she were willing to do battle magic. Even as a weather maid, she would make people think.
Sandry looked down, tracing the brocade pattern of her overgown so she could hide her face from those around her.
If my cousin has her way, I might just have to stay here to keep seeing my sisters and brother. What will I do? What will I do if I have to choose between them and Uncle Vedris?
A tear dropped onto the brocade. With the court dazed after a day in the sun, they were given the evening to themselves. Sandry invited her sisters and brother to supper in the elegant small dining room that was part of her suite. She would have asked Rizu as well, but Rizu had gone with Berenine to a meeting. Sandry wasn't sure if Briar and Triss knew what was going on, or if they would appreciate Rizu's presence at a dinner that was confined to their small family. Gudruni was still setting the table when Briar arrived. He carried his mage kit and a shakan from the Imperial greenhouse.
I thought I'd work on it later,
he told Sandry, placing the shakan on a side table.
Hello, Gudruni. Did you see your kids and Jegors?
The maid nodded.
Jegors asked me to tell you and Vimese Triss. He followed one single conversation all the way to the green market today. He says to say it was real, bargaining between a cherry seller and a potter. He said he did it after he took out just one ear bead, whatever that means. And I think Wenera is spoiling my children.
Briar chuckled.
Good cooks do that. If you worry about this sort of thing, once we get to Summersea, keep them away from Gorse at Winding Circle. Otherwise, you'll have kids that roll, not walk.
Sandry had inspected his miniature willow while Briar talked to her maid.
What's wrong with it?
She asked when she had the chance. Briar grimaced.
See how it's shaped so it's bent almost clean out to the side? The bleeder that shaped this beauty actually thought the tree ought to be trained up in the full cascade style. She properly needs the windblown style, with the trunk more upright. Anyone can see that. The Empress had the eye to see it, even if she hadn't had the time to get to work on her yet.
He caressed the tree's slim branches, which twined gently around his hand.
Nobody ever asks the tree, do they, Beauty?
Sandry shook her head.
If only you found a human being you loved enough to talk that way to.
Isn't one of us in love bad enough?
Sandry knit her brows.
You know, then, about Daja and Rizu.
Couldn't hardly miss it,
Briar replied, pinching off tiny new leaves. He glanced up at Sandry.
How do you know?
Sandry blushed and looked down.
Daja and I reopened our bonds with each other a little while ago.
Interesting way to find out,
Briar murmured, his concentration on the tree again.
Don't hold your breath for me to throw myself down in a heap of contriteness and beg you two to include me in all this joy.
I wasn't going to,
retorted Sandry, her eyes flashing.
Of all the selfish, rude, impertinent boys.
Briar grinned at her.
Well, I am family.
Sandry couldn't help it. She had to laugh as Gudruni admitted Triss and Chime.
Good to see you two getting on,
the redhead remarked. She came over to look at the miniature willow.
Reshaping her?
She asked Briar. Chime stretched out from Triss's shoulder, her head at the same angle as Triss's as they eyed the tree. Briar nodded.
No willow tree bends over on itself. That was pretty decent of you today, taking some of the load from the sailors.
Too bad it only made them uncomfortable.
It's just that weather magic and anyone who can do more than control a wind here and there are so uncommon. If you'd brought up a big wave that just rolled us toward shore, they might not even have noticed.
But the shore would. Besides, Her Imperial Majesty and her pet puppy dogs wanted a wind. Can you imagine how His Grace your uncle would react if every time he asked for something, everyone around him asked for the same thing?
Sandry winced. Uncle Vedris had expressed his opinions of such fawning behavior very forcibly in the past.
They wouldn't do so more than once,
she said as Gudruni responded to a knock on the door. Daja came in, looking oddly uncertain. Rizu stood by her shoulder.
I told Rizu it would be all right if she joined us.
Sandry beamed at the pair.
Of course you may,
she told Rizu, glancing back to make sure neither Briar nor Triss was about to make a liar out of her. Briar's eyebrows were slightly knit. Triss had that same politely interested expression she had worn that afternoon while talking with Ken and Ishabal, but neither one said anything. Sandry continued,
You never asked permission to join us at Landred Castle, Rizu. Why start now? Gudruni?
The maid was already rearranging chairs and settings for a fifth person at the table. As soon as she finished, they all sat down to eat. To Sandry's relief, everyone relaxed once they were eating. They talked about the ball for the Lyron ambassador in 2 weeks' time and that day's sale. Now that they knew more people at court, Rizu could tell stories about them that the others would understand. She and Daja remained for a while after the footmen cleared away the plates, then excused themselves and left. There was a long silence once Gudruni had retreated to her own room. Briar concentrated on the willow shakan. Gently he urged it up from its ugly, bent-over stance, raising it to the limit the trunk could handle even with his magic to make it more flexible. Once it was as straight as he could make it for the time being, he fashioned a sleeve of heavy wire to help it keep from folding down again. Triss petted Chime as the glass dragon gave off her singing purr. Sandry peered at her embroidery and waited for one of the others to say something. At last Briar sat up.
Just because she has a partner now doesn't mean the partner is one of us. You don't see me dragging a girl everywhere.
Triss looked at him steadily.
Have you cared enough about a girl to want us to accept her?
Briar couldn't meet her level gaze.
Well, Evie.
Evie is your student. Face it, Briar. You don't like any of your bits of entertainment enough to worry if we know who they are.
At least I don't pretend Katie ought to belong to our circle.
His words were like a needle's jab. Sandry looked up.
We're not a circle. Daja and I reopened our bond. You two don't even care, so why does it matter if Daja brings Rizu?
Her mouth trembled.
They're in love. You should be happy for them.
In love enough for Rizu not to tell everything she's heard if the Empress asks it? I think not. Rizu's all right, but I think she belongs to Baronin first, and anyone else second.
He looked down at his hands. All the flowers on both had sprouted tiny black roses.
Face it, Daj won't be coming home with us. For that matter, will either of you? I've seen that Shan look at you when Baronin isn't around, Sandry, and you can't tell me they didn't offer you good coin to stay on, Triss.
Sandry glared at him.
The Empress isn't offering you the moon to stay?
The whole palace is talking about how you alone have her permission to enter the greenhouses at any time. The gardeners say she's never let anyone but herself recommend pruning, but they have orders to take such direction from you. And I've heard she's offered you a bottomless purse and the post of Imperial Gardener if you stay.
You hear too festering much. How would you know when you always hide?
Triss looked at him over the rim of her spectacles and tapped one ear.
Oh.
Briar grimaced.
These halls are chimneys for drafts and chatter, dolt,
Triss informed him firmly.
Leave Daja and Rizu be. They'll do as they need to.
Daja won't thank you for saying anything against Rizu.
It's not against her.
Is that how Daja will see it?
Suddenly she felt the touch of Triss within her magic.
Calm down.
Sandry could feel that Briar heard Triss as well, though his bond to Sandry herself was still closed.
We four will always be one, whether we live together in Emelon or not,
Triss told them both.
You ought to have more faith.
The next 2 weeks were a whirlwind for all 4 mages, not just Sandry. The Empress seemed determined to woo them with entertainment and splendor. They were caught up in a myriad of hunts for unusual flowers and tucked-away picnics, since Lady Sanderline did not like to hunt game, card parties, rides, breakfasts, and voyages on the Sith. Sandry noticed that even Triss could not evade them all, though she was better than the other 3 at vanishing. Daja and Rizu were glued together. They hardly seemed to care what they did as long as they did it in each other's company, as Briar pointed out more than once. Occasionally they joined Sandry, Briar, and Triss for a private midday or supper. Sandry noticed that, despite his grumbles, Briar voiced no objections to Rizu's company when Daja was present. To Sandry's relief, Finn said nothing about her desertion of him that night at the welcoming party. Knowing his tendency toward passion and uproar, Sandry was sure that he would kick up a fuss. She was surprised instead to find he seemed to have forgotten all about it. He continued to court her along with Jack without making any particular effort to get her alone.
I suppose I'm inconsistent to be miffed that he doesn't much care,
she thought ruefully.
Really, it would be a pain if he did get all offended, but he could at least pout a little.
She carefully did not think about Pershan Fairroth at all. It wasn't that she didn't see plenty of Shan. She did. He was always at Baronine's side or at her back, bringing her delicacies, carrying her falcon until she chose to fly it to hunt, helping her to dismount. Sandry tried not to begrudge her cousin the feel of Shan's big hands on her waist as she slid down from the saddle, or the way he bent over the Empress to feed her a cherry, but the bile of envy was very hard to ignore. If Shan remembered that he had kissed Sandry, he did not show it. The smile he gave her when she caught his eye was the polite one of one noble to another.
Serves me right,
she told herself one night, punching her pillows into a more agreeable shape. Whenever she closed her eyes, she saw Shan and Baronine practicing Lyronese dance figures that day, particularly the one in which Shan lifted the Empress high in the air.
The man kisses me.
Punch, punch.
And I run like a scared kitten. I bet the Empress doesn't run.
Sandry growled and stuffed her coverlet in her mouth.
Now I'll have to think of a good lie for Gudruni. And it has to be really good, because I think Gudruni suspects far too much as is. Not that she would say anything, but she'll just tell me some bit of woman's wisdom about how some men are just out of a person's reach. I don't want to hear woman's wisdom, or any wisdom. I just want Shan to kiss me again, so I can tell if I got all wobble-kneed because I knew about Daja and Rizu, or if it was the way he kisses.
The day of the Lyron ambassador's ball, the entire palace was in chaos. Dodging servants with their arms full of burdens, Sandry and Gudruni fled the palace. Landraig House was far more peaceful. Sandry could take her midday with Ambrose Elaga and their girls, while Gudruni visited her children. Before she left, Sandry went in search of Jegors. She found him seated on the balcony outside Triss's window, facing into the breeze that came over the walls. He had one of his metal ear beads in his hand and his strange metal spectacles on his face.
Don't trouble yourself about me,
he said with a cheerful smile.
Thee may say Triss visits once a day for my lessons.
That's good to know. Are they going well? He seems so much calmer now.
Zhegors, who had been sitting on a tall stool, was getting to his feet. He was frowning as he turned this way and that, the ear with no bead in it facing into the wind.
I don't know. Why would sailors be prepared for a midnight getaway?
Sandry had to smile.
For as many reasons as there are sailors, I should think. I shouldn't worry, Zhegors. Unless you know the name of the ship or her captain, there's nothing you can do.
Returning to the palace, she napped and ate a light supper. There would be a larger banquet that night, but Sandry knew she would collapse before then without something in her belly. Afterward she bathed, then let Gudruni dress her and arrange her hair. After that she sat down to read. Baronine had said a courtier would bring her to the imperial hall, where the ball was to be held. A rap on the door announced Sandry's escort. Gudruni opened it to reveal Finn, gloriously handsome in navy velvet and silver. He might have chosen his clothes to complement Sandry's own pale blue and silver. He grinned at Sandry.
I hope you appreciate all the begging and pleading I did to get Her Imperial Majesty to agree I could escort you to the ball. You look glorious, Lady Sandry.
She smiled and let him kiss her hand.
Careful.
Finn raised his brows. He knew what she meant.
Flattery?
He looked at Gudruni.
Do I flatter? Is she not beautiful?
Gudruni blushed and curtsied.
You do look so lovely, Cleheim.
She curtsied again and opened the door for them. Finn placed her hand on his arm and guided her down the hall. They turned inside the lobby that connected the three wings of the palace and walked until Finn led her through a door into a back corridor.
But the Imperial Hall is that way,
Sandry protested, stopping. Finn smiled down at her.
We've had a change of plans. Her Imperial Majesty has asked me to take you by a side route to the entrance she uses. She wants you beside her when she greets the ambassador.
But isn't that properly where her heir should stand?
Asked Sandry, letting him pull her along. Finn nodded.
Except Princess Madrian lives in the Eastern Empire. You will act as her stand-in tonight.
Sandry frowned.
I hope the princess understands I'm only holding her place.
It's common. You see, after 2 kidnap attempts, Her Imperial Majesty sent her to live in secrecy. Others have served in her place before, but no one is silly enough to believe that anyone but the princess holds that place in reality. This way.
Finn steered Sandry around a corner. Sandry turned with him and walked into a damp cloth. Whatever was on it swamped her mind, letting her sink into black sleep. Somewhere nearby was the living world.
I fell asleep. When? I did it sitting, with my knees drawn up. Why in Mila's name would I do that? And when did it get dark? My head aches so. I must be dreaming yet, because I think my eyes are open, but it's still pitch black. Everything above my chin is throbbing.
Sandry tried to press her hands to her eyes. The throbbing was at its worst there, only to find she had little room to move her arms. When she did touch her eyes, she could feel her eyelids move. The brush of lashes against the inside of her fingers told her that her eyes were wide open, and it was still dark. She searched for light, her breath coming faster.
I cannot be in the dark. Everyone knows. Gudruni, Briar, Daja, everyone knows I must not be left in the dark alone. Not ever. Just breathe, Sandry. Slowly. This is all easy to explain if you collect your wits and don't panic.
There, a faint glimmer. Magical signs written just inches away, over her head, to either side, and on what she could see underneath her. Sandry put her hands out and explored her surroundings. There was a solid barrier some inches before her knees and under her. Her back pressed it. It was inches from her sides and above her head. The silver gleam came from spells that covered it. As she squinted at them, forcing herself to think, to see what they were, she began to recognize them. These were signs to unravel and undo. They had been written in combinations and materials to keep a Stitch Witch's power weak and confined. They cast no light. They did nothing to dispel the darkness. The dark. She was trapped in pitch darkness with no light and no crystal lamp. With complete understanding came real, uncontrolled panic. She gasped, unable to breathe. Suddenly she was 10 years old and trapped below a palace, the dead strewn through the building above her. The only person who knew where Sandry was, who had locked her in this cellar, had been murdered within earshot. Now Sandry was alone again, and she had no light. Sandry screamed. She shoved all of her magic outside her skin, fighting to call light to the very fabric of her clothes, only to have her power dissolve. She screamed again, begging for someone to let her out, to light a lamp, to find her. Shrieking till her voice cracked, she hammered at the wooden trap with feet and fists, ripping her delicate dancing slippers, bruising her hands, banging the back of her head against the unforgiving wood. Again and again, ignoring the pain that shot through her muscles and veins, she dragged at her power, trying to thrust it through her pores. Silk had worked before. It had held light for her before. She was wearing all kinds of silk, but the magic would not come. She finally stopped screaming and wept, shuddering in terror. She had not been silent for long when someone outside said,
"My bride-to-be awakes."
I know that voice,
she thought slowly.
I know it. Finn.
Remembering his name started a slow flare of rage in her chest.
Finlock Verhuric. My escort. That special entrance he guided me to.
"Come, Lady Sandry,"
he said, his voice very close to her prison.
"You were lively enough a moment ago."
He had heard her crying, screaming like a child lost in the dark.
Tell me.
She stopped. Her voice had been a low croak. She cleared her torn and scraped throat and tried again.
Does my cousin know about this?
Why would I trouble her with details? Your imperial cousin appreciates deeds, not promises. Once you've signed a marriage contract, with all the constraints required of a mage wife, of course, to ensure you never turn your power on me, I will accept Her Imperial Majesty's congratulations and praise for my boldness."
His smug reply set not the frightened child, but Vedris of Emelon's favorite niece, to blazing.
Maggot-riddled, festering, dung-footed,
imp-blessed mammering pavow, she growled, scrambling again for her power and feeling it trickle away. Bat-fouling, dung-sucking, base-born, churlish, milk-livered cack. Now, Lise, am Dane.
Endearments. You'll find better ones when we're married. Once you've put your signature to the contract, and your kiss, too, marked in blood for surety, I will even let my uncle give you control of your magic again. Not until then, of course. Not until you know that if you ever defy me, I will turn the marriage spells on you until you will crawl to beg for my forgiveness. The men of Namorn know how to handle mage wives.
If you think my cousin will congratulate you for kidnapping me in her own palace, you don't know her. She'll free me of your precious contract and your precious uncle.
Not if she wants your money bags to stay in Namorn, which she does. And my uncle is head of the Mages Society for all Namorn. I think even Her Imperial Majesty will have to swallow any vexation with me once I have the mages' backing and your wealth at my command. What?
He was answering a question from someone outside Sandry's trap.
No, she'll be well enough. I must show myself at the ball so no one believes I had anything to do with her disappearance.
The sound of his voice came closer to her prison.
Don't fret, my dear. Later, you may write to your friends from our honeymoon nest. Oh, if you're hoping for rescue, you're below ground. No wind will carry word of you to that red-headed terror. You're in a room without plants, so the green lad can't find you. And if you're waiting on the handsome and clever Pershan, even if he could find you, he wouldn't dare. Her Imperial Majesty knows her lover's attention has been straying.
Despite her fear, Sandry gulped. Shan and Baronine? She could be his mother. Finn continued.
She's watching him. He hasn't been allowed to leave her sight for 2 days without her knowing exactly where he goes. Poor Ken was getting all excited, thinking she would get rid of Shan and turn to him again. Instead, she's clutching Shan tight. It shows how much she wants to keep you here. Normally, she just dismisses the girl from court.
You're disgusting. Making up such foul lies about people.
Oh, I've made you unhappy, ruining your pretty little dreams. Get used to our marriage, if you please. Once you present me with an heir, I'll be happy to leave you to your own devices. Until later, my dear.
Then he was gone. Without Finn to hate, her fear of the dark swamped her again. Sandry screamed until she had no voice. When that was gone, she slid down and slammed her feet against the side of her prison over and over, until her back was bruised and her knees and ankles were on fire. Only when she could no longer kick did she curl up into a tiny ball, shuddering. The dark overwhelmed her for a while. The sound of people banging around outside brought her to herself again. It seemed Finn's helpers were settling down to a game of cards nearby. Oddly, their voices gave Sandry's mind something to latch onto. She wasn't quite lost, not if she could hear rough men cursing each other's bets and cards.
What am I without magic?
She asked herself dully, forcing herself to sit upright.
Just a game piece, like Jegor said. Just a pretty... Jegor's, Daja, Briar, Triss. Wait, I have bits of Briar's magic in me, from when we were kids, and Triss's, and Daja's. I spun us into one magic, but then I had to weave us into 4 separate people again. Still, We each kept some of one another's power, so we could go on seeing magic and hearing conversations. What's around me are spells only for thread magic, not green or weather or metal magic.
It was hard to ignore her terror and her very real pain. First, she had to rip pieces from her linen shift to bind up her bleeding hands and feet. Her throbbing head was hard to ignore, too. Somehow, she forced herself inward, thrusting her awareness of the dark from her mind. She even made herself forget those voices outside her trap. Slowly she sank down into herself, into the core of her power. She was shocked to find it in disarray.
When did I tend it last?
She wondered, seeing a mess of threads and connections where she was accustomed to finding a spindle of fiery thread.
Oh, cat dirt. Not since we reached Dan Cruin, I think. I never used to be this sloppy,
she thought as she poked through the tangle.
I shouldn't get so distracted that I don't straighten things up. For one thing, here at least I can see light.
She found the crimson thread that was her bond to Daja. She gave it a few sharp tugs. She waited, but no response came. She bit her lip to keep from wailing as her grip on her power started to melt. Daja was blocked off, which meant that she must be with Rizu. There would be no help from her. For a moment, darkness surged back into Sandry's mind. She kicked the wall again, then cradled her throbbing foot, tears streaming from her eyes. She had forgotten her bruised and bloody feet.
Enough,
she ordered herself as the pain ebbed.
Enough. I have one tiny setback and I go to pieces. Gudruni held on for 10 years. Jegor survived for 50. Daja floated in the sea 5 days thinking she was lost forever. And she let a forest fire go through her and walked through burning buildings. From what Rosethorn said, she and Briar were in a war. I get locked up by one silk breeches noble and I just collapse? Enough!
Forcing herself to be calm once again, she sank down into her power to find her connection with Triss. It wasn't as strong as the bond with Daja, probably because they'd only used it once, and that recently. Sandry shoved herself through the thin strand, questing for the redhead. A monstrous jolt shocked her clean out of her concentration. She leaned her head back carefully, tasting blood where she'd bitten her lip.
Of all times for her to play with lightning,
she croaked, feeling for her handkerchief.
Not many people would rather shroud themselves in storms than attend a brilliant party,
she added silently, so she wouldn't hurt her lip or her agonized throat.
What is the time? When will Finn come back?
She had no idea of the hour. She wasn't sure that much time had passed, but it was impossible to tell with her magic loose and floppy, and Triss and Daja both unavailable. He could be on his way back here now. Sandry wasn't sure how much longer she could endure this tiny dark space and be sane. If she was going to be in any condition to rip him to shreds when she was free, she had to escape. That left Briar, who had not allowed her back into his mind. Her tie to him was dull gray.
Too bad,
Sandry told herself.
This is no time for niceties.
She reached into the pouch at her neck and took out her precious thread circle. She found Briar's lump in it easily. It blazed green in her magic, with filaments of Sandry's, Triss's, and Daja's powers mixed in. Plunging through it, Sandry shrieked silently,
Briar!
Images shot through her mind. Lace-trimmed skirts, Katie's wild eyes, a thud on the floor, Briar helping a livid Katie to her feet.
I told you to keep out!
He roared at her down their connection.
Oh, cowpox,
he said, recognizing the thread circle as it blazed in her mind and her hand.
You're using the string. I thought you said you'd never make us do this. Your own free will, that's what you said. So just shut...
He slowed, spreading himself through her mind.
Say, what's all this? You're in a box with magic in it.
No, do you think so?
Demanded Sandry, fighting to keep her mental voice from shaking.
Here I was thinking it was the Empress's chambers. No wonder I feel so cramped.
Don't bite my nose off. How did you get into this thing? Where's your night lamp?
I jumped in. For good measure, I pulled the top on and put locks on the outside. I decided I needed a challenge.
What's the matter with you?
Briar asked, so caught up with Sandry that he barely felt it when Katie slapped his face.
It's Triss who's the grouch, remember? Goodbye,
he called absently as Katie walked away from him. Sandry made herself take a breath.
If I'm grouchy, it's because I need rescuing.
Losing her temper, she cried.
And I hate needing rescue.
I guess so,
Briar replied, walking outside into the gardens. Rain soaked him instantly. He ignored it.
Now, where are you?
He said the room was plantless, so you couldn't find me.
Sandry replied, fighting not to sound forlorn.
He left men to guard me, or help him smuggle me out of here, wherever here is.
I don't need plants. I can follow our tie. Who's he, anyway?
Briar set off down a promenade through the rose garden, keeping an eye on the thread that shone silver through the dark and the pouring rain.
Finn. He was supposed to be my escort, and he lured me into a very well-laid trap. He was ready for this, Briar. He had drugs to put me to sleep, and there are binding signs for my thread magic on this box, as good as anything we could make. His mage uncle helped. Finn said he's got a house that's the same.
A tear dripped from one of her eyes. Sandry ignored it. At least talking to Briar helped her keep the dart from overwhelming her, barely.
He said Baronine didn't know, but that she admires boldness in a man.
The Sandry thread led Briar back inside, through a side door with freshly oiled hinges. He found himself in an older wing of the palace, where the thread took him to a small back hallway.
The good news is that you're still in the palace, I think,
he told her. There were signs of neglect everywhere. Human footprints marked the dust on the floor tiles, leading him to a small door.
You said you're guarded? I'd better get reinforcements.
They're blocked off. Probably Daja and Rizu are together. Triss was playing with lightning. I think I have a scorch mark on my power.
Briar grinned at the thought.
Well, the stormy part's over.
He reached out along his newly strengthened connection with Triss.
What?
The weather mage demanded. Briar got the impression she was back in her chambers, changing into her night clothes.
I was busy.
Briar opened his mind, trusting her to know what to look at and what to leave alone. It took Triss only a glimpse of what lay before his eyes, then Sandry's eyes. The redhead put her book aside.
I'm coming.